People couldn't calculate quick enough. Because my dad was suicidal, sacrificed his queen and shit. That was fucking crazy. The Mike Tyson of chess. The story was, we had been in Detroit. I was really young. I was about 7. So we were in Detroit, Michigan. He'd finished a tournament. He had some money. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and we went into a gas station. And at the gas station, I had walked to the back to start looking at crisps and stuff. And I heard the bell of the door ring. And some Mexicans walked in. And my dad was at the counter purchasing something. I have no idea what happened for the fight to start. Because the bell rang on the door, and about 4 seconds later, everyone was fighting. I don't know if they pulled a gun on him. I don't know what happened. When I came, I looked around from the counter, and my dad had one guy, both of his hands on his neck, and his shoulders up to try and protect his head. And the other 3 Mexican guys were just punching my dad in the head, The Korean guy behind the counter was screaming, "Stop, I call police, I call police, I call police." And as a kid, I was like, fuck. I'd never really seen that kind of violence before. Also, as a kid, so I was absolutely ineffective. But I started instinctually just walking over it. I don't know what else the fuck I was going to do. Maybe I was a little warrior then as well. Thinking about it now, don't know what I was thinking, but I started walking towards it. And my dad, as he had this guy and was being hit, must have seen me out of the corner of his eye. And I remember him screaming. I remember his voice. I'll try and imitate it. It was, "Stay back!" Like that's what he said to me. So I was like, fuck. So I just stood there and watched this fight go down. Anyway, the guys were hitting my father. My dad ended up with his teeth in the guy's face. The guy he grabbed, he sunk his teeth into his face. And they were hitting him and hitting him and hitting him. Eventually, one of them got a ball and hit my dad on the head. And his knees went. He didn't fall. But his knees went. His he let go. And he kind of turned. And all of them were facing one way. And ran out the store. This was the whole event was 6 seconds, 7 seconds. It happened extremely quickly. The reason is I'm struggling to recite it because I remember how scared I was at the time. We can all talk the tough man shit. When you're a kid and this kind of shit's happening, it's fucking scary. Like you've never seen it before, and that's your dad, and there's fucking blood now everywhere. They'd hit him with a glass bottle, and the back of his head was bleeding really, really bad. And the guy behind the counter goes, "Are you okay?" And my dad said, "Yeah, I'm okay." So we stood there, we're waiting for the police. My dad now took his shirt off. My dad was a big guy. Bit of a belly, but like a big guy. And put it on his head and was holding the blood in. And I didn't say a word, and he didn't say a word. I just stood there waiting for the police, waiting for the police, waiting for the police. Anyway, the police officers came. I started asking my dad and the guy behind the counter questions. The police officers came with the guns drawn. The guy behind the counter goes, "No, it's not him, it's the other guys, da-da-da." So the Korean guy vouched for my father. So I started asking him questions. He said, "Emery Tate, tell us what happened, Emery." He said, "I was standing at the counter, etc., etc., etc." Start telling the story. Anyway, got to a point where during the questioning, they're standing there. The guy goes to him, "So what's your job?" My dad said, "I'm a chess player." Now I remember my dad's face was badly bruised, really badly fucked up. His head's all bleeding. And the guy behind the counter had just told the police the story of how he fought 4 men on his own. There was also a whole bunch of blood on the floor from the guy's face because my dad took a chunk out of his face with his teeth. And the police officer goes, "So what's your job?" He said, "I'm a chess player." And he goes, "A chess player? You just fought 4 guys. Maybe you should have been something else." And my dad's reply was, "My unmatched perspicacity coupled with sheer indefatigability makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor." And the police officer stood there with his pad and just asked the next question. I know for a fact he didn't write that down. And even though I was so young, I remembered that sentence from the day he said it. And that maybe maybe it's just in the scenario, maybe it's because I saw it with my own eyes, maybe it's because I saw the aftermath of my mom crying when we came home and his face was all fucked up and we couldn't afford the medical bills for him to go to hospital to have an x-ray, so he was just laying in bed for like 3 or 4 days on a row saying he had a really bad headache, we were worried about concussion, and fucking our grandma alone to send him for an x-ray and all this bullshit. I remember all the emotionality around it. But maybe it's because of all that, or maybe it's just genuinely true. I believe that to be the baddest motherfucking sentence on the face of the planet. What dude, besides my dad, fights for dudes and says, and it comes out with that sentence after his head's been rocked? There's no one else on earth who comes out with sentences or speaks that proficiently. The way my father spoke English was a different level. I don't care how well you know English. I don't care. You're watching this right now. You think you're smart. If you spoke to my dad, you end up using a dictionary. Like, what the fuck? What? That's just how he spoke. He was a linguist. He spoke 6 languages, and he knew English. He had a grasp of English. Other person on the planet I've ever known. He knew words I've never heard of. Every time, like I said, it was insane. He almost spoke a different version of English. English has so many words that no one uses. So the English language was fantastic. And that sentence is especially badass. Imagine and so I use it in general now. I use it with chicks and shit. I can never replicate the awesomeness of the first time he ever said it. But it's a badass thing to say. And I don't mind any of you here learning it and saying it, because you know what? It spreads his legacy. Say it. But sometimes I'm driving my Lambo in the wet, and I'm driving like a fucking psycho, and everyone else is going slow, and it's snowing. I'm swerving in and out of cars, and I'm sliding the back of it, and the girl's like, "You're gonna crash." It's like, bitch, my unmatched perspicacity coupled with sheer indefatigability makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human.
Yeah, this is a perfect story. So much to it. I'm going to add having a broad vocabulary is nice. Hopefully later your son will have this story to tell about you, about what cool shit you did and what you said. But let's just appreciate the story. That was awesome.
But reading the bullshit from you morons on Twitter, I'm going to have to fucking clarify something for you. Listen to Big Daddy Tate. Asking a girl to pay for hate is not cool and it's not acceptable. I don't know what bullshit world you pickup artists grow up in, excuse me, where you think it's beta to pay for a girl, an alpha, if you walk in there and sit down and say, you finish the meal and say, "Yeah, bitch, give me your $60. The least alpha thing you can do on earth is sit there, look at the bill and go, you gonna pay half? What kind of pussy ass dude does that? I'd like a man to lunch if I wasn't prepared to pay the lunch. Let alone a beautiful woman. Beauty is a commodity. The best looking women on earth, the most high value women on earth, are not going on a date with you to pay their own share. If you're looking at this and going, well, I've had girls pay their half, that's because the girls you fuck are low value and you are low value. In the real world, when you're a high value man, you're pursuing high value women, they do not expect to, and you expect to pay without issue. Let me tell you something a high value man does. to the fucking nicest restaurant in town. You sit there, you have a laugh, you have a joke. You have whatever you want. You pay the bill without even looking at the motherfucking price. I don't know the price, it doesn't matter, because Mike always fucking works. I pull some cash out, bam, bam, okay, jump in the Lambo. That's alpha. Sitting there going, oh, well, if I pay for dinner, I'm a cut, so do you have $47.33? Bullshit! So here's what's really happening here. All these pickup artist losers talking about how many girls they fuck. They got this 9, the day gamed at the mall. Talking about all these girls they got. The truth is, the girls they associate with are fucking, because if they had a girl which was even 1% hot, if they had a girl which could stand next to my kind of women, they'd have her all over Twitter. But they don't put any pictures of any girls on Twitter. They just put up the all WhatsApp combo, and they have their own anon account, so everything's anon, and they sit there and go, yeah, solid 8. Fucking 8. Bullshit 8. An 8 is on a billionaire's boat. A 9 is a movie star, and a 10 doesn't exist. You ain't touched an 8 in your fucking adult life. You've never even seen a fucking 7. So you're talking shit. So what's really happening is, these pickup artists with their alpha, beta, all this garbage talking about how you shouldn't pay for a girl. Women. And they're on Twitter acting bad with an animal account. No, because I know the world. They're out in the mall, they get some single mom with a bit of fucking belly roll, and they fuck this bitch when her kid's asleep. Some ghetto shit. And they're talking about how they're fucking pickup artists. They're losers fucking scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's not hard to pick up when no one else wants. So when they go, well, my girls pay for dates. Well, of course, because these low quality women have to pay for their half of a date. Duh, because they ain't got a fucking choice. If they had a choice, they wouldn't be fucking you in the first place. If you're a high value, actually date high value women. Everyone knows Big Daddy Tate's chicks are the highest possible echelon of human beauty. It doesn't go any fucking higher. And I know that because they make me millions of fucking dollars. Dorks like you pay them money for their attention and time. That's what my women are. And when you're dating that, they expect you to be a man. And a man does not sit at a fucking dinner table and ask for half of the bill. That is not a manly thing to do. It's not a dominant thing to do. It's a fucking bitch ass, pussy ass move, signaling to a chick that you need $40. Guess what I definitely will never need? $40 from a woman who I'm enjoying the company of. I don't give a shit if it's my last money on the fucking planet. When I take a girl for a dinner, I pay for the fucking dinner because I'm a fucking man. One more point. All you fucking red pill dorks want to talk tradcon, conservative values, girls fucked up, women don't do as they're told anymore, and then you expect a woman to pay for the date? I cannot wait till the day I fucking run into some of these anon pickup artists. Oh, hi, I follow you on Twitter. I mean, I don't get the fuck up.
Yeah, we don't really even have to debate about this. Like, if you have an issue paying for the date, you shouldn't be going on a date. You know, just stay home. It's okay. Go make more money. Focus on your skills. It's a reasonable expectation for her to have you pay for the date. So yeah, I don't think we have to argue about this. I agree fully with Tate. It's not a flex. Oh, my girl pays for my dates. Nah.
Michael Jackson. This whole Michael Jackson thing has come out. MJ's a pedo. Michael Jackson leaving Neverland.
Freeze, Jefferson. The gig is up. You are wanted for child molestation.
I wanted to play Michael Jackson leave me in this video, but I'm gonna get fucking banned or get a strike. Don't play Michael Jackson in the videos.
Yes. Because their hearts are full of greed and they have
YouTube dorks. So, listen to this. Go put some Michael Jackson on while you listen. Let me explain a few things to you. MJ was a G.
Tick
There's no way you can come to me and try and tell me Michael Jackson was anything less than a G. If you've watched as many Michael Jackson videos as I, you know he was invincible and dangerous.
I am sick of harassing.
You can't fight that guy. How you gonna? And now all these kids are coming out going, he touched me, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. I don't like people coming after dead people. Doesn't matter if it's Michael Jackson or anyone else. Doesn't matter if it's someone I like or someone I dislike. I'm not happy when alive people come after dead people because it's cowardice. Because the dead person can't defend themselves. So now here you are with your sentient life and your breath and your food and your cells are still reproducing, and you want to talk shit about someone rotting in the ground. Well, they can't say anything about it. So that's pussyish. 2, it's double pussyish if you were alive when he was alive. So he was alive and you were alive, you didn't say shit, then he died, now you're saying shit. Well, that's even worse. If I want to talk shit about Napoleon, I can at least say, well, I wasn't alive when he was around, or I would have told him to his face. But these motherfuckers could have said something back then and they didn't. They said it when he died. I don't like that either. 3, I don't like people saying shit for money. Michael Jackson made billions of dollars. Okay, the dude died. But those billions must be somewhere. Some Michael Jackson Foundation, some this, some that. And they're thinking, if I talk enough shit about the king of pop, I might get a couple million in the bank. There must be someone I can sue. The record company who are still playing his music, still getting royalties, I'll sue them. There must be a way somehow I can get something. So there's a monetary motive. I can smell it. I know money. I understand money. And I can smell money all over this shit. 4, the fucking radio station is not playing his music anymore. That's just gay. Gay, I said it. It's gay. MJ, we're not going to play music because someone who could have said something when he was alive started saying shit when he was dead. Okay, well let me think of someone who's dead who I don't like. Amy Winehouse is a dickhead crack hoe, and she sexually assaulted me, tried to jerk me off in Bermuda. Stop playing her music, I don't like it. I'm offended. Amy Winehouse grabbed my cock. I don't like her music. I told her to go to rehab. She said no, and she grabbed my dick. I don't want her music on the radio anymore. Are they going to stop playing Amy Winehouse? No, they're not. So, fucking, let's just drop that dumb shit. And here's the final point. If you were a parent and you were at Michael Jackson's house, after the rumors, there were rumors, okay, MJ wasn't completely straight-laced. He was a bit, special. All exceptional people are. And your kid says, I'm going to go stay at MJ's house for 3 weeks in a row. And you said, okay, no problem.
Blanket! Oh, my beautiful blanket!
What's wrong with his face? Be cool, dude. I think maybe he's a burn victim or something.
Guys, this is my dad, Michael Jackson.
Jefferson! Michael Jefferson, yes. Hey, you want to play with me?
And now you want to come on TV? I can't believe this happened. Well, then you're just a fucking bumbaclub. Because if you let your kids stay around any full-grown man's house, I don't give a fuck if it's Michael Jackson or anyone else. If I have a 5-year-old kid, and he says, I'm going to go stay around this full-grown man's house, it's like, no, you're fucking not. Why? Oh, because he's got a Ferris wheel. Well, then you can use the Ferris wheel and you can come home. You don't be walking around naked, fucking sleeping in his bed.
I think you're awesome too, Cartman.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So any parent who allowed them to stay there was a fucking shit parent anyway. And now you want to come here and be all upset your kid got touched. Possibly. Who cares? Get over it. Leave Michael Jackson alone.
Yeah, I agree about the MJ stuff. My favorite MJ story is, I think it was his doctor or his bodyguard. I can't remember exactly. But he would say, we would go on tour. And every once in a while, Michael would call from the hotel room he wants something or he needed to get something, and he would say, "Hey, this is Michael," and he would just talk in a deep voice. Like the whole stuff was just an act. The guy actually had a normal voice, but he just pretended to talk like a girl. And did his whole life. I thought that was very funny. Yeah, Michael Jackson was. Rest in peace, Michael.
I have some arch enemies on Twitter. Most of them are just incels with anonymous accounts, sitting at home, jerking their cocks who are upsetting me. That's normal. But I also have some enemies, which are a bunch of numerology guys. I didn't know numerology was a thing. Everyone's heard of astrology. Everyone's heard of all this other garbage. But numerology was never really a big thing until I got on Twitter. And then I got on Twitter and I see all these dudes with GG30 in their bio, and numerology this, numerology that. And when I said it's bullshit, because it is, they attack you and they try and get you banned and they mass report your tweets and they insult you. And to me, that's just more proof it's bullshit. See, what amazes me is this. If you have a system which allows you to understand the world in a way that other people can't possibly understand the world, well, there's two things. Firstly, you're not going to really be too interested in spreading that. I mean, if I worked out that through numbers I can predict the future, the last thing I'd want to do is tell people I don't know on Twitter how to do the same thing. Why the fuck would I want to do that for? Oh, for $99, I'll be able to predict the future. Come on. Fuck off. You just predict the future yourself. Live the best life ever. Win the lottery. But of course the system doesn't work, so instead they teach the system for money. This is the first thing. And the second thing is, the fact that they attack people who don't believe in their bullshit magic so violently, that's further proof it's a lie. I mean, if I don't believe in numerology and you really know numerology's true, why are you going out of your way to try and intimidate me into believing it? Literally intimidating me. You'll regret this. You're going to lose your account. We'll come for you. Like, it's like a cult. It's crazy. Why would you try and intimidate people into believing something if said belief was true? You wouldn't do that. You'd only try and do it if said belief was false. So the fact that anyone at all still believes in this is a miracle. It really does amaze me that anyone believes in this. Because the people who believe fall for the most basic tricks of persuasion. The most basic tricks. So I did a reading with the main proponent of this numerology, who's now banned for threatening to kill me because I told him it was bullshit. I did a reading, I told him it was bullshit, he tweeted at me threatening to kill me, and now his account was suspended. So he's so magical that he can't even stop his account being suspended. So whatever. So he's banned now. But I did a reading with him, and I was sitting there going, okay, you're trying to prove to me your system works. You need to predict the future. All he tried to do, and this is how 99% of people fall for it, is tell me events from the past and tell me why they happened based on his system. Well, finding a pattern in the past isn't proof of anything. It's not proof of anything. You can always find patterns in the past. So he'd say, oh, in April of last year, did you have a hard month? I was like, I don't know, I don't remember. Maybe, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's because this number, and that goes with your sign, and that number, and 3 plus 3 is 6. What does that prove? What are you trying to prove to me? And even then, if you do make a prediction, they don't have any, oh, next month is going to be a hard month for you. Well, every month is difficult. Every month I got to pay my bills. Every month I got to stay out of jail. Every month I got to stay alive. Every month is hard. So what are you even talking about? These predictions are so vague and stupid. But anyway, the main way they convince people, and if you're watching this and you believe in numerology, I hope this deprograms you. You can find patterns in the past and attribute them to any system. Here's a system. I put on deodorant every day, and because I put on deodorant every day, you continue to have food to eat. The second I stop wearing deodorant, you're going to starve. But luckily for you, I still wear it. There. The past has been proven that my system has been proved true by analyzing the path that you ate food every day. Look at the past. You ate food every day. I put on deodorant every day. Proof of the Tate system. Garbage. Loads of shit happened in the past. And you can find unlimited patterns. You could sit there all day with numbers, deodorant, planets, fucking whatever, and just go, oh, well, that happened because. Who gives a shit? For a system to be true, it must accurately predict the future. And when I say accurately, this is the key point. Because when I explain this to most numerology idiots, they go, oh, but it does accurately predict the future. Saying a month is going to be difficult. Saying you need to be careful around this time of year or that type of person is not accurately predicting anything. I'm talking about, tell me the lottery numbers. Tell me the date and time of the next plane crash. You understand numbers so well. Tell me the future. But you can't. All you can do is go through the past, find patterns which have no relevance whatsoever, because you can do that with anything. I found a pattern with deodorant and food. My deodorant and your food are linked through the Tate deodorant system. It's such bullshit. It annoys me that people even believe this for half a second. It's absolutely insane. The system cannot predict the future. The system is not true.
People are meaning-making machines. We take meaning from everything. We see signs everywhere. We see signs in numbers, astrology. We see a meteorite. It's the wrath of God. When something happens, we connect it. It's so weird. Like we're sort of wired to put together clues and try to make meaning of our daily existence. My favorite way of expressing this is when you're telling people, well, you know, I thought about this and I think that toilet paper causes cancer. And then this usually gives people pause. And you say, well, I got very compelling evidence for this. Actually, if you think about it, every person that you've ever met that had cancer or beat cancer or died of cancer, the commonality, the common thread is that they all use toilet paper. So the only logical conclusion is that, you know, the toilet paper causes cancer. It must be, right? It must be. People make meaning of the weirdest things. Correlation is not causation. And this should be taught more in school. Correlation is not causation. And a pattern doesn't mean anything by itself.
People go, why you don't day game? What do you have against day game? I have two things against day game. One, I'm a busy dude. And I'm busy doing shit. Like, genuinely, I've got companies to run. I've got places to go. And if I'm not doing those things, I want to have fun. The idea of going to a mall and just walking around the mall all day, going up to every girl I see, just seems pointless. It seems too women-focused. All the red pill guys say, don't focus on the woman, focus on your mission, the women come afterwards, which is true. But then how can you be red pill and say that and then go to the mall where your only objective is to talk to girls and just walk around all day, girls, girls, girls. Or walk around wherever you walk around, just talk to girls all day, every day. It's making women your primary mission in life, and women should not be your primary mission in life. As soon as you make females your primary mission in life, you're making a fucking mistake, because you're neglecting something else. You, who you are as a person, should be your primary mission in life, or your physical, whatever. It shouldn't be females. And mine never has been females. Mine was kickboxing. I was a kickboxing world champion. So I was always focused on something else. So day game seems very female focused, which I don't really like. Now, if I'm going through my normal life and I happen to see a very beautiful girl in fucking Starbucks, I absolutely will go say hello to her. But I will not go out of my way to try and find a beautiful girl. So I see a beautiful girl and there's a scenario where I can approach her without making it awkward for me or her. Realistically, once every couple months, once every month maybe, you might see a girl and go say hello. But in general, it's not something I do day after day. So my first problem with day game is it focuses completely on females and I'm too busy for that shit. I have no problem going up to a woman if I see her while I go about my day-to-day business. This is the first problem I have with day game. The next problem I have with day game is the quality isn't there. And a lot of guys who do day game are purely interested in numbers, and they have these add-on accounts and they fuck these girls and they go on there and said, another sign from the mall, blah, blah, solid, or whatever. They have these stupid fucking crap. We all know that most people's criteria is bullshit. My idea of a 9 and your idea of a 9 are different, and I'll tell you why. There's no such thing as a 10. And 9s, the ones that do exist, are on a millionaire's boat in Monaco. They're hanging around with Arab sheikhs in Dubai. They've got 1.5 or 2 million Instagram followers. You don't find these girls in a shopping mall. There's no quality in day game. The most beautiful girls in the world are not walking around shopping centers in England or fucking Nebraska or Idaho or wherever you dorks do your day game. They're not just walking around buying tampons and pretzels. It just doesn't happen. So people go, I picked up a 9 at the mall. There's no 9s in that mall, you fucking moron. I could sit outside that mall for a month and analyze every single chick who walks in there and not see a single 9. And you're telling me every weekend you go find the only 9 in the mall. Do you fuck? She's a 5. And you're desperate, Mr. Day Game. You're a dork. And your idea of 9 is actually a 5 because you don't live in the... If you were actually a multimillionaire of the world, actually in the higher echelons of society, you'd understand what a 9 is. And there's none of them in Day Game. You don't find 9s just walking around. You don't find them. They're in extremely exclusive places. Maybe they're in a Gucci store or something, maybe. But you're not going to find them just fucking walking here, there, and everywhere. It's extremely difficult to pull off. And that's the main point of it. It's all about frequency. If there's 1 9 in the whole mall a month, what's the odds of getting her? You got to be there at the right time, right place, approach her at the right time, say the right thing. But I ain't got time for those odds. I got shit to do. Those are statistics I don't want to fuck with. I'm not interested at all. So those are my problems with Day Game. When I insult Day Game, I'm not really insulting Day Game, guys. My point is, it's very female-centric. It's for people who have nothing better to do. And secondly, it's certainly not a way to get quality women. It's well women. Yeah, if you go up to a 5 and you talk shit and you get her number, you're going to bang her because she's a fucking 5. Who wants to bang 5s? You guys do because you're all fucking desperate. If you were actually in a higher level of being, if you were actually like me and you look at my Instagram and the girls I roll with, you don't want 5s. You ain't got time for 5s. You don't reply to 5s. I don't reply to 7s. Don't negotiate with 7s. That's the rule. If you inbox me and you're a 7 and you say let's fuck, I'm probably still not going to do it. I'm genuinely one of those guys who actually only sleeps with beautiful girls. I know every guy says that and they're lying. I ain't fucking lying. Fuck Day Game. It's a waste of time. And the quality isn't there. If you want quality women, get the PhD course. It'll tell you where the quality women are and how to meet them, how to speak to and attract quality women, and how to have a good relationship with a beautiful quality woman. You need the PhD course. You do not need Day Game because Day Game is female-focused, 1. And 2, I do not believe a fucking word these game guys say about quality. No, for a fact. I've been around the world. I've been to shopping malls in 72 countries. And you do not see supermodels fucking pissing around in the middle of a shopping mall. It ain't real.
Day Game is ultra cringe. It's just so weird. Just go do something worthwhile. What are you doing in a mall or on the street or on a college campus and you're walking around and you're approaching? What is you doing? Go actually do something with your life. Come on now. There's a dude. I won't name names, but there's a dude. He's one of the Red Pill guys, one of the pickup artist dudes. And I think he's in his 40s now. And his claim to fame is that he slept with 2,000 women or something. Like, brother, this is not how you keep score. It's nice that, you slept with 2,000 women. I hope it makes you happy. But it's a little bit cringe. Like, if you're in your 40s, that shouldn't be something you brag about all the time. It's, good on you. But let's go do something useful instead. How about that? It's so odd. And also, let's be real. No quality woman is walking around in the mall waiting to be picked up by some dude. I've seen clips. Girl walking in the mall, walking on the street, dude talks to her, and they start kissing within 4 minutes. This means you're mentally unstable. This is not a flex. You found a crazy lady, and then you're kissing her. And, good for you, brother. If you're into crazy ladies, do your thing. But let's not make that a normal thing. Day gaming, cringe. Let's just do it in normal life and be someone that is not afraid of this. But don't spend all your days in the mall, random Sunday, standing around, praying. Approach. Relax.
Bodybuilders are losers. The reason bodybuilders are losers is not because bodybuilding is easy. Bodybuilding is actually extremely hard. People think, oh, they just take steroids. Well, there wouldn't be any competitive element if all you had to do was take steroids to look that good. No. When I say good, I use good subjectively. The reason they look that way is not just because they take steroids. They take steroids plus train like an animal, plus diet specifically. It's very, very difficult to end up looking like the professional bodybuilders do. It's not easy. Bodybuilding is hard. The reason bodybuilders are losers is because they don't want to be bodybuilders. Every bodybuilder I've ever met wants to be a fighter, but they haven't got the balls to be a fighter. So instead they think, well, I want to look as mean as possible, and then they end up bodybuilding. I know this, and I'll tell you why I know this. Firstly, let's analyze the fact that a lot of fighters look like geeks. Look at Gennady Golovkin.
I feel great. I feel happy.
Guy's a fucking animal from Kazakhstan. Dude's psycho. Beats everyone up. Hardest fist in his weight division. Looks like a nerd. A lot of fighters look like pussies, but they don't care because they think, well, I look like a pussy, but if someone ever does start on me, I'm not afraid to fight, so I'll just fuck them up. Bodybuilders think, well, I'm afraid of fighting. I don't want to ever have to fight, so I need to look as mean as possible so no one ever actually starts on me. And if someone does start on them and actually checks them, a lot of them shit themselves. Also, you'll probably notice, all fighters, even these, never look like bodybuilders. Because you get to a certain point of muscle mass, it's detrimental to your combative ability. So fighters are not afraid of looking like geeks because fighters are not afraid of fighting. But bodybuilders are obviously afraid of fighting, but they decide to put all their time and effort and energy into the gym to try and make sure no one ever starts a fight on them because they're absolute pussies. All bodybuilders are complete cowards. I know this because I know a lot of bodybuilders, and a lot of them got a little bit of balls together. They scraped together all the balls they've ever had in their lives, which hadn't been shrunk too much by the testosterone they're injecting, and they say, hey, I want to come learn to fight. And they come down the gym, and one, the fact they have so much muscle means they can't fight. Literally, it's detrimental to their combative ability, as I've said before. And secondly, they're pussies. And when I say pussies, I don't mean they're easy to hurt, because everybody's easy to hurt who can't fight. I mean they have no grit. If you start hitting them, as soon as you're hurting them, they collapse. Their whole life, they've been the big guy. Their mental ego image of themselves as the Incredible Hulk shatters. I know, I've seen guys come in the gym who don't know a shit. They're normal-ass dudes. But when you start hurting them, they still try. A bodybuilder will never do that. A bodybuilder will never do that. And he will also never return to a second fighting lesson. Ever. Because his ego's damaged to a point where he cannot accept that he's not the big, dangerous guy he thought he was. This is reality. This is the reality of bodybuilders. Bodybuilders are all pussies. Now, usually what happens, I've seen one bodybuilder stick it out and ended up doing was BJJ, because BJ is the easy way to pretend you're a fighter when you're not a fighter. This is another thing that happens. People come, they put gloves on, they get punched in the face a few times, can't handle getting punched in the face, decide to go do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because they don't have to get punched in the face, and then they can go, yeah, fight training. I mean, we'll link below, or we'll link to my video on fighting why BJJ is basically completely useless outside of the cage. So if you haven't got the balls to get in the cage, you don't need BJJ. And if you're learning BJJ and you want to get in the cage, you also have to learn how to strike or you get knocked the fuck out. But yeah, that's my basic point on bodybuilders. They're all cowards. And that's the reality. Andrew Tate said so. Any bodybuilder on here who disagrees with me, if you really want to give it, let's get in the cage. And I'll whoop your ass.
So, half your gym, if you go to the gym next time, look around, half those people are on steroids. Yes, also the fat ones, also the people out of shape, also the people that don't look to have any muscle mass. They're all on steroids. They're all on steroids, half of them. Taking Test or Tren or Anavar or Winstrol or Clen or Ozempic, that's a new thing. They're all on steroids. And they look like crap. It's kind of cringe. You know? People will do anything to get a shortcut. So the steroids themselves don't really guarantee results. It's you putting in the work, etc. And what I've seen with clients that I've helped, etc., that were bodybuilders or were trying to build their exterior, like inside, usually they're still little men, sort of tiny men. And they're trying to build up the exterior to make sure that, you know, the world sort of fears them and doesn't push even a little, because they know they would fall apart. Like a lot of the times they're still tiny on the inside. And I have nothing against bodybuilders. I wish people would, you know, ease up on the amount of half-naked selfies they post in the university. that's something else. But, looking great, feeling great, being strong is all great. Just make sure that you're also growing on the inside. Strong mind, strong body, that sort of stuff.
Some gay guy got obsessed with me. Right? At the height of my fight career, I was kickboxing. I'm fighting all around the world, and there's this gay guy who starts messaging me on Facebook because I'm an old man. So I was fighting about 10, 11 years ago. He starts messaging me on Facebook. Hey, Tate, you're the best fighter. That I'm like, yeah, thanks, G. He's like, yeah, you're the best at it. I was wondering, have you ever beat a guy up and fucked him? I was like, here we go. So he's like, hey, have you ever beat a guy up and had sex with him? How much would I have to pay for you to beat me up and have sex with me? I'm saying someone needs to beat me up badly. Do you beat guys up and make them? You're so alpha, you're so straight, that all this shit. How much?
You're so straight.
Yeah, I know, weird. How much? I want after your training, your sweaty T-shirt. Bed sheets kind of moves. He's like, hey, how much for that? Anyway, so I'm like, listen, fuck off, your weirdo. So I block him on Facebook, and he keep making.
Did you sell the T-shirt though?
I know, bro. If I needed money, and I still didn't sell him a T-shirt. Anyway, so I blocked him on Facebook. He kept making new accounts, kept messaging me all this kind of crazy crap. Anyway, about how all this stuff. Then about 6 months after this, and when I say this guy messaged me every day, I mean every day with some new elaborate story, and they were really elaborate, really long. I'm walking down the street on the way to the shops, and then I'm going to milk, and you look over my see I've looked at gay porn on my phone, beat me up in the store. Like, this is crazy. It's a crazy story where I beat the guy up, and then I end up falling in love with him. Anyway, yeah, I'm just ignoring this dude.
This guy needs to get a job in Hollywood. Yeah, very creative.
That's crazy.
Holly weird. Yeah, Holly weird. So I'm totally ignoring this guy. Everything's fine with my life. Another weirdo online. No big deal. Then I'm fighting to defend my world title fight. And I'm fighting to defend my world titles in Brighton, England. I'm at the back. And anyone who's fought professionally knows that the scariest part of fighting isn't the actual fighting. It's when you're waiting to fight. You're sitting at the back and you're like, come on. It's like waiting for a car crash. It's like, oh, fuck it. So I'm sitting next to the back, and I always use this phone to distract myself. I'm sitting on my phone, boom, and I get a message from this dude, and it's a picture of the ring that I'm about to fight in. And I'm like, no way, he's out there. This guy is out in the crowd. No way. I'm like, okay, well, he can't really get me. I'm more scared of him than my opponent. He's been stalking me for ages.
Joe.
So I swear to God, and I'll have to find the video. It's the only world title fight where I'm walking to the ring, and I'm walking kind of like
Looking around.
Because I don't know what he looks like. I don't know. He could be anyone. He could be any of them. I still won the fight, right? But I actually swear to God, there's been a time there was in between a round. Like, I blocked the jab, I jabbed him, and I stepped back, and I swear to God, I was thinking, that dude must be fucking jizzing in his pants. It was weird. I was fighting and worried about some raging homo 10 meters from me. Strange. And after that, I stopped advertising my fights on Facebook.
Well, that was the story. Almost never happens, especially if you're a dude. Like, I remember I was in Dubai in a nightclub. And I don't like nightclubs, but they got me there because they said, well, there's good shit there. You know, dancing dressed up like monkeys. So, I mean, to me, that was intriguing. So, sure, I'll go to the nightclub. I go there, standing on some sort of VIP stage with some friends. Dude taps me on the shoulder, says, hey! I said, hey. And he's standing in the hallway, so not on the VIP stage, standing in the hallway. So I'm like, is this guy with us, or how you doing? I said, I'm fine. Do you come here more often? And he's screaming over the music. And all of a sudden I realized, holy shit, the guy is trying to pick me up. This is Dubai. I mean, this was like the last place I would expect a gay guy to hit on you. I politely excused myself from the conversation, but that was something special. Usually, weird people are everywhere. They usually don't take action, but it makes for fun stories.
So, vape is dangerous, we found out. They're trying to ban vape. It's all over Twitter that people are getting cancer from vape and all this shit. Vape is dangerous. Can you believe that, James? Vape is dangerous. Can you believe that chemicals you can buy for $1 that you can't even name, 40 or 50 chemicals that you've never heard of, you can't name, you don't know where they come from, all combined to try and taste like fucking watermelon, that you set on fire electronically and inhale deep into your lungs, the most unnatural chemicals you can possibly think of, produced cheaply in China, is dangerous for you? Can you believe that? That if you set all these chemicals you've never heard on fire, from fucking oil and petroleum and fuck knows what, and you get deep into your lungs, that literally, they fuck out. What's that thing in school learn where how they refine oil? What's it called? Fucking that thing. Something furnace. You motherfuckers know. And they put oil in and they get petroleum and kerosene and all these different things. And fucking vape. Vape comes out in the motherfucker. Got fucking vape. And then the Chinese, I mean, because we know the Chinese, they fuck loads about safety and shit. The Chinese, they really care. They don't care about profit. And they manage to this shit. They're like, okay, it's cost us 19 cents to produce. Like, what good can you make for 19 cents? You can't even grow broccoli for 19 cents. Even growing shit from the ground, which is effectively free. The dirt is free, the rain is free. If I tell you got 19 cents to produce me some food, you struggle to get a fucking tomato. These motherfuckers got taste like tomatoes in a fancy ass pack, printed all nice, shipped from the other side of the world, from China to fucking the West. For 19 cents retail, for 19 cents cost price, so they can retail it to me for 69 cents. And I can sit there and then some motherfucker's like, it's bad for me. Duh. The fuck? How are people surprised by this shit? And now they're all over Twitter and on the news. Maybe we should do something about it. No, don't do anything. If you're so fucking stupid, it didn't cross your mind at some point that permanently sucking on this vape was going to damage you in some way, you deserve what happens to your dumb ass. Breathe air. You don't need a vape. Have you ever seen anyone with a vape? Have you ever sat in a room? So we go, wait, let me just go. My vape's done charging. Load it up. I mean, I smoke cigars, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. Give me a big fat cigar. I'm risking cancer to look like a mafia boss. Fine. I'm not sitting there smoking cigars and going, I can't believe this is bad for me. No, like these fucking vape bullshit children. And what kind of parent lets their 16-year-old vape anyway? If I had a 16-year-old son, he's like, I got a vape. Get the fuck out of here, vape. Do some push-ups. You ain't got time to vape. You gotta do push-ups. You ain't got time. You're a little fucking punk talking to me about fucking vape. It's insane. The world, why are we trying to save people that literally Darwinism is trying to eliminate? Why are we trying to save? So on Twitter, some guy was coughing up blood. How much vape have you fucking vaped to cough up? Deserve everything that happens to your stupid ass. Fuck you.
So first of all, this is one of the funniest clips of Tate ever. It was very, spot on. A lot of the times, all of this stuff is obvious. Like, looking back, you could always tell, like, who could not have seen this coming? So, probably want to get out of the groupthink. Take a look at it from, take a step back, look at it at the bigger picture. Like, does this make sense? If it makes sense, great. If it doesn't, well, see if it actually makes sense. And take a little bit of a deeper look.
Here we go. Something terrible's happened. I was at dinner. I sat at a table with a full-grown man at dinner. Full-grown man. He looked normal, looked like a normal dude. And we're going through the menu. What do we want to eat? What do we want to eat? Steak. veal, goes through the menu. And he sits there and he says, I think I'll try the sushi. There's no power in sushi. The whole point of food and water, or food and liquids, are the only things you put in your body. Unless you're a fucking freak and you're sticking places they shouldn't go. Food and water is all you put in your body. And the idea is that you derive power from it. Look at this power. This comes from the food I eat. Power from sushi, a little piece of floppy fish, some rice in a circle. Fuck is wrong with you? What kind of full-grown adult deliberately, not on accident, deliberately eats sushi? I caught my brother ordering sushi to the house. What the fuck is wrong with people? There's no power in sushi. Now, I say this to people, and they go, what's your problem with sushi? I just told you, you little bitch, there's no power inside. You're eating food for power. There's no power in sushi. How do you know? Firstly, I am Andrew Tate, Lord of all beasts of the land and fishes in the sea. I know everything. What I say is gospel. So firstly, the fact I said it makes it true. If sushi was the most powerful food in the world, which it never was, the second I said it had no power, it instantly had no power. I speak things into existence. First, that's the first way I know. Second reason I know is, I'll give you a very simple experiment. Imagine you were to get imagine you were to get 100 people at random from all over the world. 100 people at random who last had sushi for dinner, and 100 people at random who last had T-bone steaks for dinner. And you got these 200 people, 100 on each side, and they had a fight in the middle to the death. Who the fuck you think's gonna win? A whole bunch of hippie liberal California losers and their sushi, or a whole bunch of cowboys and heroes with their big ass steaks? Who's going to win that fight? The steak eaters are going to win. The reason the steak eaters are going to win is because people who have power inside of them and want power eat steak. If you eat sushi on purpose, if you deliberately order sushi, you're a pussy. And I guarantee any girl who's watching you eat it thinks you're a pussy. You go on a date with a chick. Oh, I'll have the sushi, please. Get the little chopsticks out. Dipping it in the sauce. Fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love sushi. I like raw fish. I love sushi. I love steak. I love both. So, yeah, I'm not against it at all. But you do you. It's all good.
Right, Tiger King. I watched Tiger King. Everyone was hyping about it. I don't usually watch TV. I really don't watch it. Everyone was hyping about it. And it was my kind of thing. Tigers, guns, hillbillies. So, fuck it. All right, cool. I'll put it on.
You're going to have to kill me to shut me up.
So I watched Tiger King. Now, I may have missed the odd detail because the whole time I was watching Tiger King, I was also working on my phone. But I'm a genius. So I can sit on my phone. Because I have a phone addiction. I'm not going to lie. I have a serious phone addiction. Like, I spend 11 hours a day screen time. I live on my phone because it's constant moving, it's information, and I need that. I can't just sit still. Someone once said to me, Tate, I think you suffer from anxiety because you constantly have to be doing things. And I was like, maybe, but it made me rich. Maybe I have anxiety, so I have to constantly just sit and just make loads of money. Oops. Fuck you. I want anxiety. So anyway, Tiger King's on. I'm sitting here with the G's, bitch here, bitch here. Imagine the scene, boom, popcorn, bang. So I'm watching Tiger King. First, fuck Carol Baskin.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens, it's Carol at Big Cat Rescue.
Carol is the Mother Teresa of cats.
We will end the private possession of these cats.
This is my way of living, and nobody's gonna tell me.
I don't like that bitch. It's just something about her face I don't like. I don't like her little pussy-ass husband either. I don't like either of them.
Seeing you in springtime, I never could go.
You are something else.
My number one goal in life is going to be to make this woman happy.
So I don't like them. The hero of the story, exotic.
She wanted to shut down a zoo, and he wanted her gone.
You're an animal rights person, and you try and come into this facility, this is what you're going to be greeted with.
He's a exotic's the man. Oh, he wanted to kill a bitch. Who doesn't want to kill a bitch? Every brother out here watching this knows there's some bitch you want dead. Like, Come on.
He started getting so crazy to where he had a rubber blow-up doll, and he would have Carol written on a name tag on it, and he would take a dildo and be shoving it in her mouth. Carol, this is coming for you, and it's going to catch up. I mean, it got crazy. Got crazy.
He ain't going nowhere. I'll kill this bitch. Good, go do it. I don't like her. Come on, it's old school. Like, whatever, I don't kill her. It is what it is. But there's actually a very important lesson in this Tiger King. There's two lessons. One is about America as a whole. America is a failed society. I am not a fan of America. And even when you watch the final episodes, when the police go, hi, whose team do you want to be on, Joe's or the government's? You better fucking roll. That's some bullshit, man. Like, what kind of police? Why? Why would you talk? Even British police, which I've dealt with, which are dickheads, wouldn't do that. They wouldn't call who knows you and threaten people to that level. They will do. American cops are so happy to get people to turn on you so quickly. Also, I know the laws of entrapment or whatever, but when that fat fuck, that horrible, ugly fat fuck who turned CI, confidential informant, and started everything, that, you know which one I mean, that dickhead. And he walked in there with his friend who was an undercover agent. Hi, I'll give her how much money to... Like, trying so hard to trap this dude. You're sending undercover agents and promising the world, trying to get money, and then you got this fat fuck who's a CI, and man, I didn't like any of it. But there's some important lessons still. So one is America. America and the justice system's fucked, and American police are fucking dickheads. And the way they work are dickheads. Hey, you better fucking roll on your friend or we're gonna fuck your life up. And the scary thing is that's scary because if you've spent 15 years in the park working for him, and you know the feds are after him, and they say choose a side. If you choose his side, you will go to jail. You will go to jail. They will find something and you will go to jail. Oh, those tigers got euthanized. You were around at the time. Bang, stick it on him. They will find something to stick on you, and you know that. So they're basically saying, be a dishonorable fuck and turn on your friend or give up your life. It's hard. I didn't like that shit. So I didn't like the way the American police work. 2, drugs. We all know the dangers of drugs. But that fucking Travis kid, he was like 6'6". Motherfucker was born and hit the genetic lottery. He was a big ass dude, blew his brains out. Why? Meth. Stay away from fucking drugs. Makes you crazy. I mean, Joe, yeah, he done his drugs, but Joe. 3 is the most important lesson of all. Watch Tiger King again, from start to finish. And there's one huge lesson at the end. All the people that you think you can trust, all the people around you will sell you out in the end to save them fucking selves. Joe Exotic, all in all, was a crazy motherfucker, but I think he had a good heart and he was a relatively good person. Yeah, oh, he tried to kill Carol Baskin. Fuck Carol Baskin. So it doesn't make him a bad person for wanting to kill a bitch no one likes anyway.
She's a plain out hypocrite. She literally does everything that I do.
Fuck her. He was a good guy, and everyone who worked with him, everyone around him turned on him because the feds threatened them. You need friends around you which would never turn on you, even if the feds threaten them. And that is exceptionally difficult to find.
So yes, fuck Carol Baskin. I definitely agree with that. Number two point that I got from this, and that anyone should get from this: we do not talk to the police. They are not your friend. I am sorry, but they are not. They are not. You have nothing to win. You have everything to lose. They are not your friend. I know they're supposed to protect you, etc., and that's all good, but if something goes down and they ask you for a statement, you have no statement. You know, until there's a lawyer present, I have nothing to say. I have nothing to declare. I have nothing to say. I wish everyone the best and have fun. Nope, I'm not talking. Again, everything to lose, nothing to gain. So let's not do that. There's not a thing of like being distrustful of them. It's just looking at reality. Like, they are trying to solve a crime. You know that you're not part of that crime, so why should you self-incriminate? It doesn't make any sense at all. We don't do that, so I would not recommend you do that. And there's a famous clip, I think it's on YouTube, by a law professor. I think it's a Harvard law professor or Princeton, I could be wrong. But the guy does an entire about it, and then he invites a police officer. The police officer says, yes, he's right. Never talk to the police. Never do it. They're in agreement. So, if a law professor and a police officer say it, maybe you should take a hint. You don't talk to the police.
Anyway, today is going to be a very unique Tate speech because this is going to be the first Tate speech in history I use notes. I know that's unlike me. Normally all the brilliant information just flows from my super brain. But I don't want to get anything wrong. I'd be very, very, very specific because the beef I have for this particular Tate speech is a particular one. So I've already tweeted about this. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I don't know what you're doing. I get banned all the time, but my current Twitter is here at the bottom of the screen. And I tweeted something which had people inspired. My beef for this Tate speech episode, and I can't be as animated as normal because it's hard to move, is with shower gel. I have a genuine problem with shower gel, and my problem with shower gel is that it's a fucking ripoff. Everyone always uses shower gel. What the fuck is this with shower gel? I'm a soap guy. Give me a bar of soap. Oh, you can't use soap on your face. Why? Why can't I use soap on my face? What's going to happen? Am I going to die? I can use soap on my face and my hair. You can use a bar of soap. So I'm a bar of soap. Dude. But as the world's become more pussy, along with everything else, people become shower gel guys. Everyone's a shower gel dude. Oh, can you get me the cherry blossom shower gel? Like, what happened to the normal things? I was a coffee guy. A coffee. Coffee, please. Oh, macchiato. Just coffee. Hot coffee. Coffee. The fuck? Soap. Everything's just so fucking fancy. Pisses me off. But shower gel pisses me off the most. Because shower gel is the biggest con in the history of humanity. Shower gel is the biggest ripoff ever. And I've got statistics because I conducted an experiment. So what I did was I got a bar of soap and I used that bar of soap until it expired, until the bar of soap was no longer usable, until it was a little slip. I used up to the very, very end and it was no longer usable anymore. And then I got a bottle of shower gel and I used the shower gel to the end. Have you ever noticed that with shower gel, it never actually lathers up properly? Like you get some shower gel face and squirt some more, and then you go squirt some more. Like they deliberately don't even make it lather up properly, so you keep squirting more of that shit. And people still buy it. So a bar of soap, the bar of soap, 19 cents. We're talking euros here, 19 cents. Shower gel I used was $1.99. Now, the soap lasts longer than the bottle of shower gel. So the bar of soap lasted 6 times longer than the shower gel. So bear with me here. You have a bar of soap for 19 cents. You have a shower gel for $1.99, but you need 6 shower gels to equal the amount of cleaning power as 1 bar of soap. 6 shower gels at $1.99 is $11.94. Which means for $11.94, you could get 62 bars of soap. So that makes shower gel 62 times more expensive than soap is. 62. Now what pisses me off about this is the following. There is no tangible advantage to shower gel. If you were to look at cars, for example, a nice car is $20,000. A Lamborghini is $200,000. It's 10 times more, but it's faster. Everyone pays attention to it. Everyone looks at it. Everyone stares. It makes noise. You get credibility, you get prestige, you get respect. All that is the extra you get for paying 10 times the price. If you had a $20,000 car and you paid 62 times the price, you'd have a fucking plane. It would be able to fly through the sky and cross continents. That's what happens when you pay more for a product. $20,000 for a basic car, 62 times more, now the car can fly. 10 times more, you have a Lambo. Shower gel to soap, there is no difference. I'm paying 62 times more for a product, but it does exactly the same thing as the basic product. For 62 times more, I expect to get in the shower with a whole bunch of naked hoes. But you don't. You get in the shower, and you're washing yourself. The shower gel doesn't wash me. I have to wash myself. It's bullshit. 62 times more. What a con. So when I point this out, some fucking bumbleclut come at me and go, yeah, but the smell. What do you mean the smell? Just put aftershave on afterwards. Just use a bar of soap and then put on some aftershave. Done. Why are you putting on a smelling shower gel and then covering yourself with aftershave anyway? Has that ever got you laid? Do you rely on the smell of cherry blossoms from shower gel to convince some 4 out of 10 to play with your penis? Is that your tactic? That's your game? I go to dates in gym clothes with no shower, but I pull up on a fucking Lambo and I don't need to change. Oh, let me put my cherry blossom on my face. Nerds. Shower gel's for worms. Biggest con of the century. Stick to soap like a man.
I have a simple rule. Anything in the bathroom, I can put in my hair. People ask me, is there like a hair plan? There's no hair care plan here. Like, I just do shit. My girl recently asked me, hey, what are you doing to that bottle? Because it's always on the edge of the bathtub when you're done showering. And I said, well, I use it as conditioner. I found out about conditioner. You can put it in your hair. It's great. And she says, yes, you're absolutely right. Conditioner is great, but that is not conditioner. That is body lotion. You're supposed to put that on your body after you're done showering, before you're done. I don't know. It's weird. And yeah, apparently not every bottle you can put in your hair, but when in doubt, just put it in your hair. It's all good. You'll be fine. And wherever you find it, whatever you find, just put it in your hair. It's all good. It'll be fine.
Extinction Rebellion. In fact, no, climate change protesters in general. You are lucky to God we live in a world of cowards. And you're lucky to God the leaders of the Western world are pussies. And the reason you do this stupid shit in the Western world and won't do it anywhere else, like the countries where they actually pollute loads, is because you know you're going to get fucked up. Here's what I would do if I was in charge. I'd send the police around and get all your fucking names.
I'd confiscate all your passports. I'd arrest you all, find out who you are. I'd give you exactly... You'd never be allowed to use a plane again. You'd never be allowed to buy an expensive car ever again. You'd never be allowed to do any of the things you complain about. You want to block roads? Fine. You can never drive again. You want to complain about planes? Fine. You can never fly again. You can walk. A plane just appeared. God knows I'm right. Anyway, you can never fly again. You can never drive again. You can take your fucking shoes off and walk barefooted around in the grass like the stupid worm you are. And you can live a life of peasantry, sent back in time to a world before modern technology because your stupid ass wants to fucking march around and disrupt people's day. I swear to God, Jesus himself tries very hard to keep specific people out of my life. Never in my life has my existence been hindered by a climate change activist. And Jesus has done that specifically because he knows that if that happens, the results will be monumental. Imagine, I'm in my fucking 6-liter V12 Aston Martin Vanquish. It gets about 10 miles to the gallon max. I'm sitting there. I'm chilling. There's a traffic jam. No big deal. Whatever. Big Daddy Tate, I can handle it. Someone goes, there's a climate change activist and they blocked the road. What? There's climate change activism, Extinction Rebellion. Yeah, I'll show you an extinction, motherfucker.
Good shot there from Tate.
I get out the car, leave it running, burn those fossil fuels, get out the car, I walk to the front, and what happens next can't even be said in human. I can't even describe it in words, allow you to comprehend with your mind. In the fucking massacre, the hippies are fucking up my day. The governments of the West are cowards. We know this. But if they had half a brain, they'd give these hippies exactly what they want. They don't want planes, don't let them fly. Don't want cars, don't let them drive. Restrict their life to the point where they're no longer... I just paused right there because I thought something. Have you seen the clip of the Extinction Rebellion camp? They set everything up. And behind one of their signs, they had a diesel generator. They have a diesel generator because they needed electricity to do their fucking protest. And when you say this to them, they go, oh yeah, but we're using electricity to say, but we need it to protest. So you need electricity for what you want, and I need electricity for what I want. You fucking morons. Unbelievable.
Activists and hippies are the worst people in existence. They're useless. They don't do anything. If you're about the problem, go do something about the problem. Don't, just destroy priceless art pieces in the name of your climate. Let's leave aside climate change because it's all horseshit, but that's a different point. But the activist people, horrible people, let's not be associated with them. And they're a bunch of commies. And I'm not a big fan of communists. If you're a communist and you're watching this, just know that you're watching this because of the efforts of countless capitalists doing shit for profit.
I actually like Thailand as a country. I'm not shitting on Thailand. I don't mind it as a place. The only problem with Thailand is the people who go there. My problem with Thailand is it's full of fucking foreign losers. Thailand is such a unique place, whereas people think they go there and they change somehow. Like, if I go to Spain, I don't come back and pretend I'm a new person. But when people go to Thailand, they come back, oh, I learned so much myself, and it was like I did the Buddha, and I got blessed. The Buddha doesn't give a fuck about you. If that kid doesn't stop having fun in the middle of my Tate speeches. Buddha doesn't give a fuck about you. Buddha doesn't care. The priest, how many stupid bimbo, backpacking, broke-ass, nomad losers have walked up to the priest and said, bless me, and him just go, 1,000 a day? You think he'd even remember your face? You think if you got cancer, he'd give a solitary shit? He doesn't care about you. He ain't blessed you with nothing. He just wants the fucking donation. He wants something in the tip jar. You probably didn't even leave a tip because you're a tight ass. These people don't care about you. You're a fucking payday to them. And you're going to sit there and pretend you learned something. You didn't learn a motherfucking thing. You are the same geek when you come back from Thailand that you were when you fucking landed. You didn't learn anything.
Something I want to tell you, because I get questions about this somehow for whatever reason, on a weekly basis. Black magic, curses, all of that stuff, it's not real, brother. It's not. It's not. It's like horoscopes. It's like star signs. It's all bullshit. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have power unless you believe in it. It's like those people talking to the dead after they're dead. You know, the mediums. Like, do you know anyone with an A? Do you know anyone with an A? Do you have a family member starting with, like, that has an E in his name? Fuck off. Didn't know that in the afterlife you communicated by saying, hey, I'm an E. I'm an E. I have an A in my name. It's just cold reading. It's been there since forever. No, it's all bullshit. Black magic isn't real. Dark magic isn't real. I've been cursed. Personally cursed. Times, as far as I know. 4 people that told me that they cursed me. And they told it in an ominous tone. Like, ah, you're fucked now. I cursed you. Nothing happened.
Next thing I can't stand about Thailand is how tight and stingy it is. Everyone's so fucking broke there. Everyone goes Thailand backpacking and thinks that the quality of travel is the quantity of travel. Make it last as long as humanly possible. Delay, delay, delay. Be a little fucking tight ass and save every penny and just long it out. This is a God's honest true story. Koh Samui, Thailand. It was about 100 degrees outside. 30 degrees, let's say, Celsius. There's a woman with a fucking stick and 2 baskets full of water walking along the beach. A 60-year-old woman walking along the beach with water. And I was standing there and I went up to buy some water, and these 2 fucking bitches, these 2 chicks from fucking Canada, I think they were, come up to her and go, how much is the water? I can't remember what she said, 20 baht or something. Oh, and if we buy 3, can we have 3 for 50 baht? And I turned and said, you're gonna fucking haggle with an old lady carrying water in the hot sun over 10 fucking baht? That's like fucking 30 cents, 30p. You're gonna haggle with an old lady carrying more than you could probably fucking lift in the hot sun up and down the beach? You're gonna haggle her for water? What the fuck is wrong with you? And I said that, and these 2 girls were like, and walked off all like crazy one. What the fuck is wrong with people? Give the woman her fucking money. You're gonna go to Thailand and you're gonna fucking haggle the local son. You can delay your trip and extend spiritual and how much you've learned and how much you love the local people and how good a person you are. You're a fucking dickhead. You're a moron. Pay the fucking fee. I gave her 100 baht for 1 bottle of water. Ta-da, tip. Because I don't know many grandmas who can walk up and down the fucking beach with 40 kilos of water on their back.
If you travel enough, you're bound to come across this. And I definitely agree. Like, I don't deal with those people at all. The whole haggling, trying to, get the last pet. And what is you doing? It says something about your relationship with money. And knowing that the people around you, your friends, the people you associate with, have an influence on how you view money, I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk dealing with those people. I would stay as far away from them as humanly possible. Yeah, good job saving 65 cents. Bye. And then never see them again. Don't deal with these people. It's shame behavior. We don't do that. It's unbecoming. Let's not do this.
People often ask me, Tate, you are the best human being that's ever walked on the face of the planet. You have it all. You're strong and tall and sexy and smart and good looking and rich. But if you had to choose, would you choose between smart or strong? And obviously we continue to talk for a further few hours about how I have everything. Like, people hate the fact when I just say I won the genetic lottery. I'm not trying to rub it in your face or nothing, and I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm just pointing out the facts. My father was a chess grandmaster. I have a genius IQ. I'm 6'4". I'm a lean, mean killing machine. I've proved my athletic genetics by becoming a kickboxing world champion. Like, I won the lottery genetically. Like, who else do you see walking around here with a genius IQ and fucking muscles like mine? I don't I don't take creatine, I don't take protein, it just falls from the sky. I've won the genetic lottery. I'm a fucking G. And if you want to deny that, you're a hater. Because everyone can sit here and go, yeah, Tate won the genetic lottery. Yes, Tate's one of them lucky motherfuckers. He won the lottery. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, if I had to choose between smart and strong. Obviously, I've got it all. We just discussed that. And in the scenario I've just given you, which happens at least every day, I discuss for 2 hours with the person how I have it all, and they agreed because I do. But if I had to choose, the answer is simple. I would choose strong. See, smart people have this idea that once you're smart, you don't need to be strong anymore. I know a bunch of smart dudes. Oh yeah, but I have a engineering degree. Blah, 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 blah. I will fuck you up. And some dude without an engineering degree will come down the road and he'll fuck you up. The reality of the human condition has always been violence and the capability for violence. It doesn't matter what you think you have if you're going to get busted up by some fucking third world savage. The reason strong is more important than smart is because you can't be smart if you're fucking dead. You can't be smart if you're killed or murdered. And you're also not smart if you cannot enforce your opinion. I'll give you an example. You're smart, I'm stupid. We decide to argue. You say 2 + 2 is 4, I say 2 + 2 is 5. You continue to say it's 4, I continue to say it's 5 until I'm enraged. Now that I'm enraged, I've decided to rip your arms from your body and fuck your girlfriend. You say, no, it's still 4. I destroy you. Left hook, your chin snaps, your head hits the floor and you die. I fuck your girlfriend, she gets pregnant with my kid, not your stupid strong kid. Who was right? Seriously, who was right about 2 + 2? Because you're dead. And if anyone comes along and says to me, well, motherfucker, 2 + 2 is 5. He didn't listen. And they're like, strong always trumps smart. And if you're a smart person, the most intelligent thing you can do is get strong. When I was a kid, and I became the state chess champion aged 5 in the under 11s in Indiana, the youngest person to ever win it ever on my route to become a grandmaster, which got derailed because I became a kickboxing world champion, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, when I won, my dad said, you have to take a month away. I just won the championship. He goes, you have to take a month away from chess. Like, why? He goes, because you're not going to be a fucking geek. You're going to play chess. You're going to be like me. You're also going to be a monster. Chess playing monsters. Not chess, oh, I play chess. I saw some fucking kid in the newspaper the other day. He can recite pi to 200 decimals. That's nice. But you look like a geek. So who gives a fuck? Because you ain't going to get laid. You're going to go in the club, start reciting pi to a hoe? That's the worst game I've ever seen. You cannot just go through life, well, I'm a smart guy. It ain't enough. Because there's strong breeders out here who don't give a fuck how smart you are to smash your face in. You need to be a warrior scholar. You need to have it all. And being strong, if you had to choose, being strong is more important anyway, because being smart ain't going to save you. I know you're sitting there going, well, if I'm smart, I can lock my doors and I can get a gun. You sound like a dork. Smart does not trump strong. Not on the basis. Smart society can be a strong society because on an individualistic basis. If I choose if I was smart or strong, I would choose strong. Lucky for me, I've got it all.
I saw a meme on Instagram saying, yeah, well, your opinion is invalid because I bench more than you. And to an extent, obviously, many a truth is spoken in jest. I think Shakespeare said that, and he was right. So, obviously, you can't take it 100% literally, but it does have actual real-world application. And something to consider is that if you're a friendly and courteous and meek guy because you're small and weak and you can't do anything, then that's your only option. There's nothing admirable about it. And every single time I've met Andrew, I've met Tristan, I've met Luke, they've been friendly and courteous and nice. And they are capable of great violence. We've seen that on the screen, right? You've seen big dudes, strong dudes. If you then choose to be friendly and courteous and polite, that's a fix. And I think you should strive towards that. Be capable of great violence and then be friendly and kind anyway. And then when shit hits the fan, you can still, rip someone's arms off. That's fine. Before that, let's be nice and friendly.
I call people worms a lot. People say, why did you choose that insult? Why do you call people worms? And it's very, very clear to me, at least, why I call people worms. One, because they are worms. And two, because a worm is a pointless creature. The only reason a worm exists is so that bigger, more important animals can eat something. They can't see, sit in the dirt and they move around in the dirt and try and hide a little bit, and then a bird eats them. The only reason worms survived evolution is because there needed to be some shit animal for important animals to eat. Eagles need worms. And most people live their lives as worms. You don't do anything important. You're just living in your shit life, living your little dirt, sitting there wriggling, hoping an eagle doesn't come along to fuck up. And if an eagle did come along, you couldn't even defend yourself. A worm has no claws. Hasn't even got, like a skunk can spray smelly piss or something. A worm has zero defensive mechanism. A worm is absolutely and utterly useless. So I use that insult because most of you live worms' lives. But secondly, I've never heard of a story of valor that involves a worm. Like in a lot of animals, people use animals as insults. They'll say you're a bitch, which is a female dog. I don't think a female dog's that insulting to be. I have a female police dog that will charge at bullets, or you can have a fire dog that run in a burning building. I think the dog that killed that terrorist dude, Abu whoever, that was a girl, wasn't it? That was a female dog. What's so wrong about being a female dog? A dog can do something. Being a female worm would be much worse. Are there even female worms? Are worms so shit that they don't even have genders? I'm about to do research in the middle of a Tate speech for the first time in my life. Do worms have genders? Earthworms are hermaphrodites. This is what I mean. You don't have genders. You're a worm. You're not even a man or a woman. You're just a worm. Like most of you dudes. You're all pussies. You're half women, half men, sitting, wriggling in the dirt. You can't defend yourself. If I were to come and knock on your door and say, I've decided I have a sexual abuse, so I'm taking your girlfriend, you could do very little about it. My life, if I were to tell my life story, it'd be full of bravery. I did this, I did that. I fought here, I went there, I did it. You have no stories of bravery. What did you do? You got drunk in Ibiza, that's your story of bravery. You ain't done shit. You're a fucking worm, you're a hermaphrodite. You're a loser. And that's why worm is my favorite insult, because worms don't do shit but be consumed by those better than them. And 99% of you watching this are worms to those above you. You sit there and you watch the games and you make sports people rich, and they just consume you. You may not understand it because you're still breathing. You think you're not being destroyed, but you are. You're being used. You're a cog in the evolutionary machine to make sure that better things, better animals, better creatures continue to prosper, which are fucking nobody. The only other insult I like on the same level to worm is an insult a good friend of mine Throne uses, and that's churl. Because churl is a word that was used a long time ago and no one uses anymore. And it means a mean-spirited peasant. And mean-spirited peasant is also a great way to describe 99% of you. Churls. I was driving in Romania the other day. I was driving and I was in the Aston Martin and it has a custom exhaust and it's stupid loud.
And some guy pulled up next to me and goes, your car is broken or what? Like trying to make fun of me because my car is too loud. Bro, you're in a Dacia. I'm in an Aston Martin Vanquish S Ultimate. Do you think you've beaten me? I just sat there and revved and made it loud. I paid money to have it loud. It's a 6-liter V12. He's a mean-spirited peasant. He's a poor little man. He's a churl and a worm. I never thought I'd end up researching the reproductive process of worms, but here we are. The sexual organs are located in segments 9 to 15. As a result, segment 15 of one worm exudes sperm into segments 9 and 10. What? This is what I mean. This is you dudes when you're jacking off sperm from one segment to another segment over your chest because you're fucking...
I say this to people a lot. They're like the apex predator of this planet. There's nothing we can't kill. There's nothing we can't build. There's nothing we can't do. If it's within the laws of physics, we can do it. Never seen a dinosaur do that, do you? Never seen a lion build something. Like they're, compared to them, we're the apex predator. We're the best this planet has to offer. So you can't be living your life like a worm. Useless, not doing anything. Writhing in the dirt. Hoping nothing strong comes along. That's no way to live life. You were born, you won the sperm race, so make the most out of it. Let's get it.
If you don't have an ego, and it's not only how you're perceived by others, but you also don't. If you're going to become morbidly obese, you don't have an ego. You can't have an ego and become a morbidly obese person. Now, I think a lot of people get confused with, there's two types of egos. You've got people who have egos who don't deserve it, and you've got people who have egos who have earned it and justified it. Mike Tyson had an ego. He's Mike Tyson.
There's never any doubts in my mind because I'm the best in the world. Even though a lot of you don't like to hear it, it's facts. I'm the best. You know what I mean? Sometimes I don't want to believe it myself, but it's the truth. I'm the best. How dare them even to challenge me, these fighters? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? With their primitive boxing skills. You know what I mean? They're as good as dead.
I'm the vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody as ruthless. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart.
Dork has an ego. He's a fat dork. So there needs to be some kind of diversification in the words. We need to come up with some kind of word. Someone out there who is a master of the English language. You need to come up with a difference in the two words for egotistical, but egotistical when it's justified and egotistical when it's not justified. They're different things. I guess what's going to happen there, now we're going to go down this rabbit hole, is that people are going to start saying, well, his ego doesn't deserve to be justified and there's going to be an argument of proof and blah, blah, blah. But whatever, that's not the point. I'm discussing egos of people who deserve them, people who have justified their ego. I believe I have justified my ego, and I do have a massive ego. I have an ego. I like me. I like that I am me. I think I'm the fucking man. I think I'm cool as fuck. And I'm happy with that, and I'm happy to live my life a source of motivation, right? Because then I couldn't view myself the same. I view myself a particular way, and that requires me to be in shape. I would never allow myself to become poor because I view myself as certain financial assets. I view myself in a way that hard to succeed, and it makes my life better. People often talk about downward spirals. He got in a downward spiral, he lost his girlfriend, then he started drinking, then he lost his friends, and he drank more, and then in a downward spiral. You know what else is real?
an upward spiral. He started training more, so he had more energy, and he started working more money, and then he went to a better gym, and then he trained harder, and then there's an upward spiral is exactly the same. An upward spiral is always fueled by ego. So having ego is not a bad thing. In fact, I encourage every man out there to have an ego. Develop an ego, a massive one, and then work to justify it. It doesn't matter what it is. You can name any job in the world. Name a job. Fisherman. A fisherman. Okay. So if you have an ego and you really truly believe you're going to go out there and try and catch the biggest motherfucking fish. You may try harder than everyone else. You may try new baits. You may get up earlier. Whatever it takes, but you want the biggest fish to prove you are the man. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're doing anything creative, if you really believe you're the best, you're going to put more energy into that creative art than if you don't believe you're the best. I love egotistical people. I love people with huge egos because they try hardest, and they try hardest to justify them. Now, then you have the other side of the coin, people who have an ego for no reason. I wouldn't call this an ego. I'd call these people delusional morons. And if you're going to go through your life and you're going to have to associate with people, what you want to do is find egotistical people, find out if they have a reason to justify said ego. If they don't, get rid of them. If they do, hang around them, because you might actually learn something.
I used to tell people, like, if you're feeling, like, let's say you have your strong emotions, right? You're angry. I used to ask people, does your anger have you, or do you feel angry? And I think ego is a lot similar to that, in the sense that if you use it, it works great. But if it uses you, you're fucked. And we've seen plenty of examples of both. Like, obviously, if you perform, if you do well, it's absolutely fine to be proud of that and to lead with that. That's great. If you become a slave to it and then feel the need to flex to everyone, even though there's not that flex about, it's a bit cringe. Let's not do that. Make sure that you control it, and then it can be one of your strongest tools in your arsenal. Don't let it control you, though. Know who's in charge. It's you, not the ego. Please.
Look at the fall of Rome, the fall of the British Empire, blah, blah, blah. Every single empire has a certain amount of time. And the West's time is up. It's over. Because it's full of people that don't appreciate it. They hate everything about it. They hate its history. They hate how it came to be. If you speak to the average American liberal, the white man came and he stole all the land from the Native Americans. Then he made slaves. Now they hate all the blacks. And the white man, and then tear down statues. Why do you live here? Move. No, because I love America. You obviously don't love anything about America. And these liberals, which hate a country, are rotting it from the inside out. And they're all childish, they're all petulant, because they never had their ass beat. And that's why they're upset about fucking statue. Let me give you another example. Let's talk about supercars. I love supercars. I have a Lamborghini. I'm driving my Lamborghini. I'm flexing. I'm driving fast, looking sexy as fuck. Normal story, every day. Then one day I go turn the Lamborghini on, it just doesn't work. Why? It's a Lambo. Sometimes it doesn't work. I can't complain that my Lambo is also having all the benefits of the Lambo. Certain things go hand in hand. I can't complain all of the history of the West while living in the most prosperous nations on earth and enjoying the life in the West. You can't separate the two. And the harder you try, the more of an idiot you're going to look. When I speak to liberals, their answer for everything is either more destruction, riots, protests, tear things down, or more laws. We got to outlaw racism. What? What? Isn't that, what? More laws are not going to fix anything. More laws cannot change human nature. All you're going to end up doing is trying to put people in jail for mind crime, for things they thought or may have acted in a certain way because of. And that's dangerous. So liberals believe in more laws and destroying everything. And that's the answer to anything. If you're going to go through, you're going to live in a country, and you're going to walk down the street, and you're going to see a statue of a guy who you probably don't even know who he is unless you do some research. And you find out in the year 1777, he got a blowjob while he was married. Or, oh, maybe he had a slave. And you're going to fucking cry your eyes out to the point where you believe that statue must be torn down. And then you're going to think inside of you that makes you a good person. Moron. You are. Broader point, very quickly, let's talk about slavery. The slavery argument really pisses me off. And the reason it pisses me off is, remember, I'm half black. But the slavery argument does not annoy me. The slavery happened. So, I wasn't here. I wasn't a motherfucking slave. It's been hundreds of years. Do you understand that slavery is not unique to whites and blacks? Slavery was a constant in the world at the time. The Arabs enslaved blacks. The Arabs enslaved other Arabs. The Chinese enslaved certain types of Chinese. The Japanese enslaved the Koreans. Everyone enslaved everybody. But the only people still crying about it are the people in America. I live in Romania. Romania was part of the Germans in the World War II. Romania was on the side of the Germans initially. Let's make it simpler. Germany, 80 years ago, was dropping bombs on London. 80 years ago. Killing innocent people. Now I can go to Germany, no one gives a fuck. People have grown up, people have moved on. But the slaves, 400 years ago, they're still crying their eyes out, demanding trillions. Tear down the statues. The reason you're getting nowhere is racism and statue. If you were a fucking grown, you'd get somewhere in life and you'd stop giving a shit. So this is the open invitation. Openly invite everyone who watches this video, and hopefully there's someone out there with too much money, time to waste, to erect statues insulting to me. Anything you can think of. Insult me, insult my father, insult my family, insult everything you could think of, be as nasty and degenerate as you can and erect them. And let's see if I tear them down or if I, like an adult, don't give a fuck. While we're talking about slavery, I want you all to understand that ain't shit changed. During the slavery years, let's talk about the American slavery years, which were actually not nearly as brutal as other slavery regimes. That's what's so hypocritical about this. But people are stupid. You know what? People are so stupid. I can sit there and explain to a liberal, look, everyone was slaves. Yeah, but when I was a slave in America. Like they're just kids in their mind. They're mentally retarded. Everyone was slaves. Anyway, when you were a slave, you worked your ass off in exchange for food and a house, somewhere to sleep, something to eat, and then you worked. Nowadays, most people working minimum wage jobs can pay the rent and afford food, and that's about it. So slavery ain't changed. They've just put money in the middle. And they print that unlimited. The Federal Reserve prints unlimited money, and they just use it to enslave you. So nothing's changed anyway. Modern day slavery is exactly the same with money in the middle. Dubai is built on slavery. Nobody cares. Nobody protests Dubai. Absolutely insane. But if you want to break free from slavery, you have to find a way to make more money than you should have. Because you have to understand, okay, we're jumping from subjects here, but there's something I want most people to understand. Slavery always has and always will be the people at the bottom of the economic bracket. Maybe in the past they didn't get paid anything, now you get paid minimum wage. But slavery always will and always will be people at the bottom. Most of you watching this slaves. You may get paid money into your bank, but you are a slave. You do shit you don't want to do, and you can't afford to do anything but eat and sleep. So you're a slave. And if you're at the bottom of the economic bracket, you will stay a slave. So you have to find a way to escape it.
Well, this is very applicable, even today. It doesn't matter when you listen to this. It's always going to be applicable. That's one of the nice things about these older clips where you can watch them a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years, probably 50 years from now, will still be applicable. People are always going to be pissed off about things, usually in the past, blaming things. You know, I'm not successful because of this. I'm disenfranchised because of that. I have all these obstacles in my way, and this is because of my past and my ancestors. Fuck off. Fuck off. No one cares. People will pretend that they care. They'll say, yeah, that's really sad. Yeah. And then they'll go home. And someone's going to say, well, I want to get like McDonald's for dinner, or, get like steak or sushi or something. No one cares about your problems. Really, no one. To get you anywhere. They're just like a flimsy raincoat. And when the arrow of poverty comes, your shield is not going to stop it. Your flimsy raincoat is going to go straight right through it. And you'll still be fucked. So, stop whining so much about your problems and Be a man about it. Cancel culture, woke culture, it attracts the weakest people in the world because it's the only way that they can access the power they so fervently crave. Something to consider.
When I was young, my dad had a friend called Jack. And Jack used to come around the house, and he was dark as night, black as they come. He had this big Cadillac, which he used to brag about, but even as a child, I could see it was old and shit, rusty. And he had these hoes out on the track, and Jack used to come around and play chess with my dad. My mom hated Jack. Why are you bringing that man in this house? He's a criminal, he's a pimp, and he stinks, and he's coming here smelling the weed, blah, blah, blah. But he always used to wear a baseball cap. He didn't really dress pimpy. He had like a baseball cap, normal clothes. And he used to come around the house, and he always had a little bit of money, so he'd bring whiskey and weed or whatever. My dad didn't really smoke weed too much, but he drunk. And they'd sit there and play chess for hours and hours and hours. So there were long periods of history where I interacted with this guy called Jack. Even me as a kid, I remember playing him and him beating me at first, and as I got better and better towards the end, I could beat Jack. He wasn't that strong a player, but he used to enjoy playing, etc. I knew this whiskey, so I had some sip of the horrible whiskey. You know, say a prayer for Jack. And I didn't question my dad, so I just kind of went, okay, so close my eyes. Anything of it, whatever. Life carries on, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, a couple weeks ago, I said, where the fuck's Jack? We haven't seen Jack in a long time. Jack doesn't come around anymore. My dad said, the day you said a prayer for Jack, one of his hoes stabbed him to death when he was asleep. I was like, okay, that's that. That's the end of the story. Now, there's probably a moral to this story, and I don't really know what it is, because I never met Jack's hoes, and I don't know if he deserved it or not. I mean, obviously, he pissed him off. Well, I found out a little bit later on from my father and another guy called Mike, who was another one of my dad's friends, who also got killed. I grew up in Chicago. Everyone was dying all the time. Who got killed is that Jack's hoes killed him because they wanted to work for another pimp. So another pimp convinced the hoes to kill Jack. So they stabbed him to death, whatever. I think the girl got caught and got life. And people always say to me, like, for some reason, I don't know why, the most questions I get on this Tate Speech channel are about my childhood. I don't know what it is. I think people are trying to understand how I've been formed into the brilliant man I am. And one of them said, what's the first red pill story you ever got about girls and da-da-da? And I guess this is the first story. But this is a female story. This is nothing to do with males. This has nothing to do with don't trust da-da-da. This is about people. And the reality of the world is, I already know this, is that people like you. And as soon as the hoes realized that Jack was no longer useful to them, they wanted to get rid of him. In the civilized world, there's easy ways to get rid of people. But in the underworld, there's only one way to get rid of somebody, and you kill them. And I guess that's my first lesson about people and about the world, and I understood this at a very, very young age. So how did I apply this to 5 or 6 years old? Well, I literally remember walking out to my friends. After I found out Jack had died, I remember being on the bus, and I said to one of my friends, I remember, because I was a kid. And I said, hey, if you didn't need, would we still be friends? And I remember the kid going, yeah. And I said, okay. And I was very satisfied with the answer. But when you grow up, you realize that answer is not good enough. So you need to keep that in mind. All the people you have around you and the people that like you and all your relationships, et cetera, the happiest ones are mutual when you need each other. If one person needs one person and the other person doesn't need them back, it's going to go wrong sooner or later. So the reason I'm telling this story is out of it when asking about my childhood, and now I want to look it up. But I can't, because this all happened before the age of the internet. Nowadays, you're so used to looking up things and getting details. I want to tell you guys more details, but what can I tell you? I've tried typing everything into Google. Jack the Pimp. Nothing comes up. Jack the Pimp who played chess with my dad. Nothing comes up. Jack the Pimp who was stabbed by his hoe. So what can I say? There's nothing more to tell you. Moral of the story. People like you as long as they need you. And if you're rolling with these hoes, especially the real trifling ones, the trifling ones are crazy. Like I always hear people say to me, Tate, you have all these girls. Have you never had a girl try and smash your car up? No. No. After 500 women, not a single woman has ever tried to smash my car up. Do you know why? Because I don't associate with stupid, low-level, trash-ass hoes. Every woman I know is nice. Because I would not want to be around that kind of level of thoughterry and foolery. Because if you want to fuck with my cars, I'm going to have to fuck you up. And then you're going to go to your brother and he's going to try and fuck me up. I'm going to have to fuck him up. And F right Z bang, you're going to end up like Jack getting stabbed to sleep in your fucking hotel room. Low people, not just low-level women, low-level people in general, because they bring you nothing but shame and pain.
So usefulness is the basis for every relationship. If you want networking advice, the best networking advice on the planet is be useful. If you're useful, everyone wants to know you. Everyone wants to be around you. Everybody wants you on their table. You're useful. Of course. Join us. We have use for you. Now, worst networking advice, be useless. I get the question all the time, like, hey, how do I get in touch with millionaires, billionaires? I know this guy and he has a lot of money. How do I get in touch with him? How do I become his friend? Well, if you don't have anything to add, why the hell would he? What would you add to his life? Now, if you were useful, if you had actual useful, marketable skills, well, maybe you can add some life and it'll be great for networking. So, basis for every relationship in your life. Don't care if you find it fair. I don't care if you find it. I don't care if you find it unfair. Maybe you do. Who the fuck cares? Just be useful and build your skill set. The more skills you have, the easier you will find it is to attract people to you and to be invited to the tables that you want to sit.
I'm a little bit behind. We're going to do Will and Jada Smith Red Table Talk. I know I'm behind. I should have done this earlier. It could have gone viral because I'm so fucking funny, blah, blah. But that's how life works out. But a lot of people have been saying, Tate, why haven't you commented on this yet? So I'm going to comment on this ratchet ass female. So we're going to watch the whole table talk. I'm going to give you Tate commentary. Because there's actually a lot going on that most people don't realize. This isn't just about her sucking dick. Are we allowed to say that on YouTube? S&D. This ain't just about Jada S&D. It's also a whole bunch of other things about the frame and the negation. Because what this is, this red table talk is a negotiation. And Will fails. Absolutely. And we're going to discuss why. Let's watch this video.
This red table for me
Just all the stuff that's going on.
Boom. You know what? I'm a master of human psychology. I genuinely am. And everyone sits and goes, oh, Tate's full of shit. How do I achieve such amazing things if I'm not a master? Now, the way that just started, this is a test if you're watching this. It's only 3 seconds in. And if I was there, I would have already ripped this bitch apart. 3 seconds in. What did she say? Think about it. What did she just say that you should find offensive as a man? Firstly, she's talking very slowly, and she's talking very slowly to control the pace. This is something that I do as well. Listen, I've been in high-level negotiations. I know the game. So let's say you're going and you're meeting with a billionaire and you want to talk business. He's going to talk really slowly. He's going to be like, well, our company. And what he's doing is he's controlling the pace. It's like a fight. If you control the pace of the fight, you never get tired. You only get tired if your opponent makes you work more than you want to work. So it's controlling the pace of negotiation. So she starts, this bitch is pretty smart for a woman. For a chick, she's kind of smart. Obviously, I'm the smartest man alive, so I'd rip her up, but Will's stupid. So she starts nice and slowly. And then she says, let me get it right. Let's start it again. Listen how slowly she talks. Listen.
This red table for me.
For me. So she's already, that's what I would have been like, no, what do you mean for you? This ain't all about you. We're a couple. We have a public image, which you have destroyed. This isn't all about you. I would have interrupted her right there. Boom. But Will's a bitch. So what he's letting her do is, not only is she controlling the pace, now she's set the frame of the argument. Well, it's about me. This talk is about me and how I feel and what happened to me. She's changed the whole center. The real discussion is about why did you tarnish our relationship by putting dick in your mouth? That's what the discussion should be. But changed the whole discussion already to how was I feeling at the time? Objective. So argument into an emotional. The facts are you suck dick. The emotion is, well, if you allow them to change the argument, then you can't win because you're arguing on some wishy-washy bullshit. Whereas if you keep it very facts-based, did you suck dick? Yes. Okay, you're wrong, I'm right. Boom. Done. So she came along, she controlled the pace, she said it's all about me. Will sits there, does nothing, and now she's basically put herself in a winning position for the rest of this negotiation. 3 seconds. 3 fucking seconds. And Will doesn't spot it. But I would spot it. This is why people can't fuck with me, because I see everything. I see everything. I'm blessed with this brain. You don't understand what I see. It's like, you've ever seen those things on like, they talk about different animals that can see ultraviolet light. And they go, this is a human spectrum of vision, but a fucking mosquito can see this or whatever. That's like me. I look at all you people and you go, look what I see. You don't see behind you don't see everything. I see everything all encompassing. So fucking smart. So smart. It's amazing. Anyway.
Table for me.
For you, yeah.
Just all the stuff that's
bitch.
going on in the press.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like it was important to come to the table to really.
That's Will's input so far. You're a man. You're a man whose wife has just sucked dick and it's all over the fucking internet. Can you at least sit stoically and just at least give her the bitch? Don't just go, yeah, okay. He has no frame. Zero. At least just keep your head still and make no stupid noises. The stupid noises you're saying, they don't input anything. All they're doing is they're a sign of submission. It's just a sign of submission. Why? What's wrong with you? Just shut up. Shut up and at least just shut up and stay quiet.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's one of my favorite moments of Tate, the whole table thing. And so look, it's a little bit scary because he takes him to is quite enormous. I'm also looking forward to it because there's a lot of funny stuff in here. Also a lot of useful stuff, so that's nice. In this case, the way she starts is the way a lot of arguments start with, hey, for me, this is for me, and you immediately try to reframe shit. If you let that go, yeah. Right now, you got the TikTok trends. Every TikTok trend, especially let's think about the hippie girl that's sitting in her car making a rap song. Every single fucking song is the same. It's all about me and I and me and I and me and I and my feelings, how I feel, what I am, how I think, what I feel. Fuck off. That's always doesn't end. It's always about her, which says something about her. Anyway, don't allow people just to frame it. Don't let them get away with that. Like, if you're having a conversation, you don't have to be a Nazi about it. Don't have to be all stern and angry about it. But when you notice it, you get to call it out. Oh, how it is for you. Wow. Thought it was for us. That's something. Wow. So, careful. Be it business deal, be it romantic, be it personal. Just be cognizant of it. And we're going to get into how to deal with it later on in this interview.
Somebody made a statement for me that wasn't a statement I made, that went cray, cray, cray.
And one of the reasons why I wanted to come to the table is the media, the headlines. We specifically never said anything.
Yeah.
We were purposely not saying anything. Any headline that says Jada said or Will said or the Smith said is not true. We specifically never said anything.
Right.
So coming to the table was like, we just felt like it got to the point where you got to say something.
Yeah, and to stop. You know, there's people's feelings involved.
Right.
Involved. Once again, the female takes it back to emotionality and feelings. If you're a man and you're watching this, you need to be very, very aware of this trick. Every single female does this about anything. They can crash a car, they can suck a dick, it doesn't matter what it is. But I feel they live in an emotional world. To them, everything is feelings. People's feelings. Men live in a fact-based world. So if you allow yourself to be dragged into the feelings world, which is what Will is doing, you're not only arguing points you can't argue against feelings. Why did you suck that dick? Well, I felt sad. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to suck dick. But you don't know how it feels. That would shit. Whereas you can sit and say in a fact-based world, you can't suck dick when you're married, ho. What you doing? So she's doing a very good job of dragging it into this feelings-based world. And the reason she's going to do this is because it gives her a shield. It gives her a shield, a weapon she can use against her transgressions for the remainder of the negotiation. Because that's what this is a negotiation. So far, Will has failed, of course, because Will. On another point, how are you going to be Will Smith, man? You were like one of the most liked men in the world. Who hated Will Smith? Everyone liked Will Smith. You like Will Smith? Yeah, he's funny. Yeah, everyone likes Will Smith. And now you're doing, oh, for 4 years. Fucking hell, man. What's wrong with people?
Right.
You know, and at the end of the day, I don't like how all of this came to be.
Oh, she doesn't. This came to be. Poor Jada. Me. I don't like how this came to be. There's people's feelings. I want it because how I feel. And I don't like You sucked his dick about your own actions that people have pointed out to you, your own actions. You suck dick, and then someone comes, suck dick. I don't like how this has come to be. Fucking crazy. Stupid asshole. I would have ripped it. Look how much talking I've done already. Imagine me at the red table with some girl trying this shit. I would have ripped her apart. I would have made a fool of her. We're a minute in. What you've said so far is asinine, childish. Just say right now on camera, I sucked dick. I cheated and sucked dick during a marriage. Just say that. We'll talk. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't care how you felt when you sucked dick, happy blowjob, sad blowjob. Don't make a fucking difference to me, bitch. Jesus.
That doesn't matter. It's all love. Honestly. And I would usually not.
I don't know what it's all love means. Is that just some generic hippie, you know, like cool street black thing? It's all love, you know. It's too much fucking love with the wrong guy.
I would usually not. You know, that would be something I wouldn't comment on at all.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like it's a situation that I consider private.
You just feel like it ain't really nobody's
business.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Yeah, that's called being famous. So every single situation is everybody's business when you're famous.
But now Black Twitter has claimed it as their business.
But
all right. So humor is a de-escalation tactic. So to avoid things escalating, you use humor. Will Smith right here just made a joke, and he did that to de-escalate. So Will is again showing I have no fight inside of me. There's 0% chance of me raising my voice. There's 0% chance of me showing I am angry inside of me. So to keep this civil, de-escalation tactics. Well, he's trying to de-escalate. Why are you trying to de-escalate? You should escalate. This is your chance to show the world you're not a complete punk. Now, I know you think, oh, if you yell at a girl, you look bad. You can do it without even screaming. You can just say, no, you destroyed our marriage. You destroyed the sanctity of our marriage, and I think you're either sorry or you're not. And what she'd do is come back with feelings. Well, at the time, the way I felt, yeah. We're not talking about how you felt. I didn't ask you how you felt. I'm saying you suck dick when you're married. You should apologize to me. If you're a woman and an adult, you should apologize. Or you can just keep making excuses, but everyone knows you look like an idiot. Bang! Lay it on her. Burden of proof. Don't come along telling fucking jokes. I sucked some other guy's dick. Oh, knock, knock. Who's there? Will Smith. I lost all respect for this guy, man. I liked him, and I don't like anybody. But I had nothing genuinely against him. But he's just a pussy.
So what you're seeing here is the behavior of someone that is clearly uncomfortable, and the only coping mechanism he has at his disposal is to de-escalate by using humor. You see the same thing, by the way, in Kamala, and before her, Hillary. They had this tendency of when the stakes were high and something happened and they might get embarrassed or super stressed, they start laughing. It's the worst possible response to it because it gets you labeled as someone that's unserious. Now, I like to have fun. When we meet in real life, you'll notice that I keep it lighthearted. I keep it fun. I joke around. I enjoy that sort of stuff. I enjoy enjoying myself. But if something serious is being touched upon, or if the tone of the conversation is serious and to the point and all business, I'm not going to fuck around, and nor should you. Not everything needs to be de-escalated. Not everything needs to be turned into a joke. It's okay to go with the flow and to keep it stern and businesslike and point. There's nothing wrong with that.
it's healing needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Healing, yeah, healing.
There's stuff going on in the world right now.
Yeah.
Even though this is minuscule, I do feel like
What does she do right there? What does she say? Yeah. Who decides if it's minuscule or not? Yeah. It's minuscule. Even though this is minuscule, and why she does this is very simple. It's, once again, it's a female tactic. If she says it's a minuscule thing and you're angry about it, then you look petulant. You look childish. It's minuscule. So then now Will gets angry about a small thing. Get another dude for 4 years while married. Who says that's minuscule? And once again, Will doesn't challenge her. Stop. No, it is not minuscule. The reason everyone's talking about it is proof enough that this is not minuscule. The reason this is international is proof enough this is not minuscule. Everybody knows what you did is monumental. This is massive. Do not call it minuscule. Do not try and downplay your transgressions. Thotiana. But no, he lets her and he doesn't challenge her. This is very interesting from a negotiation standpoint. Will is just getting his ass kicked. How the fuck this guy get rich? He must have got his ripped up in every single contract. He must have some good lawyers.
I do feel like it's these kinds of things that create the world that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of not communicating, not talking about it, not clearing the air, and just being as transparent.
Mm-hmm.
Just being transparent.
And I'm here with you.
Yeah, I thank you for that, because you've been on a hell of a journey with me. So that's what we're going to start with. This is a very personal journey.
Yeah.
That's very public.
Yes, absolutely.
For whatever reason.
So what happened, Jada?
Okay, so let's start with, I guess about 4.5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was about 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Started a friendship with August.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually really good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And started with him just needing some help.
Mm-hmm.
You know, me wanting to help his.
So this is, okay, so what did she do there? Have you noticed what she did there? So she started the story, right? And she's put herself in a position of moral high ground. So we became good friends and he needed help. No, I was looking for dick. We became friends. He was a young guy wanted dick. No, we became friends. He needed help. So being the great, nice person, you can't get mad at someone for helping somebody, can you? You can't get mad at her for helping him. That would be terrible. So once again, she puts herself in a strong negotiating position. He needed some help, and I was there. And I thought, if I give him a blowjob, maybe. Bullshit. How many people need help in the world? How many people have gone to Jada and said, I need help? And she's like, fuck you, I don't know you. But this dude, she wants to help. Come on. Once again, putting herself on a moral high ground. And once again, it's unchallenged. By this point, 2 minutes and 34 seconds, Will should challenge her on 7 or 8 points. Because he could have destroyed her whole foundation. Her whole foundation is built on the feeling and moral high ground and all this garbage. And if he came along and destroyed each intersection, she could have looked an absolute fool in this interview and had to admit, I'm basically a hoe. I'm a hoe. That's all. The only goal from this talk for Will should be for Jada to admit she's a stupid-ass hoe. So everyone goes, well, yeah, Jada's a hoe, but Will's still the man. But he failed because he didn't challenge her on these small points. So Princess Jada, Mother Teresa, who, with all her feelings and emotionality, and it's all about her, was trying to help this poor man. Let's carry on with the story. She's trying to help him.
And it all started with him just needing some help. Mm-hmm. You know, me wanting to help his health.
She really wanted to help his health.
His mental state.
Because for me, that was the thing when
Let's see what Will has to say about this.
When Og first came around, he was really
sick, yeah.
And
you know, I don't know how much of this. Let me calm down. How am I more mad than Will? Because these bitches, they do this shit. I've seen through it so many times. I've destroyed so many female emotional arguments. I've been here so many times. Not with girls cheating, just with girls doing dumb shit, and they try and come at me with emotions, and I just destroy them. He just supported her argument. I really wanted to help him, and he was sick, his mental health, his physical health. Yeah, baby, when Og came around, he was sick, and we wanted to help him as a family. Do I even need to continue? Haven't I not proved my point already? We can go on for another 12 minutes. Will is, from the get-go, a submissive puppy dog piece of shit loser, which is why she sucked some other dick anyway, because that's all it's really about. She wanted to get beat up in bed a bit, and Will's too much of a pussy. And now he's sitting there supporting her argument, and Will's logic is, well, if I support her argument, then it looks less bad on me because, yeah, we were helping him and it just kind of happened. He's buying into the female imperative. But then she'd be like, no, yeah, you know how many people I've helped without fucking? That's what my reply would be. Do you know how many people I've helped without fucking? Do you have a calculator? Let's add it up. Because I held the door open for the fucking cameraman. I didn't suck his dick. So we can help loads of people without fucking nobody. So once again, you're talking asinine, childish bullshit. Ho.
Something that you'll notice in a lot of conversations is that people are not specific, or they start blurring the edges of words they're using, or concepts they're using, or what you're talking about. And it pays off when you notice it to stop to it and, in between air quotes, to be specific. When I mean force, I don't know you actually exert force, but it's absolutely fine to just say, no, I don't get it. Help me out. And explain. Help me understand. You can do it in a nice way. You can do it in a friendly way. But you will need to call it out. Otherwise, they'll get away with it. And then, before you know it, they have redefined a whole ton of things. Even healing. Minuscule. Minuscule? Help me understand. Like, what are you describing now as minuscule? Because for me, it wasn't minuscule at all. It was actually pretty massive and an enormous impact. How is that minuscule? I don't get it. Help me understand.
It's annoying. Outpouring for him from our family was initial his health.
Yeah. And I mean, we found all those different resources, you know, to help pull him through. And
you found resources to help pull him through. You pulled him through.
And from there, you know, you and I were going through a very difficult time.
Yeah.
And we
decided, the reason you're going through a difficult time is because when a female gets with a man, she wants that man to be a force of nature. She doesn't want that man to be letting her run around looking at other younger, hotter men and playing these stupid games and him be like, okay, baby. All she was looking for was say, what the fuck you did? All she was discipline. Females push the point until they learn. They like to learn a limit, so they test it. They test the limit. If you never set a limit, they end up fucking sucking dick. So there has to be a point where they push you and you're like, you know what? Fuck you. And Will never said fuck you. I'd have been like, what do you mean? What are you hanging around with this dude for? Oh, he needs help. Well, a bunch of people need help. Guess who else needs help? Your husband. Clean the fucking house. What the fuck's wrong with you? Delete his number. No, I really like him. Then go fucking buy divorce. You choose some fucking random dude over me? Skank ass bitch. And that's what Will should have did. But he didn't.
And we decided.
I was done with your ass.
Yeah, you kicked me to the curb.
I was done with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Will's saying now he was done with her. He's laughing while he's saying it because he's de-escalating. But obviously he wasn't done with her because he's sitting there right now. And this is another thing that's really important about life, not just females, it's about life. Your word is all you got. You can't, like, hit women and shit. Your word is, we don't live in Qatar. Your word is all you have. If you say to a chick, it's over, you better fucking mean it when you say it. Because if you say it's over and then it's not over, then you can't say it's over anymore, can you? So then what's your next threat? So Will was all like, oh, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of you fucking this other guy. It's over. And then carried on staying with her. It's weak. It destroys your negotiation position.
Marriages have that, though. Marriages have that.
Yeah, we basically, we broke up.
We decided that we were going to separate for a period of time, and you go figure out how to make yourself happy, and I'll figure out how to make myself happy.
Well, at that particular point in time, it was indefinite.
Yeah, I really felt like we could be over. You know?
We were over.
And then what did you do, Jada?
Well, you know, I think as time went on, a different kind of entanglement with August. And one thing I want to get clear about and clean up, one of the things that was kind of swirling in the press about you giving permission, which is, the only person that can give permission in that particular circumstance is myself.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm so mad at this bitch. She's an idiot. She's an idiot, and Will is such a pussy. Something in the press about you giving permission. The only person who can give permission is me. Listen.
In that particular circumstance is myself.
Yes.
And Will goes, yeah. So she's your wife. And you don't have any control over who fucks her? That's how you view your relationship, Will? The only person who can give permission to fuck my pussy is me. I'm your husband. No, people are not allowed to fuck your pussy because we're married. And Will just sits there and goes, yeah, baby, yeah. Look, we're 20 minutes in. My day is now ruined. My day is ruined because one of the last people on earth who I didn't actually mind, Will Smith, is a complete bitch. Jada controlled this entire narrative from head to toe, the whole way through. She controlled everything. It's unbelievable.
The only person that can give permission in that particular circumstance, myself.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Myself. Only fucks me, myself. I'm the only one who tells which nigga to fuck my pussy. Oh, yeah, baby, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What August was probably trying to communicate, because I could actually see how he would perceive it as permission because we were separated amicably.
Yeah.
And I think he also wanted to make it clear that he's not a homewrecker, which he's not.
So August is not a homewrecker. August is not a homewrecker, and it's minuscule. It's minuscule. August is not a homewrecker. Everything that happened is okay. Everything that happened is okay. It's a minuscule little tiny event. Everything that happened is A-okay. If you have a problem with this, Will, there's something wrong with you. I don't know what your problem is, because the only person who controls my pussy is me, myself. What's your problem, Will? Oh, yeah, someone rallied your wife for 4 years. What's your issue? You're childish. You need to grow up and be a real man and get over it.
I mean, because this is your red table and you brought yourself to the red table. I think you need to say clearly what happened.
As far as what?
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened.
Yeah, and then I got into an entanglement with...
Entanglement. This has been stuff. Entanglement. The whole internet was laughing about this entanglement thing. No one else on the internet has picked up the things I've been talking about, but everyone picked up on entanglement because it's an it's a bullshit word to try and describe our actions. Once again, deflection. It's deflection. It's Aikido. It's verbal Aikido, like Steven Seagal. Did you suck dick? Entanglement. Deflect. No, not really. A bit. Kinda. Deflection.
An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship.
Yes, it was a relationship.
So this is the first. She gave him such an easy for him to correct. He's correcting her and trying to make her say it's a relationship. So it's the first time we'll actually have any balls in the conversation. We're halfway through. He's like, no, not entanglement, a relationship.
I was in a lot of pain.
And that's her response. But I was in a lot of pain. I was in an entanglement. No, it was a relationship. I was in a lot of pain. I'm a victim. I was in so much pain. You don't understand? So much pain inside, and then this minuscule event, it doesn't matter because I felt in my heart. Once again, emotionality. What did I say she was going to do? She's going to drag it to an emotional field where she can say words that don't mean anything and use them as a defense. Like, I was in so much pain. From what? Will someone set you on fire, bitch? No. You don't have no pain for nothing. Just a hoe. You want to suck dick, you're a hoe. That's it. There's no pain. You're a hoe. Will, because his wife's a hoe.
During these type of conversations, what you see going on in the interview now as well, right? Where it's good to learn to at least express your boundaries or say no or point at something and say, hey, we said this and this and this, and now you're doing something else. So you can let's say first date example. You ask her to wear something, she's not wearing it. Well, you don't have to drive away with screeching tires. She can't say, hey, you're not wearing XYZ. That's too bad. Or you are wearing that. That's awesome. That's great. But just sort of making the square of the conversation clear, and then when things go wrong or when boundaries are being either pushed or violated, it's nice to say, hey, that's not no, that's not okay. Again, doesn't have to be a life or death thing at first if it's just a normal conversation, but it's good to mention it anyway. Like, hey, this wasn't what we agreed upon. What is this about?
Can't find happiness out of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily enough, you and I were also going through a process of healing in a much different manner. Mm-hmm. I would definitely
healing
say
in a much you and I were going through a process of healing in a much different manner. So while I was sucking his dick, I wasn't sucking your dick, and we were healing in a different manner by you sending me nice messages on text and me replying a little bit. Listen, we're going to rewind a little bit. Let's listen to the words she just said to defend herself. When I said she's going to say a bunch of nonsense words that don't mean anything. Does this mean anything?
we realize that you can't find happiness outside of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily enough, you and I were also going through a process much different manner. Mm-hmm. I would definitely say we did everything that we could to get away from each other, only to realize that that wasn't possible.
So we come to the red table. So I'm in the Jada position right now. So,
Okay.
you know.
So she said a whole bunch of words that mean nothing. Will comes along, it's his turn to talk, and the first thing he does is starts using a stupid voice. You know what Will is? He's a clown. Because there's ways you can laugh with him, laugh at you, and I never really thought of Will Smith as clown, but he's a clown. Clowns sacrifice. That's what clowns do. If you're like a comedian, you can be funny and retain your dignity. But a clown will sacrifice it. They'll pour a bucket of water on his head. Ha, ha, ha. Very funny. Like, you're a full-grown man. Your wife's been sucking some of the dick, and now it's your turn to talk, and you start with a funny voice. Listen.
Dependency, which is another thing that I had to learn to break in the cycle. Just that idea of needing to fix and being drawn to people that need help, whether it's your health or whether it's your...
So now she's drawn to people who need help. That's why. She was so magnetically drawn to this poor broken man that she accidentally and then slipped dick. Oops. It's not her fault. It's basically not her fault. You can't blame her. You can't blame her because she's such a good person and she was in a lot of pain, but she also wants to help everybody. Magnetically drawn to broken. It's not even her fault at all. How can you be mad at someone who's trying to help the world? Mother Teresa. It's not her fault. It's terrible. Why do people think bad of her?
your addictions.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about that childhood trauma that feels as though it's through fixing people.
Mm-hmm.
Versus fixing me.
Yeah.
And I think that that whole process really showed me that and taught me that. And I'm really grateful for that lesson.
She just said she's grateful. I'm really grateful for what I learned. Her tactic to defend herself it's very simple, and I've already discussed it, but it's small, it doesn't matter, and okay, yeah, we had sex, but that's secondary to the pain and the emotional trauma and the childhood trauma, and he had trauma, and I was trying to fix him, and I'm so grateful that I learned so much, and he became better. And just look how much great, all the amazing things that happened. Okay, I had to suck his dick, but look what we got. The end justifies the means. We fixed all this childhood trauma, and I learned so much about myself, and he's okay now, and everything's okay. Would you really throw all of this away to stop me having a little bit of sex with some guy? I mean, I had sex with him for 4 years. All the great things that happen. Isn't it okay? Doesn't it make... You can't be selfish enough to tell me that I shouldn't have, when all these great things came from it. It's like the Iraq War. Okay, we killed all those children, we bombed them, we destroyed the whole country, but at least this is done.
All really showed me that and taught me that. And I'm really grateful for that lesson.
I feel like that husband, like I'm with you at the press conference. I'm that husband, now I got to be with you at the press conference while you like tell the world about your transgressions.
Again, stupid voice. Because he's afraid to make her mad. He's afraid to make her angry. I don't know what he's so afraid of, but he's afraid to make her angry. And she's just laughing.
I love my baby. I'm gonna stand by my baby no matter what.
Well, you know, I definitely understand why it would look that way or feel that way, but I actually don't look at it as a transgression at all. Through that particular...
It's the icing on the cake. He's allowed her in this conversation to have so much dominance and get away with so many stupid, which I've broken down bit by bit. She's now just said, because she's pushing the boundary. That's what you do in a negotiation, isn't it? You start here. Then you try and go for this. You try and go for this. You've got to get away with so much shit. She just said, I don't view it as a transgression at all. I don't even see what I did wasn't even bad. What transgression? What are we talking about? I don't even think I've done anything wrong. And he just sits there and goes, shaking his head. She just said she did nothing wrong. She just said she did nothing wrong. Think about that for a second. Imagine you're married. You're Will Smith. You could have had any girl in the world. You married this bitch. She's sucking another dick 4 years. And now she'll come along and say, I don't think I did anything wrong. And you don't correct her?
Yeah, and here is what we end up with. If you don't call out hypocrisy or gobbledygook, like random words, if you allow them to keep blurring the subject line, and this happens in business, happens in romantic relationship, happens in personal relationship. Well, if you let it go too long, now you get things go completely unhinged. Everything gets soup. And a lot of the times, it's because people don't want to be looked at as dumb or unsophisticated. So they're afraid of saying, no, I don't understand. Help me out. Help me understand. I don't get this at all. And you need to get rid of that, really, truly. Just have to be comfortable being the one saying, no, I don't get it. No, I don't. What? Can you explain? What do you mean by this word? A sentence. What are you getting at? I can't follow. Help me out. Help me out is a great set of words. Help me out. I don't understand. No, I'm having trouble seeing what you mean. Help me out. And then see them explain. Makes it all more walled off and easier to navigate the conversation that way.
I actually don't look at it as a transgression at all. Through that particular journey, I learned so much about myself and was able...
It's not a transgression because through that journey, she learned so much. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Totally worth it, Will. It was so worth it. Will, don't get hung up. Hey, yeah, fuck him for years. Hung up on that. It was so worth it. Look at all the great things that happened. Childhood trauma, blah, blah, blah. Words that don't mean anything. Emotional deflection. Female tactics. Will has no frame, no game at all.
About myself and was able to really confront a lot of emotional immaturity, emotional insecurity, and I was really able to do some really deep healing.
Really deep. Really deep healing in both holes.
You know, and as I came through and started to realize certain things about you and I, he decided to break all communication with me.
As I came through and started to realize things about, he decided to break communication with me. The only reason she is still with Will is because August dumped her. So now Will is second choice. Is it since that as she said that she really wanted Will, August dumped her? Isn't it funny how the world works? Timing. It's not like she broke all communication with me. Not like she was calling and texting him. He was fucking some new thing, didn't care about her anymore. So then she goes back to good old trusty Will. I'm sure that didn't happen. No. I grew and started to realize he broke all communication. Wow, well, okay. I mean, it's not even a transgression. We've now worked out she didn't do anything wrong because of all the healing of the emotional immaturity. What does that even mean? What are you even talking about, bitch? What are you even talking about? Shut up.
He decided to break all communication with me, which was totally understandable.
Right.
And I let that be and hadn't talked to him since.
Right.
So it is a little weird that all this stuff is coming out now.
Yeah, because for me, this was years ago, right? You know.
For me, this was years ago. Look at all, it's all okay now, bro. Doesn't matter.
Right. You know, so the fact that it's coming up now, and I think it could feel weird for people that we're laughing and talking about it, but
it happened so long ago.
You know, and
yeah, a couple of years is so long ago for your wife to be fucking some other dude. So long ago, bro.
And our experiences of working through it, fighting through it, talking through it, therapizing through. I think that the why now is weird.
Yeah, when I say it's been a huge healing on my life and discover, you know, about.
She's so brave. Don't you think she's really brave? She had to confront and discover. Don't you think she's so brave, what she discovered? I think she's a really brave person. Absolute commend. You haven't her. She should get a medal. She had to confront. Someone should come along and say, here's a medal. Good job. You had to confront insecurity and immaturity, and you did such a really good job. Amazing. You put panties off. You let him fuck you silly. Congratulations. She's brave.
The truths and the beauty. It was something that I felt like wasn't really ready to be discussed because there hadn't been that healing. Because he hasn't wanted to, organize. I haven't talked so long, know what I mean?
We talked in so long. It doesn't even matter. We haven't talked in so long. Imagine you go to court. I robbed a bank 2 years ago, and they caught me. I robbed that bank in so long. So it's not wrong. It was a couple years ago, Judge. Why are you so hung up about it? Think of all the good. When I robbed that bank, I had to confront so much about myself. I was scared and I was nervous, but I confronted it and I learned so much about myself and my emotion, Judge. Yeah, okay, what I did was wrong, but look at all the good that came from it. Let's talk about me and how I just feel attracted to, I knew a guy who needed some money and he's a broken person and I have to help him. And it was so long ago, Judge. It was so long ago. Jail! This is haram. If I continue watching this video, I'm going to end up converting to Islam. This is why the Muslim world refuses to liberalize. You do know that. And I don't blame them. Let's genuinely imagine you live in a Muslim world. You have she cooks, she cleans, she won't cheat because she'll get stoned. She'll give you as many as you want and she obeys. You watch Western media and you see even Will Smith's wife is cheating. Would you let women make their own decisions? You say, bitch, put that burqa on and shut the fuck up. I might convert to Islam right now. This is the most haram video I've ever watched. This video is haram and she needs stoning. Can I say that on YouTube? Who knows? We should take her to Saudi and we should fix this. Ahmed, get some rocks. This being wrong, or we'll teach her a motherfucking lesson. Because she did something wrong. This is the best advertisement for Israel existed in the world. Haram ass.
So long. You know what I mean? So I don't know. This all seemed very strange,
Body language. It's very strange what's happening. I sucked a dick and it's very strange.
Now, we're getting to the end of the interview, and we see the logical end result. Like, if you just let everything go, it devolves into chaos. I mean, at this point, you'll just say everything, just hoping and waiting for him to finally say something, pipe up. Nothing ever comes. Guy is just, yeah, but yeah, right. Yeah, I agree. The man just sits there, taking it like a punching bag. And assume that this has been the relationship, and this is why things have gotten so weird, because it's like, yeah, and that's what you get. When you become a doormat, people walk all over you. As they should.
I'm grateful for the journey that you and I have had.
She's grateful for the journey.
Like, there are a lot of couples go through those periods, and a lot of couples that have to separate and think it's over. And, the one thing I'll say about you and I is that there's never been secrets.
Right. We came together young, and we were both broken in our own ways. And to be able to...
So when he's saying we were both broken in our own ways, this is actually a real common. For all the men watching this, I want you to understand something. Women will shame you for being masculine. And then you're broken for being masculine. So Will has been convinced that he is broken, that there's something wrong with him, for genuine masculine tendency. And this is what women will do. They'll shame that out of you. They'll attack you. And that he's accepted that he's a broken person, but you're not a broken person. So I'll give you an example. You're so jealous. You're my girl. Why the fuck do I want another dude talking to you? Oh, there's something wrong with you. You're jealous. They try and shame you into pretending that the way you act is abnormal. You just want to fuck all these girls. There's something wrong with you. You're immature. I'm a fucking full-grown man. I want to put my dick where I want to put my dick. Ain't nothing to do with you, bitch. Because men can do what they want. Women can't cheat, but men can. We all know this. I'm Muslim now. Everyone knows men can fuck whoever they want, but a woman's not allowed. Let's not even get into that discussion, because any woman who disagrees with me on that point they're the biggest of hoes. If a man can do it, I can do it too. You're a hoe. Shut up. Shut up, hoe. I'll fuck 600 women, at least. Find me a woman who's fucked 600 women. You want her? No, everyone wants me. So they're going to shame you. So he's going, I'm broke. We were both broken. I was broken because I was jealous and, too fast. So these two men, you're jealous. Well, you obviously had reason to be jealous because you start sucking a new dick. But you're jealous because you're a man. It's normal. And you get mad because you're a man. It's normal. Men get angry. Men get angry. It's part of being a man. But no, she's broken him down. He's like, there was a lot wrong with me. Nothing wrong with you. You're a man. And if you would have stayed a man and called her out on this bullshit when she's trying to tell you you're broken, she wouldn't have sucked a new dick. No woman can tell me I'm broken. Andrew, you get angry really quick and you're super jealous and you're crazy. Yes, I am, bitch. Shut the fuck up and sit down. Or find another man. Oh, I don't want anyone else. I love you. Incidents.
Young and broken in our own ways, and to be able to make mistakes without the fear of losing your family is so critical.
Yeah.
To be able to make mistakes without the fear of losing your family is so critical. Yeah. I wish I could do that in kickboxing. I wish I could make mistakes without the fear of getting punched in the face. I wish I could do that in business. I wish I could make mistakes without the fear of losing my company and my house and my bank account. Or is cause and effect? Is cause and effect a real thing? Like effect. Isn't that one of the most underlying laws of the universe? Cause, effect. But this motherfucker is saying, it's okay to make this without the fear of losing your family. You can suck as many dicks as you want. You ain't gonna lose your family, baby. Fucking hell. Will's a punk, man. And he's gonna convert to Islam with me. If he was Muslim, no. You're Akbar. I'm Abu. To a Muslim channel now. This video had me to Islam. Because no Muslim man would put up with this crap. Only a Western did this. Imagine a Muslim wife sitting there in her burqa trying to say this crap. The way I was feeling different inside and I had psychological dirty you get stoned. You're about to feel something, a rock in your face. Gee, I am now Muslim. I want a whole Tate channel Islamic. I'm serious. Make a new banner. Islamic text. We are now a Muslim channel. Pro-Islam.
The fear of losing your family is so critical.
Yeah. It's the idea of any relationship and trying to get to deeper understanding of love is going to be forged in fire.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
Yeah.
And I think that
There's no way for us to love each other without me sucking dick. Any relationship, there's no way for us to find a deeper thing of love without fire. I need to suck dick for us to love each other. Look, that's enough. That's enough for her. Listen. My name is Abu Andrew now. This is now a pro-Islamic channel. I've decided that the West is finished. It's done. It's over. I've said it a million times. There's nothing we can do to save it. Christians are complete pussies. Christians ain't done shit. They burned Notre Dame. They did nothing. A Rwandan immigrant burnt that church in France last week. Are the Christians marching? The Christians don't care. Christians are complete pussies. Guess who else is a Christian? Will Smith. Adultery is in the Bible. You're not allowed to be adulterous. It says in the Bible to put her ass to death. And you won't even question her. I am now in that video, because this is the first time I've watched it from start to finish. I've seen little clips on Twitter. I watched it from start to finish, and now I have ended up a Muslim.
And the root cause of all of this is that man just bought into all the bullshit. So at first, he probably let his guard down, and then he started buying in. Then he started buying in more, and all of a sudden, there is no guard anymore. It's like, yeah, there is something wrong with me. Yeah, it is weird that I set these boundaries. It's very unhealthy. I'm a controlling individual. Yeah, my wife is going out and, banging other dudes, and it's actually quite jealous and small of me to be uncomfortable with that. I should let her have her fun, I'm not a controlling man. I'm not one of those misogynistic evil men. And you end up like that because it's the camel's nose problem, where man's walking through the desert with a camel and it gets cold at night. He has a tent, lays in the tent. Camel asks, can I put my nose in for tonight just to keep my nose warm? Man says, sure. Next night, camel has his nose and his eyes in. Next night, nose, eyes, ears. Before long, couple days, the camel is in the tent. The man is outside of the tent, sleeping in the cold. This is how it goes. It's not, don't have to be open-minded to everything. It's fine. You can be closed-minded to some things. Use best judgment. Probably good.
One of the most important ways to discover if someone's a dickhead or not is if they wear a smartwatch. Smartwatches are bullshit. There is nothing you can do on a smartwatch faster than you can if you just pull your phone out your pocket and use your phone properly. Every time I've ever seen anyone try and do something on a smartwatch, I just sit there looking at them thinking, what kind of fucking materialistic, capitalistic moron are you that when Apple releases a watch, you think you need it. So you can sit there scrolling through, pretending that it's easier for you to read your email on your fucking watch than it's for you to get your phone out of your pocket. Literally a second. In fact, let's put a timer on. So I'm sitting here. I need to do something on my phone. I've got my stupid smartwatch on. I go, okay, let me just get my phone. I get it out. Is it going to be any quicker, me fucking around on that little watch? Is it any better for me to, who's calling me? Okay, now I'll get my phone out of my pocket. It's bullshit, it's garbage. They're completely useless. And then people go, oh yeah, but it tracks my heart rate. You didn't know your heart rate for your whole fucking adult life. You went through your life, you never knew what your fucking heart rate was. You never knew how many steps you took in a day. And now that it says on your fucking watch, you pretending that's important information? It's not fucking important information. All you're trying to do is justify your completely shit lifestyle by saying, oh, I took 500 steps today. Who gives a fuck? You're still a fat bastard. You never knew how many steps you took. That's not real exercise. Telling you how much mundane bullshit you did does not substitute exercise. I see everyone in their shit excuses for having a smartwatch. Next time you meet someone with a smartwatch, say, why do you have that? Oh, it's actually quite convenient because, and listen to their shitty excuse. They're lying to you. They're a moron. Don't trust people with smartwatches because they're all fucking stupid.
Well, I own 0 watches, exactly 0. And I'm fine with that. It's all good. But if you are going to buy a watch, probably want to buy a decent one and not a smartwatch because you stand the risk of being ridiculed by Tate.
I've decided that GoldenEye the movie GoldenEye is my life story. I've decided it's basically completely accurate. Someone steals a helicopter and I stop them, and the bitch who tries to squeeze you to death with the thighs, and me and the other bitch who was hot, who was in no other movie afterwards, who was the Bond girl, and me with a gun running around, and the treachery of 006 and blowing up trains. That's basically exactly what I do. In the Tate Confidential, a train stopped, and I nearly had to get my laser watch and cut through it, exactly like GoldenEye. But I didn't. Instead, I cut a tree. So basically, I've decided that GoldenEye is my life story. And then I'm people's life story, most people who live, like lives. And I decided that your life stories are Forrest Gump. Now, that's not too bad a choice, actually, because I get to become a shrimp billionaire. No. Forrest Gump is actually the story of a... It's very interesting. If you watch Forrest Gump, I remember this specifically because the beginning scene is a feather. And it's a feather flying through the wind in the air. And what they're trying to show with that feather is that Forrest is the feather and that life has blown him in all these strange directions. And he has no real control over the directions. He kind of just... He's lucky and unlucky. He's fortunate and misfortunate. And he just kind of... His life is just the result of being blown in all these random directions. And he doesn't actually have any influence over his life. If you look at GoldenEye, Bond makes things happen. That's who I am. I make shit happen. You guys are just feathers in the wind. Do. You might land here and it's good. You might land here and it's bad. Who knows? Because you have no genuine grit and no ability to fight through the outside life forces. But the reason Forrest Gump is your life story is because Forrest Gump is the story of a man who falls into some bitch who runs off to be a hoe, and then once he's a shrimp billionaire, she comes back as a single AIDS, and he fucks her and gets AIDS. That's the end. This is the unspoken ending of Forrest. Bitch dies, and it's him and his son at the end at the bus. Oh, I'm going to put you on the bus, son. It's supposed to be a happy ending. Anyone with a brain is actually sitting there thinking, no, now Forrest is going to die. Now he has AIDS, and that's going to be an orphan kid. What a sad story. What a shit life. You finally become a shrimp billionaire, and because you couldn't resist that used up pussy from the drug addict, you're now got AIDS. You literally got AIDS. Not like it as in making it will give you AIDS. Like actually you got them. So Forrest Gump is the story of a man with no serious love of the hoe, and the hoe ruins his life. Literally ruins his life completely. So if my life is GoldenEye, your life is Forrest Gump.
2 lessons from Forrest Gump that I want you to take home with you. One is don't let life happen to you. Make sure you happen to life instead of just going with the flow and everything just happens to you. That's a sad way to live. And 2, please don't date drug-addicted, AIDS-riddled single moms. That can end fatal for you. And it's just not a good look. Let's not do it. Let's leave the drug-addicted, AIDS-riddled for other people.
I was recently, so I'm in the midst of purchasing a Bugatti. This kind of happened on an accident. I was driving my Ferrari 812 Superfast from London back through Germany, and I saw the Bugatti sign, and I wanted to go in there to look at them, and they wouldn't let me in because there's too many shit munchers who come and pretend that they want to buy Bugattis. shit munchers come and go, oh, I want to buy a Bugatti, and really they're just wasting everyone's time and they don't really actually want to buy anything. So that annoyed me. They thought I was a shit muncher. So I was like, I'm not a shit muncher. Google me. I'm fucking rich. And I convinced them I was a G and all the cars I have, blah, blah, blah. And then they finally put me down with someone who's important, which was the head of regional sales for Bugatti in Europe. Blah, blah, blah. Accidentally ended up buying a Bugatti. So it's a process and you have to go through a bunch of crap to actually get the car. But one of those things is test driving. You have to go and drive the car. You have to prove you're competent. I'm sure you get away with it if you're like an Arab sheikh or a billionaire oligarch, but people like me, if we want to order one, we have to prove we can drive a Chiron. So I went, and in between the driving test days, there's these dinners at night, and you're sitting around with the owners. And I realized something which is really, really important, because people, I mean, I've been to a lot of high-level events, a lot of high-level dinners, sat with a lot of rich people, blah, blah, blah. But when you go to a Bugatti dinner, it's interesting because, you know, everybody there is extremely rich, but they're all from different backgrounds. You have some people who are just daddy's money, some people who have made their own money in real estate, some people who have made their own money doing X, Y, Z. Then you have the Bugatti guys themselves who are trying to sell cars and work for the brand. And they have a very unique life. Of course, if you work for Bugatti, you have a very unique life. And I realized that 90% of the conversations that were taking place at this dinner were simply stories. So the guy who sold the Bugattis was telling stories of the time he was selling a Bugatti in Bahrain, and the sheikh thought it would be funny to lock him in his tiger's cage, for example. The other guy who was buying a car along with me was an older guy, and he was telling the story of the time he went into East Germany in the 70s. Then I'm telling my stories, like your Tate speech of getting robbed in Jamaica.
So he pulls up at this club, the best club in Jamaica, blah, 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 blah. We go in there. I am mixed race. I may as well have been Ed Sheeran up in this motherfucker. It was black. I'm not being racist. I'm saying it was black. The music was black. The lights were low. You couldn't see nobody's face. It was just black. Everyone in there probably had a gun. I'm standing there completely out of place.
For the sex party. Right, I'm going to tell you about the time I went to a sex party in Cannes, in France. In the French Riviera. Knowing what I know now, what basically happened is I got seated by a taxi driver to be one of the bulls, like one of the big bad boy who fuck all the women. That's what I'd been selected to do. So we're sitting there, and as the couples would come in, like a man would walk in with his wife, I thought he was introducing himself to people, but no, he was introducing his wife to people. It clocked. It's like, okay, I see what's going on. And then in the corner, there was a door, and up the door to depravity, there was bedrooms. None of this is 1% appealing to me. I do not find this sexually attractive or arousing in any regard. I just want to get out here in one piece. This is weird. This is some Hills Have Eyes shit. So we're sitting there. I've had like 4 or 5 drinks by now. And the more I drink, the less I want to fuck. I'm not getting drunk and going, yay. I'm getting drunk and thinking, nah. Or the crazy things I've been through.
Overnight train, I nearly got robbed. That completely mafia run. So like, fuck, do we get out? All the planes are booked for another week. We don't want to take the train again because of what happened the first time. It's a war zone. Fucking war. We're chilling. I see someone outside the car. Blacked out. Head to toe black. Get out of the car, get out of the car. We just look at each other like, for fuck's sake. Shit's about to go down. Who the fuck are you? Like, this is more than just a routine robbery. They even had our Mr. fucking rally driver at gunpoint.
And it turns out that at the highest echelons of society, you will always be liked and you'll always be able to fit in if you have an interesting story. Tell it well. The thing about most people is most people can't tell it. They're not very good at storytelling in general. So they can't portray the emotions involved. They can't portray the fear or the humor or whatever else. But that was my observation. I kind of always knew this to be true, but I sat there and after 3 hours of dinner, I realized all we did was basically take turns telling cool stories. And this is what rich people, cool people, interesting people who live interesting lives do. They have stories. And inside of the war room, which is my private network, I was speaking to the war room guys and I said, okay, tell me your best story. Not only to see what their story is, but also to see how they tell it. And it turns out, reach the higher echelons of life, if you're ever looking to be around very important people, if you ever want to feel respected amongst financially affluent in the world, you need to not only be able to listen, of course, and have some kind of reasonable input to insane story about being while trying to sell one of the Bahrainian princes of Bugatti, you also need to have a story which rivals that.
All right, most people truly are boring. Their speech is boring. Doesn't matter if you have money or not. Even if people have money, they're boring. Nothing is happening. And even if things are happening, they can't tell a decent story about it to save their life. Couldn't do it. One of the things that makes you stand out in a positive way, men, women, doesn't matter who, it magnetizes people towards you, attracts them. It's good storytelling. Being able to tell a story, it's an amazing power. You're loved everywhere. People like it when you tell stories. They gather around. It's probably built into us from our caveman days. Gather around the fire. Let's tell a story. Let's talk about this. Speaking clearly. Having the formula of going from one point to the next in a coherent fashion. Luckily, you got the SSS course. You got the public speaking course, all in the business campus. The best campus. Everyone knows this. But it teaches how to tell a story. Not because we're trying to be storytellers for children, but because I know that at every level of society, every manner of gathering, people love a good story. So pick that up. Start being better at stories. Start telling stories. Start learning the formula behind stories. It's worth it. It'll be well worth your time, I guarantee you.
People often ask me if kickboxing made me rich. And people think, oh, Tate, did you get your money from kickboxing? And the answer is no. Kickboxing is not boxing. Even as a 4-time world champion, the most money I ever got paid for a fight ever was $100,000, which sounds like a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. You have to pay your manager 20%, probably another 10% out for various fees, and you're only fighting twice a year. You got to pay your rent, blah, 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 blah. You're not rich as an athlete. Most kickboxers are broke or stay broke. You can transition into the UFC, like, what's his name? Stylebender, whatever his name is, can't remember his name. He's done it. A few people have done it, but in general, kickboxing will not make you rich. Purely from a purse for fighting perspective. However, I still accredit fighting with making me rich for a variety of reasons. One, it made me extremely determined, and it made me understand the value of first thing. 2, it made me understand that excuses don't count. Nobody gives a shit. You either win or you lose. And 3, it introduced me to a whole bunch of important people. Kickboxing as a whole, rich people, bad guys, mafia guys, these kind of things, they're always involved in these industries because they like the idea of sitting at the table and being involved with fighters and being friends with fighters. And they have a lot of money, and there's a lot of their money involved in the promotions and money laundering and these kind of things. So I did meet important people from fighting. And these important people respected me because I was a fighter. And the difference between me and most other fighters is that I'm not an idiot. Most fighters are stupid. And the reason they're stupid, you have a low IQ, you're brave, and it's a scary thing to do. So intelligence makes you sit there and think, is this really worth it? But I am brave and smart, which is unique. So I could leverage the relationships I made via fighting to move to Romania, for example, or open casinos in Romania, for example, or do a lot of other things I couldn't possibly have done any other way. So fighting did make me rich based off the back of the relationships that fighting provided me. But from a pure fight purse perspective, fighting didn't make me rich. Also, I'd like to believe that a lot of the reason why the War Room is so successful and some of the other products on CarberTape.com is because I'm a kickboxing world champion and people know that I have a warrior mindset. It's easy to talk a warrior's mindset, but when you've actually, it gives you a different level of credit. So fighting made me rich, networking perspective and credibility and individual credibility perspective, but it didn't make me rich in regards to the fight purses I've been. I'm just, the reason I'm talking about this on Tate Speech is because I get so many emails about my fight career. The next thing is, why did I not go to the UFC? Well, the reason I didn't go to the UFC is because I broke me 3 times in MMA fights, and I kept breaking my hand, and I needed the bigger gloves. The smaller gloves, I kept breaking my hand. It was just unfortunate, so I decided to stick with kickboxing. At the time, it was the best money on the table. Sure, if I got to the top of UFC, I would have made more money, but if you're not at the top of UFC, you're not making money anyway. So, what's the lesson here? I don't know what the lesson here is. Usually I like to give a lesson in my Tate speeches. I guess the lesson is, if you become a kickboxing world champion and you're smart enough and you can meet important people with lots of money and you can prove yourself to be valuable to them, you can end up being a multimillionaire and buying lots of supercars.
The money in pro sports for a lot of players is pretty bad. People people overestimate this because you see the outliers. You see a McGregor, you see the top of the NBA and the NFL. Yeah, that's nice, but that's like the toppy tip of the iceberg, the 0.1%. I played pro sports in my country. It was shit. Max I ever made was like $600 a month. A month. That's lame. And it takes up so much of your time. But I'm not against it. Just like Tate, I agree. It teaches you discipline. It gives you a springboard towards success. Gives you a level of fame. Shows you that you can actually achieve things. So it's all good. But if your plan is, I'll be a professional football player, or I'll become world champion, and that's how I'll get rich, brother, I don't know if that's a full plan. Keep training. That's good. Keep getting stronger. That's good. Keep building accomplishments and prestige and a portfolio. That's all good. But take it into account that maybe, possibly, this is just a springboard towards something greater.
I'm going to tell you my story about Jamaica once in my life, and I will never go there again. So I had some business in Jamaica. I was at a very nice hotel. When you get to the hotel, we have restaurants, we have clubs, we have everything inside. Don't leave the hotel. We have everything. And it was fine the first couple days. But after a while, seeing fat Americans overindulge on the buffet and go into this club, which was garbage, as I'm sure you can imagine. You get pissed off for sitting in the fucking golden prison and you decide to go and explore for yourself. So I said, fuck it. I'm in Jamaica. I'm going to go find some actual Jamaican fun. I know some Jamaican brothers in London. They're a little bit crazy, and I know Jamaica's a dangerous place, but whatever. I'm a dangerous guy. A bullet probably wouldn't kill me. 5 might, but I can take 1. So I decided to go out exploring in Jamaica. So I go up to the reception, say, I need a taxi. I'm going to do my Jamaican accent. She goes, I can't do it. I'm smiling. She goes, what do you need a taxi for? I said, I'm going to go out and look around Jamaica. She goes, no, don't do that. Stay in the hotel. We have bar in the hotel. I was like, no. So she wouldn't give me a taxi. So I was like, fuck you then. Reception literally wouldn't order me a taxi. So I walk out the hotel, down the long road, all the way out to the main road. Think I'll find my own fucking taxi. I wave. Dude stops. I said, bro, I want to go have some fun. He goes, get in the car, man. I'll show you around the island. We have fun. I was like, all right, cool. So I get in the car. He says, what's your name? I said, Andrew. And he goes, Grim. I said, Grim? He goes, yeah, Grim Reaper. And started laughing. I was just like, ha ha, yeah, all right, Grim Reaper. This is a warning. When a dude tells you his name's Grim Reaper, you should get out the fucking car. But me being my arrogant jackass self, I'm like, all right, Grim, cool. So we're driving. Anyway, Grim's accent was so thick. He had that Jamaican, he spoke in that thick. I couldn't understand the guy. He had this music on, this hard vibes cartel, loud music, and he's talking shit, and I have no idea what he's saying. So he's saying, where do you want to go? And I'm like, party. What kind of party? You like girls? And I know from countries, I've been to 72 countries, taxi drivers say, do you like girls? We say, yes, to take you to strip club. To get commission. But I also know Jamaica's super homophobic. So I can't say, no, I don't like girls. Fucking Jamaican strip club. I like girls, but I don't want to go to a strip club. I want to go find some normal girls. I didn't actually care about girls. I'm not really a Jamaican chick. I just wanted to look around a bit. But you can say to a Jamaican guy, I don't like girls. You get shot in it. Like, yeah, I like girls, but I don't want to go to a strip club. Anyway, so he starts ranting off. Talking. And he was driving like a fucking idiot. So I'm focusing on the road thinking, maybe I'm going to have to grab the wheel or some shit. This motherfucker's about to kill me. Talking shit. He pulls out about 5,000 American from his fucking pocket, one of those pockets on his shirt. And he goes, you like that? I have no idea to this day what he said. He must have talked for about 2 minutes. And he pulled out the money. He goes, you like that? I like money. So I was like, yeah, I like that. He goes, I party with you all night. I was like, okay, fine. So by saying, yeah, I like that, I agree Grim's going to come party with me. So he pulls up at this club. The best club in Jamaica, blah, 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 blah. We go in there. Mixed race. May as well have been Ed Sheeran was black. I'm gonna be was black. The music was black. The lights were low. You couldn't see nobody's face. It was just black. Everyone in the probably had a gun. Everyone knew the dance. Song would come on. Everyone was doing the same dance. I'm standing there completely out of place. 7 seconds, I want to go. Took only 7 seconds for Grimm's stupid ass over to me. I could see on the wall double, because I'm obviously fucking too white for this fucking place. And Grimm just hands me the bill while he opens up the bottle. All right, whatever. So I pay for the bottle for Grimm. He starts sipping away on this sheep ass. I'm sitting there. I'm standing up against the wall so no one can attack me from behind. Just looking at this club, thinking, not only do I here, I'm definitely a little bit intimidated, and there's definitely no fun for me here. There's no action for me here. But I don't want to just say to Grimm, I'm going, because I need him to drive me home. I don't know where the fuck I am. There's no other taxis outside, so I have to let Grimm have his fun. So we hung out for maybe 20 minutes. Grimm's punk ass, and listen, if you're black and you're watching this, don't get offended. Black people can't drink. They all think they can drink. Black people can't drink. I live in Romania. I've gone to Russia. White people can drink. You can sit with a Russian man through 3 bottles of vodka. It's fine. As soon as a fucking black person starts touching alcohol, they all start getting out of control and rowdy. They start fucking fighting and shooting each other and shit. This motherfucker starts drinking his shiv ass. He must have had about 4 or 5 drinks. Drunk out of his mind. So I say to him, look, Grimm, let's go. Why you want to go? Party just starting, boy. I'm like, bruv, I didn't want to leave. I got to go back to my hotel. I got a meeting. Start talking some shit. Okay, I take you to a better party. You don't like the party here, boy. I take you to a better party. I'm like, all right, Grimm, let's go. As long as you get me the fuck out of here. So we leave. We get in his car. Grimm is drunk. Drunk as a motherfucker. Driving like, putting his face closer to the road so he can see it better. That level of drunk. Grimm is driving the car at like 15 miles an hour. You know Jamaicans take everything slow. This motherfucker's going slow. I'm like, bro, just take me back to the hotel. I'm done with parties tonight. He goes, nah, boy, I think it's the best party on the island. Now it's late. It's party time now. You go out at 10 o'clock. Now it's midnight. Now it's party time. Then all this shit. I was like, all right, fine, fucking take me. Fine, whatever. He was refusing to take me home. I was like, fine, take me to this party. So we're in his car. We're driving. Driving up this hill for like dirt track hill in the middle of the forest on both sides. I didn't clock instantly. Maybe it's because I had a few drinks. But then I clocked and thought, this motherfucker's about to rob me. There's no fucking club up here. I'm about to get robbed. I mean, me and Mr. Stupid wearing my fucking nice watch and shit. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm about to get robbed. I've been robbed before. You know, like I'm a professional athlete. I can fight, but also I know my limitations. You want to take my shit? Take my shit. Whatever. I don't care. I'll buy new shit. So there's no ego attached. Most people die in muggings because of ego. You want to kill
music with pieces first. It's like a chessboard. You need to set up everything, set the pawn structure up, set everything else up. You know, queen in the right position, king in the right position. It's all good. And then once you have it set up, your story, going to Jamaica, staying there, then we can start to introduce the conflict in the story. Being, you know, went to Jamaica, they wouldn't let me go because, you know, it's crime infested. Maybe you get murdered or you can't, like, we have everything here. Why would you go? But he still wants to go. So here we have the conflict. Walks out, gets a taxi, and then that's where the story starts. But really, truly, if you start the story there, nothing makes sense because you're like, well, what's happening? Why are you in a taxi? Where is this taxi? What happened before? You have to set the story up, and then you can start talking about the conflict. And this first part of 2, gets into the conflict. Like, okay, set up, conflict, and in the next part of the story, we're going to hear the conflict and the resolution.
Anyway, so I was like, he's gonna rob me. So I was like, Grimm, where we going, bro? We're not going to no fucking club. I ain't stupid. He goes, I didn't say a club, boy. I said a party. And that kind of gave me, you know what, that actually made me feel a little bit better when he said it. I thought, maybe there is a party up here. Maybe I'm fucking freaking out. So we get up to the top. of this hill. And it was a party. This was Grimm's party. It was 2 rickety-ass fucking street lamps dimly lighting a fucking clearing in this forest. There was an old dude sitting on a cooler, and the cooler had some drinks in it. There was a shitty old beatbox from 1988 playing the kind of raga shit you've never heard outside of Jamaica. And there was about 20 Jamaican dudes. No girls. That's it. That's the party. Grim goes, we're here. I was like, Grim, let's this is shit. Take me home. He'd already stepped out the car and started walking off. All right, so what can you do? What can you get in the car like a bitch? Who's looking at you now because, you know, you've driven up to this party. Everyone's staring at you. So go get out the fucking car. What else are you going to do? So I get out of the car. I must have got out of the car about 4 seconds after Grim. After I looked around, analyzed my options. I looked if there's a key in the car, if I can steal the car. I was like, no, okay. Looked on me. What, they're going to rob me? If they rob me, I got about 1,000 US. Blah, 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 blah. Analyzed everything in about 3 seconds. Decided the best thing to do is get out of the car. Got out of the car, and within those 3 or 4 seconds, Grim had vanished. Grim is now gone. Like a ghost into the fucking night. I look around, and I cannot see Grim. So it's just me at this party. Like, okay. So I'm kind of like, well, where do I stand? What do I do? There's this shed. This shitty shed. And I have the same philosophy everywhere I go. I don't want to be attacked from behind. If you're going to kill me, I need to at least see it coming. So I decide to go stand up against the shed. So I go stand up against the shed. I'm standing there trying to pretend I'm just like chilling. And all the dudes are looking at each other and then looking at me. And Jamaicans, they're not subtle. Jamaicans are not subtle people at all. So they made it very clear what they were doing. They were asking, who knows this guy? Can I rob him? Like, is he a police? Who the fuck is this dude? So they're like, him, you know? Who did it? Like, literally being super obvious. Who the fuck is, if he's your friend, if I shoot him, are you going to be mad? So everyone's talking to each other about me. I'm just sitting there, and obviously as a professional athlete, especially in fighting, you get a poker face. That's your whole job, is you have a poker face. So I sit there and thought, my only thing I can do is keep the poker face on. I have to pretend I don't give a fuck. I got to pretend I'm so comfortable here, I got to have the poker face, like you do before a world title fight. Before a world title fight, you're scared, but you just keep that straight face. So I'm chilling, straight face, whatever. Anyway, there's these 2 dudes, the 2 biggest guys. I'm 6'3.5". These dudes must be about 6'5", both of them. Wearing the string vests, lean like me, built. They start talking, and they're the ones who are most overtly pointing at me and like checking if, you know, I'm okay to be a target. I can't say for 100% certain because it was about 10 meters out in the dark, but I will say with 99% certainty there was a pistol in his belt. I analyzed him for head to toe, and I looked in his belt, and I saw there was a pistol. And someone would say, would you bet your life on it? I'd say, yeah, there's a pistol in his belt. So I knew this is an unwinnable fight, so I was like, okay. My plan is this. While I was looking at his belt and the pistol, someone started walking down the hill. So I said to myself, next time someone starts walking down the hill, I'm just going to walk with that person and pretend convince that one person not to kill me, then that lowers my odds instead of having them not kill me. So next time someone leaves, I'm walking down the hill. These 2 dudes are about to fucking attack me. Anyway, I'm literally looking at the hill and thinking that's my plan. And I hear, yo, and I turn to the side, this fucking, and he stinks of weed. Thinking of his fucking mind. He goes to me, having fun, boy? I was like, no, it's all right. I didn't say no. It's all right, man. I had to get back. I got people waiting for me. That's what I said. Cool basic tricks, you know. He goes, you want the taxi home? I was like, yeah. He goes, $1,000. It's like 1,000 what, Jamaican. Remember, I paid this guy 10 Jamaican dollars. That's what, like $3 to get this far. He goes, no, 1,000 American dollar. I leave you here with my boys. So it was all a big setup from the beginning. I said, my friend, I've got about $700 on me. I spent the rest on your fucking she-ass. He goes, I'll tell you what. I take you home for $700. I wait outside. You bring me the other 300, or you never make it off Jamaica. I look him in the eyes. I said, Grim, you motherfucker. I said, you know what? Deal. We get back in the car. It wasn't even animosity. We get back in the car. It was like, men understand the reality of the world. I can't be mad at Grim. Grim does what Grim does. I walked into it. I get back in the car. He goes to me, now, he goes, the party not finished for me, boy. Starts putting music on. He's my friend again. Everything's fine. Get back to the hotel. And I thought, okay, I'm at the hotel now. I can not pay him. I can fucking call the police. I can be a little bitch, like most white boys would do. That's what a white boy would do. I'm being racist. Tourist, little fucking little pussy. Ooh, running with the car. Grim tried to rob me. You know what? I have honor. Grim, he pulled a scam, and it worked. And he did save me from basically getting my brains blown. You know what, Grim? Here's 700. I said, do you want that other 300? I'll go get it if you want it. And Grim turned to me and goes, don't worry about it, Lloyd. That's enough. Have a good time in Jamaica. I was like, thank you. But the end of the story is this. I had one of the guys who cleaned my room. And every time he cleaned my room, because I was in an all-inclusive, unlimited alcohol, I'd give him all the alcohol from my room, because they'd refill it for free. So I'd say, take all the beer, take all the buckets, yours. I don't care, because they refill it. And what surprised me, he goes, no one's ever done this for me before. I work here 10 years. It's like, it's free. Why the fuck would I care? Because people are stingy and stupid, whereas I'm not. So this guy, I told him my story. He goes, you are the luckiest man in Jamaica. I go, you don't know, they kill tourists, because if they get caught robbing a tourist do the same time as murder, they always kill tourists. They would have definitely buried you in the ground. No one find you for years. They never let you go and give police report. You're the luckiest man in the world. I never am going to Jamaica ever again.
So in the previous part, we had the setup, we had the conflict, and now the conflict drags on. It's like, okay, now he's dropping me off at the party. And then a new segment of the story starts, right? Taxi, looking around like what options, weighing it, you know? I get out of the taxi. So it's the setup, and then again the conflict, get out of the taxi, get to the party, you know, get scammed, almost get murdered. I wouldn't recommend doing that over again. I don't know how many realities, how many times you have to do that to get murdered, but I would assume it's like a 1 in 3 thing or something, maybe 1 in 2. So no, I wouldn't try it. Anyway, and we get to the resolution. Now the resolution is great because it makes you look good. Yes, you got scammed. Yes, you made a mistake, but at least you handled it like a man. At least you weren't a bitch about it, right? And at least he takes full responsibility, handles the problem with honor. I would hope everyone does the same. And, well, to be fair, I hope you would never get into a taxi, etc. But we've all made mistakes. No one, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. I think that's a Jesus quote. But, all in all, setup, conflict, resolution. Every single story in the history of mankind has been the same. So keep that in mind.
I get lots of messages. People say to me, Tate, you look like you're on cocaine.
I can't feel my face.
In my life, I've never tried cocaine. Never even tried it. Never tried cocaine, never tried weed, never tried meth, never tried any drugs in my life. Cigars and vodka is all I do. I've never done drugs because I was always blood tested when I was fighting, and then when I retired from fighting, I thought, well, I've got to 30 without ever doing drugs. What's the point starting now? So I've never done drugs in my life, never even tried them ever. And I say this and people go to me, but what about the Adderall or these other drugs that help you focus?
They say that we can only access 20% of our brain. This lets you access all of it.
Just out of curiosity, and that's all. I was blind, but now I see.
And this is new to me, the idea of chemically enhancing yourself for focus. I was like, okay, so how do these drugs work? I think there's another one that begins with M. Can't remember. Anyway, is Adderall even the right drug? I can't remember. If you guys are watching this, you know what I mean. Like those drugs that people take when they focus and they sit down, they take these drugs for like exams and shit. Anyway, so a few people were trying to highlight to me how amazing these drugs are, and I was talking to them, and I was saying, so when you take these drugs, what do you do? Because I expected it to be like the Limitless movie. Like you take this drug, and all of a sudden you go from being a terrible chess player to being a grandmaster. You could focus, and you start winning loads of chess games.
A tablet a day, and I was limitless. I had cultural appetite.
Since when do you speak Italian?
I finished the book in 4 days. Meth became useful.
So, Eddie Mora, what's your secret?
Medication.
So what do you do? Oh, I get up really early and I get all my work done and the house is clean and I do all my uni work. You take drugs to clean the house and do your uni work? What's the fucking point in that? I can clean the house and do my uni work without drugs. I didn't go to university. I was too smart for university. I told my teacher to fucking suck dick, and now I'm much richer than any of them will ever be. Anyway. But you get my point. The people who are doing these drugs aren't even doing anything remarkable when they're on the drugs. They're doing normal stuff. If you cannot generate enough focus in your life to clean your own house and do your own uni work without needing to take a fucking drug to do it, then you're a dickhead. If you're going to take these enhancing drugs, I expect you to do something spectacular while on them. I expect spectacular results. I'm not saying don't take them. Modafinil, that's one of them. Modafinil, something like that. If you're going to take these drugs, I expect you to come at me with a story. I took it and then I could fly through the air like fucking Superman. Fine. I took the drug and I finished my homework. Finish your homework without the drug, you fucking nerd. Unbelievable. Most people lack focus. You lack the ability to do one task for anything long, a little period of time without fucking getting the desire to jerk off. Admit it. You sit at the computer and you're supposed to do your homework, and halfway through the fucking homework, you just load up Pornhub, start stroking your cock like a little nerd. That's your problem. And you think taking this drug will allow you to finish your work so then you can jerk off while on the drug really fast. It's pathetic. I've never taken a drug in my life. I will not alter my brain chemistry. My neurochemistry is obviously perfectly optimized. Obviously. That is clear. I am the pinnacle of human performance, both mentally and physically. So if I'm going to take a drug that's going to alter my neurochemistry, I expect to be able to do something far more fantastic than fucking homework. While we're on the subject of drugs, people also ask me about that ayahuasca shit. What about ayahuasca and you can go down to South America and see the spirit world? There is no spirit world, 1. 2, I don't want to go to South America. I've been all around the world. I've been to South America for work. It's a shithole. And people are like, oh yeah, but you know, it's not a shithole because of the real cultural experiences. It's a shithole. I don't want to go. And this ayahuasca crap, what it really is people trying to find meaning in nothing because they cannot find meaning in something. If I need to test myself and learn about myself, I can enter the cage and fight a man, and I can learn everything I need to know about perseverance and grit and what I'm really made of and my spirituality. I can understand myself. You're too pussy. So you'd rather go down to fucking pop all over yourself and then lie to me about how you saw spirits.
It's supposed to be one of those transformative experiences. People say that it changes their life. Oh my God.
That's how you find meaning in life. I find meaning in life through tests to myself right here in the real world. Andrew become a world champion. Andrew become a millionaire. I test myself and I succeed. This is how I learn. You? No. You ain't got the balls to do that. So you go down to fucking, where are they fucking, Honduras, some shithole, and you drink some poison and you throw up and go, man, you know, so the spirit world, I learned so much about myself, and I learned that when I throw up on myself, really inside of my feelings, please, 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 stop doing dumb shit. If you want to learn about yourself, test yourself right here, right now. In fact, I'll give you all a test. If you want a test, I'll give you a test. Stop being a bitch. Stop sending me stupid emails about fucking ayahuasca and modafinil and other dumb shit. If you were me for a fucking fraction of human time, you would understand the unlimited power I possess, and you wouldn't ask me such stupid fucking questions. I don't need modafinil. I don't need it.
I get the question a lot about weed. You know, what do you think about smoking weed? What do you think about vaping? All that good stuff. I'll tell you what I think. It's gay. I think smoking weed is gay. I think trying to purposefully make yourself slower and dumber is gay. Unlike Tate, I tried modafinil. Tried it. It was mostly gay. Yeah, sure, it ups your energy and ups your alertness, but it comes at a price. Nothing comes without a price. It's not like there's a magic thing that makes you more powerful. No, you pay the price. Your sleep quality is reduced. Over time, you sort of hollow out your energy. So don't do that. Don't do it. Just let it go. You don't need that. Don't become dependent on it, because that's sort of what makes you a junkie. And being a junkie is super lame. It is. Wouldn't even try it. Would not recommend. Haven't tried it myself, so maybe it's awesome. But, you know, all the junkies I've known were miserable. So just do your shit without drugs. And I notice a lot of the time, the reason why people take it is because they have trouble concentrating, trouble focusing their energy. Drugs are not the answer. You getting better at focusing is the answer. So let's focus on that, shall we? Focus.
If you've been watching my videos for a while, you'll notice I'm animated when I talk. Move my hand all the time. You can watch I move my hands. If you watch me on Twitter or Instagram, I move my hands when I talk. And this is a habit I've learned. And I've learned to do this. And the reason I've learned to do this is I didn't think it was that interesting a story. But I told someone once, they found it was interesting. When I was young, I used to go to chess tournaments with my father. My father was one of the best chess players in the world. And a lot of the chess players were ex-KGB. And because they're Russians. And they're ex-KGB, and they now live in wherever, all over the world, and they're all chess players. So I hung around with a whole bunch of autistic nerds. My father, who's completely crazy and the best man alive, and in one room. So it's a bit of an interesting scenario. And we were sitting, and I was sitting with my father, who spoke fluent Russian. My father spoke Russian fluently. He learned Russian in the Air Force. He was a linguist for the Air Force. In fact, he was intelligence. He worked for the CIA. Long story. Anyway, my father and about 3 Russians were sitting around talking in fluent Russian. And the Russians are very well known for being very stoic. They don't talk very much. They're very hard people, especially the KGB guys, right? But the KGB guy told a story, and he was telling my father, saying that Russians in general aren't very animated when they speak. They sit still, they say yes, they say no, yes, blah, blah, blah. They're very, very calm. They don't like to talk too much. However, he was told that many Russians are trying to learn American mannerisms, and they're trying to learn to be more animated with their speech, and that many young people in the KGB, many Russians were learning to move their hands a lot more as they speak. And obviously I didn't understand the conversation. My dad told me this afterwards. And I said to my dad, oh, is that so they can fit in better with Americans? He said, no, it's not so they can fit in. They like the idea of being animated. And this is an advantage, a tactical advantage I identified. If you're constantly animated, your moving doesn't scare people. So if I'm still and I decide to pull my weapon, you're going to notice. But if I'm always animated all the time, if I'm always moving every time I talk, you're not even going to fucking notice by the time I pull my gun. So they're saying the KGB agents, the younger ones, are learning to be more animated so they can attack you easier. And you're less likely to reply or respond. This is really interesting. I was told at a young age. So I notice now, even now, if I'm in a room full of people and I'm calming my hands, not that I'm a violent man, but especially if I'm in a room full of people I don't know, or I'm in a bad situation. And if you watch these channels, you know I've been in a lot of bad situations. I always speak like this. And I speak like this because I'm always a step closer to smashing someone in the face than they anticipate. When they first, you'll notice, because humans identify these things. When I'm first in a room with 2 other men and I'm moving my hands, first are a bit like, it's uneasy when a man's moving his hands. It's unusual. And they don't like it. 3 or 4 minutes, they're used to it. That's just how the American talks. That's just how the American talks. He just likes to move. But now it's something I've learned because being makes you more capable of assassination. And you never know. We live in a crazy world. Why not? I like to be expressive. But once I learned that the KGB are deliberately teaching their agents to be more animated in their speech so they're more capable of drawing a weapon or attacking somebody, this stuck. I'm going to speak in my life. And there's a few times animated got me the upper hand. It got me the upper hand and it saved my life for real. So when people ask me, Andrew, why do you always move your hands so much? Why are you so animated when you speak? It's a learned habit, and it's a learned because I like the idea of tactical surprise. And this is why I'm always moving my hands.
Soft to study. Good, solid body language examples. It works. It gets you in a space. It helps you take up more to get attention. It helps you keep attention. People are actually paying attention to what you're doing because there's movement. We're sort of hardwired as a creature to pay attention to movement. So be more animated. And something that comes up in NLP circles a lot. You hear Tony Robbins say it. You hear many students say it. Motion creates emotion. So if you want to get a point across, you push it across, both with language, both with voice, and with your hands.
You know what, Luke?
When I was broke, I lost so much money in casinos. I lost so much money in casinos I had. Because casinos never lose. I mean, what kind of genius owns casinos? But when I had the conversation about these casinos, I said, what's the hardest business to open? We're going through businesses that are hard. We decided that building airplanes would be hard. Think how hard it would be to start an airline company, right? To compete with Boeing, for example. You have to research planes, build one, design planes, get a bunch of staff from all these other companies, headhunt them all, pay them loads of money. And then you got to go through, build a factory. You got to go through all the safety trialing of the planes. It's like 10 years before you'll make any money. And you're going to spend billions. And then by the time you finally get your plane ready, Boeing probably just lobbies the government and makes sure that you don't even get to sell it. So I decided that building planes would be the hardest thing. This is why I analyze money, right? I think I've just talked about this before. Every time I have a coffee, if I sit and have a coffee, I don't just drink my coffee. I sit there and I think, how much did this coffee cost? What's the profit margin? Who served it to me? Pretty young girl. Ah, this person's full of businessmen. That's why she works here. Do they sell cake? How much is the cake? Is there car parking? Do they make more money if there was parking? If I were to open up right next door, could I outcompete them? This is how I analyze money in real time. This is how I got rich. I look at the ways money is moving. Money is rain. It flows down into the stream, the ocean, evaporates, and it goes back into the sky and it rains out somewhere else. That's how money works. So I analyze money in real time. And when I was analyzing plane companies, I thought, okay, that'd be hard to open. So I sat with Tristan and said, okay, we're not going to launch a plane company. We're not going to build planes. What else would be hard to open? Well, probably something that always makes money. And I thought, well, what always makes money? Casinos. Really hard. Now, a lot of you at home will be sitting there thinking, how do you open a casino? If you've got a brochure, you'll understand that opening a casino is extremely different. The paperwork involved, who you know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's not easy to open casinos because it's easy, everyone would have it. So it's down to who you know. That's what opening casinos is all about. Who you know. Not what you know, who you know. And this speaks to the power of network. So when people say to me, oh, Tate, how did you get into the casino business? I say, well, I know important people. Who do you know? It's a really good test of yourself as a man. If you're watching this video, go through your phone, scroll through your phone book, and find the top 5 most important people in your phone. And not important to you like, oh, she's important to me, she gives me blowjobs. I'm like, actually, they matter in the world. People would care if they died. People listen when they talk. Who are the most five most important people in your phone? And then add up their combined net worth. And you'll realize it's pennies. 5 most important people you know couldn't even buy your dad. They're going to have $3 million to buy them. What chance do you stand if you're not talking to the right people? A man like me, I can say I want to open casinos and start making phone calls. Hey, I want to open casinos. I don't know casinos. But all of a sudden, y'all, with this guy who knows about casinos. You understand? It's the famous. It's the Aikido. Private jet dice. Dice Aikido. You don't know about none of this. You ain't got nobody you can call. That's why they say network is network. It's absolutely true.
But how do you get powerful? You also need to be valuable to these people. So you can't shit muncher, because if you're a shit muncher, they don't answer you. Right? To provide value, to receive value. And that's the lesson of this Tate speech. If you want to have good friends, be a good friend. If you want to feel loved, love others. If you want to feel important, be an
Looking for reasons why you should work on your skills and become more useful? The reason. Being useful gets you a seat at the table. It actually gets you invited to tables that you want to be at. Imagine a table with people that are not useful, that don't know anything, have no viable skills, no interests really, can't really do anything well. Is that a table you want to be on? Probably not. And it's the same for every high influence, high money, high power people in the world. Like, it's all the same. They want to be surrounded by useful people. Not because they want to take advantage of people. It's because you want to be around people that can actually do something. Because you are someone like that. So you surround yourself with people that are the same. And then once you get a seat at the table, then it's up to your social skills. And it's a good thing. We teach both of those things in the best campus, which is the business campus. Everyone knows this.
I see you all on Instagram. It's Christmas, you're chilling with your family, you're drinking, you're getting fat, and you're waiting for the new year to make any significant changes in your life. And let me tell you something, that is absolutely and utterly amateur. That is what amateurs do. And the reason I can say that's what amateurs do is because that's what everyone does. And everybody's a fucking amateur. This week in between Christmas and New Year is perhaps the most wasted week of the year. Nobody does anything significant. You're sitting around, it's just been Christmas, you just want to wait, etc., etc., etc. If you start at the same time as everybody else, you don't have an advantage over everybody else. If you're going to run a race, you want to go first, don't you? Right? So do you have to wait for the calendar to reset because you really need that little bit of extra motivation to not be a lazy piece of shit? Do you need to see a number 1 on the calendar to get up and get your work done? It's the day after Christmas. The jet's fueled, jumped on the plane, and I'm going out into the streets to make money. And I have a bunch of money, and I'm up working. So I don't know how you can stay at home with no money and think, oh, I don't need to go work right now, I can wait for the new year. No, you fucking cannot wait. You absolutely cannot wait for the new year. Whatever your resolutions are, they should have been fixed before Christmas. And if they're not fixed before Christmas, the second best time is now. It's not when the new year comes. Don't be an amateur, be a professional. This is a message to everyone out there whose brain is capable of resonating with my genius. If you wait for the new year, you're the same as everybody else. You're an amateur. If you get up and you get it done today, the new year is now. Christmas is over. It's all finished. You don't need to drink on that night. It's the worst night to party anyway. Everyone's an amateur. It's full of fucking retards. Start today. Fuck New Year off and have the bite. Let me say one more thing. The last 2 years of the enslavement of humankind in which we've endured, I don't think this is ending. I don't think this is ending anytime soon. I think things are going to get harder and harder. And you need money to protect yourself. I'm insulated from clown world because there's a huge pile of money in the way. It's hard.
One thing to remember, the majority is always wrong. Always wrong. And if you want to see like where the world is going, pay attention to what the majority of people are doing. Like, what are the NPCs doing? Non-playable characters? What are they doing? And ask yourself, does that make sense? Is this logical? And if not, probably want to do the opposite. You don't have to shout it from the rooftops, but probably want to quietly move towards the emergency exit while all the NPCs walk to the main exit, getting ready to be incited or shot by the terrorists. Emergency exit, it's fine. But the NPCs walk into that. It's all good. Also, he's right. This is recorded a couple years ago, and
the enslavement got worse, didn't it?
There's a difference between life's professionals and life's amateurs. This was something I picked up from my dad. He used to talk about professionals and amateurs all the time. And life is actually extremely easy if you approach it as a professional. A professional gets things done on time, up at X time, by X time, this time that's completed. Speak to this person on this date at this time. Be a professional. The average man is amateur in nearly everything he does. When I see, because I'm perspicacious, when I'm around, unfortunately, when I'm around peasants, or I'm around you peons, I look around me and I see how unprofessional everybody is. The way they move is unprofessional. The things they say are unprofessional. Their worldviews are unprofessional. Everything is unprofessional. They're walking around, headphones in, super killable. Couldn't even hear me speak up on them with a fucking chainsaw. Stumbling through life like a jackass. And you wonder how they've not managed to crack the code. Because I've cracked the code. I've escaped. Right? What the fuck he wants, run his mouth on the farm. I can do whatever I like all the time. My life is fantastic because I paid attention as a professional. I'll give you an example of unprofessionalism. I'll give you an example. So I was talking to some jackass the other day, and he was holding a bottle of water, and I said, "Why do you hold that bottle of water?" I know this is going to sound maybe I am crazy. Am I crazy? I think I might be crazy. He goes, "Well, it's thirsty." I was like, "Yeah, but it's half drunk." "Yeah? Then drink it." This is true, right? I'm thirsty, I buy a bottle of water. I drink the entire bottle of water, and I throw the bottle away and free my hands for combat. Maybe I'll be attacked imminently. Maybe it'll be an avalanche, and I have to Aikido strike a fucking rock and split it in two to save my life. I don't see why I need to have a bottle of water in my primary hand, my number one weapon, and disable myself to walk around with the water for 5 minutes and then drink it. Drink the fucking water. You're fucking thirsty or not. If you're not thirsty, don't buy the water. If you are thirsty, buy the water and drink the water and dispose of the bottle and get on with your fucking life. Why are you carrying it around? Why have you lumbered yourself? It's only a bottle of water. No, but it's not just a bottle of water. It's unprofessionalism. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to buy a bottle of water and walk around with an extra half a kilo. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb. Calm down. But it's true. It's the same thing with my friend. A couple guys. If I have water and I throw a guy a bottle of water, there's never such thing as too much water. You can't be too hydrated. I mean, I'm sure there's areas where you can die from too much water, but I highly doubt most of you are walking around on the threshold of dying if you have another sip of water. So if someone throws me a bottle of water, it's always okay. It's never like, I'm not thirsty, I don't want it. Boom, 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 done. It's more likely that there's going to be some fucking crazy event where I end up somehow stranded in the desert within the next 30 minutes by helicopter. And I will be very thankful I drank that water. That's likely than me dying from drinking it. So strictly, I should drink it. You'll never see me going, have a sip. Okay. And just walking around with it. It's gay. It's gay. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but it is. It's cool being me because I tell people these things and they think I'm crazy, but they kick the living fuck out of them. So they're a bit like, oh, okay. And they sit there and like, well, I really want to make that because Tate's done. I am. So we're sitting there, and about a few hours later, we're on subject for something else. Talking about how Amazon's conquered the world and how there's no point going to the mall anymore and blah, blah, blah. It's all true. And he was complaining about his Amazon Prime account and stored his credit card details, some bullshit. And I was like, you don't know your credit card details? He was like, no. That's another sign of absolute amateurism. So you don't know your credit card details. It's like, no. So do you know your passport number? No. Do you know your driver's license number? No. So you don't know any of the numbers that literally allow you to exist as a human. You need the little piece of plastic to remind you. Your brain is full of song lyrics and fucking complete trash. Your brain is not full of important things. It's full of shit. You could erase 90% of the crap in your brain and you'll never miss it and never need it again. But you don't have the ability to book a flight online without finding that little piece of plastic. Isn't that absolutely unprofessional? Isn't that amateur? I'll tell you how I operate. I could lose my wallet. No problem. Give me a terminal. Give me access to the World Wide Web. I know my passport number. I know every single detail on it from head to toe. Of course, I know all my personal information. I have in my brain memorized 6 different debit cards, head to toe. Doesn't matter if one gets blocked, or 2 gets blocked, or 3 gets blocked. I will be sitting there on that website, on that terminal, typing in details until my flight gets booked. I will escape. I don't need a little piece of plastic. I know it all here in my brain. I have bank accounts where the card has been destroyed. I've gone to some South American country and put $500,000 into a bank account, destroyed the card and all physical evidence of said bank account, and memorized the debit card details so that at any time in future, as long as I have access to the internet, I can type in some numbers and I from the stand when I talk about professionalism and amateur. This is the level I'm at. I know everything about myself here in my mind. I have 30 phone numbers memorized. If I need it, it's here. You fucks and this dickhead, if you need to escape a hostile country and you need to get the last flight out of fucking Saigon, you can't do it without finding your purse. What's my expiry date? You're a jackass. That's amateur. So when I talk about amateurism and professionalism, I hope you start to understand that if you're a professional and you live life as a professional, how easy and how brilliant life can be.
People in general like to work with professionals because you know it'll get done. There's an old saying in time management and productivity, like if you want to get something done, give it to someone that's busy, and it's true. Because someone that's busy gets work done. We want to work with people that get it done. You'll get a sense of who's a professional and who's not just by looking at them, by listening to them, by paying attention to them. Quick example, when I go to a restaurant, I take the seat that sort of looks at the entrance of the restaurant usually, or if I'm sitting outside, to the street side so I can see what's happening. And sometimes I ask people, like, do you mind if I take that seat? No one ever minds. People are genuinely or generally nice. You can just ask, hey, do you mind if I, there we go. And then when people ask why, I said, well, I want to see the enemies coming, you know. And it's a joke, but it's also not a joke. And whenever someone asks, like, ooh, what enemies? What are you talking about? Like, why would you have enemies? Usually people say, yeah, that's a good sign. I feel like, what would you be afraid of? Well, you know, who knows?
Immensely powerful. I talked about this before. Any of you who are in my private networks or your student of mine, I always say lesson one is speed. Speed kills. It's nearly to punch someone quickly and not hurt them.
What a punching shot!
Speed is force. Speed is fast. If a plane is flying through the air and the engine's cut off, it doesn't fall. It flies because it has speed. In fact, if the engine's cut, but a bunch of little seagulls got behind it and started pushing it, as long as it has speed, it won't fall. Speed is the only force that can defy gravity. Speed is immensely powerful. And what you'll notice is that rich people live very fast lives, and poor people live very slow lives. So a poor person gets up, goes to work, sits in the traffic, comes home from work in the traffic, watches TV. In 2 months, he has a holiday. He's going to go to Spain, gets up, goes to work slow. Rich people, private jet here, bang, dinner, back on the plane, sleeps on the plane, wakes up on a completely new continent. Dinner here, gets on a boat, goes there, buys a new car, boom, fast. Always doing things fast. The speed of life is dictated by the amount of money you have. In fact, I live an extremely fast life. Tate, is your life actually that good? The last 7 days of my life, I'm supposed to be going on a supercar rally. Supercar rally gets canceled. Charter plane to Ibiza. Stay in the 7 Pines Resort, one of the most luxurious hotels in the world. I spent 25,000 euros in Ibiza. I'm chilling, right? This bitch hit me up on Instagram. She's like, come to Moscow. I'm like, bitch, Putin won't let me in Moscow. It's COVID. I can't get a visa. She's like, please come. I see pictures of her big ass titties. I'm like, I'll go to Moscow. Hit the war room. I need documents. Bang. Guy in Moscow. I now work for his company. Boom. Get the visa. Bang. I go to Moscow. I'm pumping this hoe. Walk around Red Square and shit, like a G. Finish there, private plane to Warsaw, Poland. And I thought, you know what? The supercar ride got canceled. I haven't driven in a while. When I get to Poland, I want a car. One phone call. 2 of my 17 supercars from Bucharest, Romania got put in the truck and brought me to Warsaw. I get to the 5-star hotel. I've got 2 supercars waiting for me out front. I land here, I tag myself, and then some Polish models slide into my DMs because they heard I'm in the city, and me and T have to go out and deal with those 2 bitches. Woke up this morning, pushed the bitch out the way, went to the fucking sauna, bitch, dollar walks in. Combo. Went to the gym, drove around the city till the police stopped me, went to Louis Vuitton. And it's Friday, what are we doing tonight? We're going to the fucking club. Don't ask me about my life, pussy. Worry about yours. And a fast life requires a lot of money. And people often say to me, well, yeah, you live a fast life because you have money to spend. And that made me think about something else. Not only do rich people live fast lives, but rich people have fast money. And poor people have slow money. Because when you're not making very much money, you need to hold on to it. You need to save it. Goes wrong. It's the 1st of the month and your rent is due on the 30th. So just sit there and just slowly hold it. Your money is slow. Your money doesn't go anywhere very quickly. You don't have much of it, but it comes in the bank. You try not to spend it, and it just basically sits around doing nothing. Rich people have very fast money. Rich people, the same day the money's in, it's out. Like if you send me $100,000 right now, I don't need it. I don't need to save it. I don't need to spend it. I don't need it. I don't need to pay rent. I don't need it. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna invest it. I'm gonna buy something. You give me $100 grand at 9 a.m. By 10 a.m., it's either in stocks, shares, crypto, or a ball car. It's gone. Money in, money out. Bang. People think rich people are sitting on these huge pools of money. And some of them are, the older ones. But the new generation, the young generation of rich people, they don't have huge sums of money. They just have very fast money coming in all the time. So if I know I have a bill at the end of the month, I don't need to save for it because I get paid every single day. Every single day money comes into my account. And I know that the day before that bill comes, enough money for the bill will come. Imagine I said to you, you have $20,000 coming to your bank every single morning, 9 a.m. Boom, 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 every day for the rest of your life. You spend all that money. Every day, you spend that money. You jump on private planes, you buy supercars, you go to a club, you spray champagne everywhere. You do whatever you wanted. Hotel, 5-star suites, bang, bang, bang. Rent a yacht. The money, because it doesn't matter, because next day new money comes. That's rich. Rich is not having a big pool of money. Rich is having money coming all the time. And when the money comes all the time, you're going to spend it all the time. When you spend it all the time, you're going to meet new people. And when you meet new people, they're going to teach you, they're going to make connections and networks, and they're going to allow you to make even more money. So now, after spending $20,000 every day, you're in Ibiza, you're on a boat, you're talking to some other millionaire, you find a way you can work together, you start working together, now you make $25,000 every day. But the money's fast. It's coming in, it's coming out quickly. Boom, 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 boom. And the way you get richer is for more and more to turn up each day, not to save more and more in a stagnant pool, which is what poor people do and what poor people think rich people do, but we don't. My money is extremely quick. I do not hold on to money. I will never hold on to money. What I will do is I will spend my money buy things that allow more money to turn up in my bank, or like a property or rental property, whatever it is, or cryptocurrency. Or what I'll do is I'll spend my money on experiences and networking that allow me to meet rich people, which I can use my friendship with to make even more money. My money is a tool which is quickly destroyed. I quickly blast it into an asset or an experience or a lifestyle. Something that allows me to get more money and fast. Poor people get their money and hoard it like little cowards. They're afraid. So slow money are different things.
Speed truly is the number factor, and what he's explaining here is the speed at which you get money in. Being rich isn't about money in your account. There's an old line from The Richest Man in Babylon where two guys are talking, and they're talking about the richest man in town, and they're like, yeah, if we could just, hold him up in an alley and take his purse, we'd be rich as well. And the other dude says, well, that wouldn't make any difference. It's not that the purse on his belt that makes him rich. It's the money that's coming in day after day, after week, month after month. Income is what makes someone rich. Yes, having assets is great. Having money in the bank is great. I'm not against it, but income is what makes you wealthy. How much money comes in regularly, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Build your income.
We're going to have a conversation about a gentleman called Tate. Jack's not his real name. I don't use his real name. If I use his real name, Simon is going to be pissed. So we're going to call Simon Jack for the remainder of the video. Jack's the one I went to school with, and he recently came to visit me in Romania. Saw the casinos, saw the world title belts, saw the bitches, saw the supercars, saw the mansion. He even said to me, man, you're still in good shape. Saw the six-pack. I said, of course. Why would I not be in good shape? Oh yeah, he's just, trying to find time to go to the gym. And he's sitting there talking to me. And you know what? For all you people who ever recognize me in person, because my channel's starting to grow up in unshadow band, and I start to get recognized now. When I go out, people go, hey, you're Tate's Speech. They come up to me and they try and talk to me and stuff. If you talk to me and I don't really know you, at least 50% of my brain is considering Aikido. So when you're coming at me, hey, Tate, half of me is thinking, all right, cool. Yeah, nice to meet you. But half of me is thinking, maybe he's going to sing it. I have to snap his neck in real time. I think about it. So if you ever meet me, know I am preparing to Aikido, as friendly as I am. This motherfucker's talking about time. Talking to the man in the diamond watch about time. I know about time, friend. You know shit, Casio. So you talk about time. I'm thinking about Aikido again. And I realized me and him went to school together. We're basically exactly the same age. We're talking about time. He's amazed by my accomplishments and my achievements. He's amazed by it. He knows we'll talk about, etc. But we've had the exact same amount of human time. We've lived the same number of years. The difference between him and I is that he has wasted his time, and I've wasted precisely fucking none. Anybody who's ever lived with me or been around me says the same thing. Andrew, you're the highest energy person I know. If you're awake, which seems to be always, you are doing something. You're never just chilling. You're never idle. You're never just TV. Never, I need to relax. You never let's sit on the beach, sit by the pool. No, it's go, go, go. Get up, get shit done. Even on this very day, I was up at 5:30 a.m. to drive from the Serbian border, where I'd been cruising around the mountains in my loop, to drive all the way back here, get here, hit the gym, change, have a meeting with the guy who's installing my $250,000 safe to flex on my diamond watches in my house renovation, organize a chauffeur, because I have so much to do in the city tonight, to bring me here, do some casino paperwork, and I know an investment for $11 million with my boy at the cigar bar. So I'm busy. And that's not just a extraordinary day. That's just a day. I get things done. So this motherfucker's lived the same number of years as me. And I try, every single time someone talks about how they don't have the time, I think and analyze to the countless hours I dedicated to my fantastic successes. I literally couldn't even estimate the amount of time I spent with this. It's all I did. 6 hours a day, 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, 10 years, 15 years, 11 years, maybe a month off there, 2 weeks off there. It's all I ever did. I can't even with how many hours I spent doing that. And what's remarkable is he had the exact same hours as me. What did he do with them? Fucking nothing. You say, Tate, how'd you spend your 20s? Kickboxing. Eating, sleeping, becoming a world-level combatant athlete, fucking some hoes. What'd you do with your 20s? Oh, you know, Netflix. People don't do anything. It really amazes me. Like, even like I'm quite big on Twitter and YouTube, and I look at these other like success coaches and shit. They don't do anything. I really look at their lives and go, you've had all these hours and there's nothing remarkable about you. Imagine being alive for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, and you've dedicated none of them towards excellence. Literally, precisely fucking zero. You've done enough work to pay your bills. Maybe you want a little bit more money. That's what you call ambitious. To have some more money to satisfy your greed. That's your ambition. That's it. You don't wake up and think, you know what? I want to be a bad motherfucker. You know? This guy goes, oh man, still in good shape. I just ain't got the time to hit the gym. How can you not have the time to go to the gym? All the shit I do. I run 2 YouTube channels, 4 companies, 20 girlfriends, casinos, traveling around the world. I gotta drive 15 supercars. That's all and I have time. Time to train with your fucking ugly wife sitting at home, going to your job 8 hours a measly day. That's it. And you're busy. Most people have absolutely and utterly wasted their fucking lives. If you're watching this, I want you to know that 99% of you have wasted. So far, all years you've been alive, the majority of them, the conscious ones, where you weren't being a lazy fuck asleep, you have wasted. You could have dedicated them towards brilliance. You could be an amazing piano player. You didn't even fucking try, didn't you? Because you're a dick.
All right, first of all, can we just appreciate that this is probably our favorite version of Tate? Like the Aikido thing, snapping necks. That was just awesome. So, time is the great equalizer. We all have the same amount. Like, you have 24 hours, Donald Trump has 24 hours, Tate has 24 hours, homeless dude has 24 hours. We all have the same. We all have the same. So, not having time to stay in shape, make money, etc., is a skill issue. It's not a time issue. It's not a personal issue. It's a skill issue. Something to think about. He's right.
Earlier today, this is a completely true story, having lunch. Minding my own business, having lunch by myself, eating roast turkey. When some guy, a little bit drunk, but polite, hey man, I've seen you on YouTube. Okay. You made that video calling out Jake Paul. You had the fur coat on. Yeah. Hey, this guy's from YouTube. Points at his friends. Hey man, hey, they're all a bit drunk. I'm like, hey guys. Hey, come have a drink, come have a drink. I didn't really want to, but it's Christmas. I'm humble. Sure, I'll come have a drink. So, with 6 dudes, all 30-something guys. Turns out they all work. He's a middle manager of some finance firm, as an intern at some finance firm, etc. What do you do, mate? You know you're brilliant. You know you're brilliant when you don't want to tell the truth. Insignificance. Like, I'm trying to be, So I don't want to come to the table and hate me. I don't want to spread any negativity. But if I tell the truth about myself without bragging, everyone's going to be miserable. Kickboxer. Oh, you're a kickboxer. Oh, you're a bit kickboxing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? You're a kickboxer? So that's your job? Yeah, I'm a kickboxer. Oh, really? Also, you're good then? Oh, I was okay. Oh, yeah, no, this guy's world champion. You're a world champion kickboxer. Across the next 5 minutes of conversation is when their cars, or where they've been, or what they do, or their job, or who they are, or their accolades, or anything. I destroyed them. I didn't even mean to. I was just existing. Oops, I'm a kickboxer. Yeah, I'm a multi-millionaire. Yes, I'm staying in the best hotel. Yes, the fucking Lambo outside is mine. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry, okay? It's not my fault. They're just so fucking lame. I can't even sit around normal dudes and tell the truth without just people ending up going quiet. They stopped talking. They stopped telling their stories. They stopped interacting with each other. Because before me, it was all, hey, you know what, next year I might buy that BMW. But when I'm at the table, you can't say that. You can't say it. Because you look like a fucking loser. Because you are a loser. That's how the world works. It's all about comparison. So you're sitting around the Christmas table. You're sitting with your family saying, hey, you know what, this has been a really good year for me. I've managed to pay my rent, and I've eaten food, and I've managed to save up, and I bought 0.2 Bitcoin. And next year, I really hope I get a 10% raise at work. And you know what your family's going to say? Wow. But you know what I would say? I'd say you're a fuck up. I'd say you've wasted an entire fucking year and done nothing of significance.
Now, content-wise, I have very little to add, but what I want you to focus on is see how nice he is, how friendly, how polite, how courteous. Yes, maybe, conversation sort of dies down when you're telling all this, but he's nice enough to talk to them. He's nice enough to get in conversation. Even, they invite him for a drink, he even sits there. And one of the things when this whole project started at university was that people thought that Tate was going around screaming at people, snapping necks and telling everyone that they were broke. No, he's actually a very nice, courteous dude. So I would do if I were you. Rich people are, in general, pretty damn nice. The ones that are worth a damn. So let's strive towards that.
I was sitting there thinking, reminiscing on the good old days. I want you guys to understand something about me. Yes, I'm filthy rich. However, I come genuinely from nothing. I'm not one of those guys who says, I come from nothing, I did it all myself. And they didn't. I actually did. I was born in Washington, D.C., on Andrews Air Force Base. My father was in the military. We moved to Southside Chicago, the ghetto, then Detroit, then Gary, Indiana, which at the time was the murder capital of the world. Then I went to Goshen, Indiana when I was around 4, tiny little town. I was in Goshen, Indiana until I was 11, and then I moved to Luton, England, which was voted the worst place to live in England. And still, I managed to make all this money all by myself. So I started from nothing. And sometimes me and Tristan sit around, and we miss the old days. Money, yes, I have a Bugatti, every car, diamond watch, a mansion, blah, blah. Sometimes I miss sitting around with my brother in a tiny apartment with 22 pounds and thinking, fuck it, let's spunk it all on a kebab. That made me genuinely happy, spending all my last money on takeaway. Now I buy takeaway, doesn't do anything. Who cares? So me and Tristan were having a conversation the other day. What are the bad things about being rich? Everyone knows the good things. But as a man who's genuinely come from the bottom and is now genuinely at the top, I'm going to tell you some of the bad things about being rich. And I wrote some of them down, and that's why I'm going to check my phone occasionally. My scenario, me being rich, is that I am at the top of the tree. I'm at the very, very tip top of the food chain. And what's happened is, basically anyone I interact with, ever, wants something from me. Even if it's just my time, they want something. When I wake up in the morning, I have about 1,000 WhatsApp messages. And I start to go through. This chick wants this. Mother needs this. This chick wants that. Car dealership, buy another car. This person wants that. This guy wants me to invest. That everyone wants things from me all the time. I understand, because it must be like you're Joe Schmo. You wake up and say, who's the coolest person? Who's the richest, smartest guy? I have his phone number. Andrew. If there's a problem, and anyone who knows me, anybody, if there's a problem in their life, they message me. Doesn't matter what it is. The toilet could fucking break. They need some money. Stranded. Whatever. I'm just the go-to guy. Tate can fix it. So everyone always wants things from me. When I was broke, nobody wanted shit from me. Because they knew I couldn't do shit. Or they thought I couldn't do shit. Right? But now that I'm rich, every single person who messages me, it's just a constant stream of requests. They may hide them. They may shield them. They may put them behind a veil. They may say, just take a few days off and let's go to the mountains. I really love you. Trying to take my time. My time is my money. They all want something. So that's the first thing that happened when I got rich. I realized everybody wants things from me. Mine. I'm not complaining. Right? I don't even think this video is a complaint video. I don't need to sit there and think, ha ha ha, more money, more problems, because I love being fucking rich. And I love being top of the food chain. I was built for this. I'm a king. I couldn't live any other way. But I'm very aware as I go through my day-to-day life. Everybody wants something from me. They try and frame it. They say, hey, I've got an opportunity for you. The opportunity is not for me, friend. Because I don't need your shit. The opportunity is because you want my money. You can come to your business plan and try and convince me I'm the lucky one with the opportunity. When you're trying to walk away with millions of my dollars. No. So the first thing is when you're rich, everyone wants things from you all of the time.
As soon as you get rich, the most important thing, most important word that you're going to learn is no. No, Brav. Why? Because I don't feel like it, Brav. Because I don't want to. That's it. No. If you're powerful, if you're influential, if you get things done, if you have money, all of that stuff, if you're a leader of men, people are going to come up to you and ask you for shit, ask you to do things, ask you to handle things, and obviously if you can help, it's nice if you can help. If you can help and you want to help out. If you can't help and you don't want to help, no. No. Good luck, though.
Food used to be a big deal. So my brother and I, we've always lived together. And when we were broke and we were training for world title fights.
I told you this kid is dangerous. Like his style or not, he will knock you out.
So we were world level athletes with no money. We invented a dish that was so bland, we called it flavor because it was the only way you could add flavor to the dish. So it had the name flavor, but it was extremely bland. And it was white rice, frozen peas, because they're cheap, kidney beans. Kidney beans have more protein per 100 grams than minced beef. Did you know that? I found out when I was broke, walking the aisles of the grocery store, trying to find the cheapest protein money can buy. Couldn't bring myself to be a vegetarian, so I'd add a little bit of meat, minced beef. And if I was really rich, I'd have hot sauce. But that was like $2 or $3 without adding nutritional sustenance. It was just purely for taste. And I couldn't often afford that. Literally, you have no idea how broke I was when I was fighting. Kickboxing does not pay. So for a good 3-year period of my life, I lived on this flavor. We'd cook it twice a week, cook on a Sunday and on a Wednesday. And we'd make these big pots of rice, green peas, kidney beans, and a bit of minced beef. That was it. And every once in a while, if my friends came over and they had more money than me, or if I went to a fight show and I was getting paid dinner, Or I was out with, you know, my uncle who had money, and they'd buy me a steak. Ooh. You ever had a steak for the first time in 3 months after eating nothing but flavor? You don't understand the level of happiness. Food was amazing when I was poor. What's food now? All I do is eat steaks. I walk into the restaurants and give me your most expensive steak. And you know what's most annoying about that? I say that, and they start talking about options. Okay, well, we have the ribeye. I asked for your most expensive. It's in numbers. Which number is higher? Oh, the tomahawk. Then why are you fucking talking about a ribeye? You dumb bitch. Of course, I don't say it like that. I say, ha 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 ha, I'll take the tomahawk, please. And I'll take steak. I don't care. I don't care what cut of beef it is. It's a cow. They cut the cow this way. They cut the cow that way. I don't give a shit. I walk in the restaurant. Give me your most expensive steak. Tristan also. Give me the most expensive steak. Okay, yeah, what sides would you like? All of them. Oh, all of them? Yeah, give me all the sides. We sit there with 2 fucking $400 steaks. We have a bite of each side, a little bit of macaroni and cheese, a bit of mashed potato, a bit of green beans, 1 fry. Leave them basically all uneaten. And we walk off with our $1,000 lunch. And we don't even really appreciate it. And that's all we do every day. Food means nothing when you're rich. It's too cheap. Outside of houses, boats, and planes, I don't check the price of anything. If I see a new supercar launch and I want it, I'll buy it. Doesn't matter if it's 200 grand, 300 grand, 400 grand, 500 grand, 600 grand, all the same. Peasants numbers, who gives a shit? Put it on the card. No big deal.
450,000 US.
Bargain. Or do you take card?
Well, of course.
So imagine how much we don't care about food. So food has lost all its fun. I know there's some really rich, pompous losers who go, oh, I get to go to a Michelin star restaurant. Michelin star, and I get this wine. I'm not a dork. Anyone with a brain knows that the jerk chicken from the Jamaican guy down the road for $5 tastes better than that Michelin star crap, right? So I'm not going to sit there and pretend it's amazing. I've eaten it all. I just want to be full. You can give me bread and butter, bro. Just quickly eat. I don't care. So food is no longer a thing. Since I stopped eating flavor and became filthy rich, food is boring. If you ever see a man who's talking about food, oh, I had this amazing steak at this one restaurant. This steak is so amazing. He's broke. He's a brokey. Because if the steak was so amazing, he'd eat it every day. And he'd eat every day to the point where he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. But he doesn't do that because he can't afford it. You understand? So whenever you see anyone talking about bragging about the meal they cooked or this ingredient they got or that steak they had, just do, because people do that to me all the time. And I'm just sitting there going, you're poor. Interesting. Oh, you're broke. Yes, okay. Oh, you went on your birthday and had that steak. Oh, wow. Once a year. Broke talkies. Real G. Every day. Minor.
You will get to a point where things are just free, basically. If you make enough money, restaurant is basically free. So you don't have to look at the right-hand side of the menu. It's just pick whatever you like. And yes, that gets less exciting. I think we've all been in this situation. At least I was. Tate was. Where it's hard to do groceries, or you have to think about, like, do I buy this or that instead of both? But the pleasure of being able to pick anything totally makes up for, you know, the lack of excitement that you get when you can pay for anything. So still, all in all, worth it. Do it.
The next thing that's not good about being rich is, although I have an iron mind and I'm one of the last professionals of Earth, you do suffer to a degree from FOMO. I'm a professional. You're an actor. As a professional, I can identify when people are controlling the dialogue. Because to control the dialogue, you control the dialogue. From a young age, I was a professional chess player, and then I became a professional kickboxer, and then I became a multi-millionaire businessman, blah, blah, blah. It was all about the money. I was a professional. And the reason you suffer from FOMO is because private jets are like Ubers. So I have a number in my phone for a man in Switzerland Some rich guy, never met his real name. It's kind of like Hitman. You know the Hitman movie where he has the handler, and you don't really know who they are. I send a voice note to my guy in Switzerland. Bro, I'm in Bucharest, and I need to get to Geneva. He'll say to me, in 44 minutes, sir, and there'll be a plane on a runway with my name on it, a pilot, fully fueled, with donuts and champagne and pepperoni pizza, because it's always what I have in my private planes, waiting for me. It's like an Uber. When you take away the whole airport bullshit, there's another thing you guys don't know about flying private. The best thing about flying private is there's no airport experience, right? If he says the plane's on the runway and I want to fly at 8, I get to the airport at 7:59. Because my PA in advance, as the jet is booked and paid for, has already sent my passport. They've already done all the check-in, the customs, all that crap. So I walk straight into the private airport terminal, straight onto the plane. The airport takes 24 seconds. On the plane, takeoff, land. It's the same with the other side. They've already had my passport in advance. As I get off the plane, someone looks at the passport scan they had, looks at me, same dude, cool. Right in the BMW, which is already on the tarmac. Out. So for you, let's say I was flying from Bucharest to Geneva traditionally. Let's say my flight is at midday. I'd have to get to the airport at 10 a.m., fly 12, land, let's say 2, then another hour collecting bags, passport check-in, but I get there around 3. So 10 to 3. Whereas for me, it's 11:59 to 2:01. So what that means is you can now go in and out of countries in the same day. So you guys don't understand. You brokies, you don't get it. You haven't got time. You ain't got a 7-hour period twice in one day. But I do. I can get up at 7. I can fly at 7:30. I can land at 10 a.m. I can have lunch in Geneva. And then around 4 o'clock, I can get bored, text my guy, and fly home, be home by 6. I've been in and out in one day. So when you can do this, when you can Uber around Earth in real time, when you can go in and out of countries in a single day, you start getting big FOMO. I struggle with FOMO to this day. Tate, it's Cannes Film Festival. Don't want to go Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, but Leonardo DiCaprio's on this boat. Don't like him. Yeah, but he's going to be jealous of your girls. That's true. All right, what time is it? Quickly, boom, jet, bang, flex on Leonardo, boom, back on the jet, bang. So you start getting all these messages, and now you get FOMO. So when you try and just sit still, because you can be anywhere and do anything, it's very hard to not do things. I hope I'm making sense here. Everyone goes, oh, just relax. I can't just relax, because right now there's so many places I could be. There's so many things I could be doing. Like right now, Maserati, as we speak right now, Maserati are having a test track day in Bologna, Italy for the MC20. I could have been there. Here I'm filming Tate speeches. And part of me has FOMO. I could have just bounced to Italy, drove the car, bounced back. And it's every single day. So you get huge FOMO. Same thing with Instagram. If I scroll Instagram and I see something that looks fun in Paris or London or Stockholm, I can be there in two and a half hours. So I can see a dude having lunch in London and go, oh, dinner there. Bounce. And it makes it very, very difficult to stay still. Very, very difficult to achieve peace. Luckily, I have Zen and an iron mind. But that's the thing that's kind of bad about being rich. Because when you're broke on holiday, let's say you go on holiday, right? You go to Marbella, and you're standing around Marbella. It never crosses your mind to go to Ibiza or Santorini or Cannes or Monaco, because you're in Marbella and you've paid for your hotel and that's where you're going to be. Whereas me, I'll be in Marbella, I can be having 99% fun. It'd be great. I'm a tiniest bit, because we're all a bit bored. There's never a time in your life where you're not completely engaged. There's a part of you, I mean, I look at my phone and my boy's like, come Monaco. And you're like, oh, I just got here. Got to Marbella fucking 3 hours. Oh, fuck it. All right. It's very hard FOMO. It's very hard for you to be pleased. I hope I'm making sense to you. I can be in Marbella. It's okay. It's better there. Maybe it's better there. Maybe it's better there. And you end up just chasing. But I am careful. That's one of the bad things. Most people need narrow choices to stay sane. And I'll give you proof of this. Have you ever taken a chick to Tesco or for you Americans, I don't know what the American Kroger's, the grocery store. And there's 20 sandwiches. And you say, pick a sandwich. And they have a mental breakdown. You ever watch that? Because there's too many choices. If you were to say ham or prawn, they'd probably still have a bit of panic, but they'd get there. If you were to turn up and say, there's ham sandwiches, you want one? Yeah, all right. Most people need narrow choices to stay sane. But when you're truly wealthy, like I am, all the choice in the world exists. So you have to find new mechanisms, new parameters to stay sane. So my parameters are self-induced. From the 1st of April, I do not leave this country. I don't care. If Mike Tyson himself invites me to his mansion, I'm not leaving. And we shake hands, and we give our passports to our PA, and we don't go. Because otherwise, you just chase. I spent a year of my life, not last year, year before, of the 12 months, even though I live in Romania, I was away for 11 months. It was ridiculous. Living in hotel rooms, just buying new clothes as I went. Losing clothes, buying clothes, one backpack, just run around the world with a debit card. It's out of control. This year, I'm going to try and stay still.
So it's sort of like a Faustian bargain or a dichotomy that you have to choose. Like if you can't do everything, you're also missing out on everything else. Like there's only so much time. Like we talked about this before, where time is the great equalizer, but it's also the greatest cause for FOMO, which goes back to what we previously said when one of probably the most important things once you grow in power or an ability is to say no to things, especially if you want to get work done. Like there's unlimited fun to be had, unlimited destinations to see, unlimited places to visit, but at some point you also need to be somewhat productive, need to get some shit done, and yeah, that's a conscious choice. Good problem to have though.
There's only one of 3 reasons you're poor. And when I say poor, what I basically mean is less money than me. Because I take Lord of Earth, set the bar. I set the difference between rich and poor. My amount of money is the amount of money you need to be rich. If you have less money than me, even by a single cent, you're a fucking brokey, a wagey, a peon, a peasant, a nobody. You are poor. So when I don't call you poor, you can't sit here and go, I'm actually not poor, I'm doing pretty good with my business actually, and I have a nice car. You have less than me! I'm the only guy on this fucking platform flying around in private jets with 27 cars, living this lifestyle in presidential suites and fucking fairy tale land. Only me. The rest of you are sitting there going, hey, I might be able to buy a BMW. You're fucking broke. You're all broke. So once you identify and accept that you are broke because you're not on my level, then we must work out why. And there's only one of 3 reasons that anyone on this planet would ever be poor. You're either lazy, you are arrogant, or you are stupid. We'll start with lazy. Most of you are lazy. In fact, I'd say basically all of you are lazy. You don't understand what work is. You don't understand what work ethic is. You don't understand the ethos of conquer Earth. You don't have fire blood. You don't wake up to go piss at 3:32 a.m. and go, I'm not going back to sleep because I want to make some fucking money. So you're all lazy. You're all arrogant. Because when I sit here as the richest person fucking wasted his time talking to your fucking dumbass, what to do, you don't fucking listen to me. Oh, well, Tate, you know, maybe he's wrong about, you're broke. How can I be wrong when you're in the poor category and I'm in the rich category? I obviously know something you fucking don't, you arrogant dickhead. And the third and least common category is stupid. Most of you are not too stupid to become rich. I could show you how to do it. All you have to stop doing is being arrogant and lazy. So if you sit here and go, well, I'm none of those three things, yes, you fucking are, because you're not living the life I live. You are a brokey. If you were none of those three things, you'd be here with me in this room, wouldn't you? But you're not, because you are a fucking peon. So look at your bank balance, accept it's not as large as mine, and accept that one of those three attributes must apply to you, find out which one it is, and fucking change it. Good morning.
When I look back at quotes and videos and snippets, this is probably one of the most important. The lazy, arrogant, stupid thing is true. Don't have much to add in terms of content. I would advise you to again. Probably a good idea.
The best scene in any movie ever, from Top G, the most compendious, the most respected lord of all beasts of the land and fishes in the sea, the number one top striker, Andrew Tate. The best scene in any movie ever is Enter the Dragon.
Undisputed martial arts champion Bruce Lee.
When he defeats all of the henchmen down in the dungeon on his second attempt. First time, they nearly catch him, he escapes. Then he goes back down again, defeats them all in hand-to-hand combat. A lot like my life. It's basically something I basically did. If I had been born earlier, I'd say the movie's based on me. There's certainly similarities.
I told you! Yeah! I told you! This kid is dangerous!
Defeats 100 unarmed henchmen, and on his way out, runs into a room, and the door closes. He tries to get out, the other door closes, and he's stuck. And he instantly just sits down and chills. Mr. Handman, the evil guy, is trying to threaten him. And he's just like, I'm trapped now. So the best thing I can do is just relax. Get my breath back. It's been a long, hard afternoon. No point in kicking the door, it's solid steel. No point in panicking. It's the best move on the board. Then when the door eventually opens, at least I'm energized, better than being tired. Making the best move on the chessboard, regardless of how losing your position is a life philosophy that most will never understand. Watch that scene and you will understand the power of Bruce Lee. I understand it very well also. Sometimes you look at your position on the board and you're fucked. But still, regardless of how fucked you are, there is still a best move. Always a best move and a worse, no matter how bad things are. Many people, when they get to a losing position, think, it doesn't matter, I don't have to make the best move anymore. I actually disagree. Maybe 9 times out of 10, the best move won't save you, but that one time out of enough to save your ass, and on a long enough time, the game, repeat day after day, taking risks, always making the best move regardless of an upward spiral of never-ending success. You might end up somewhere near me. We might have dinner one day. Might being a brokey. If your girl leaves you, the best move on the board, perhaps, is to go to the gym, perhaps is to send her flowers, perhaps is to never text her again. But you should make the best move on the board regardless. Even if you don't want her back, you should still make the best move on the board. You should always think that way. What move will give me the best possible strategic position? That's how you think. That's how I think. Why does Tate do what he does? Tate does what he does because he trusts God to show him the best move on the board to enable him to build a position of resilience against the hordes of demons which are out to silence him.
Controversial influencer Andrew Tate has been banned from Facebook and Instagram for violating its policies around dangerous individuals.
We now live in a world where anyone who is told that they are good and purported by the media as being a good person is usually evil. Dr. Fauci, for example. Anyone who they say is evil, me, is usually a good person. We live in inverse world, clown world, upside down world. The Matrix hordes are out to destroy me. The Matrix has attacked me. I can no longer afford to make mistakes. I can't be sloppy. I have to make the best move on the board. I have to always keep my chessboard flawless. I have to be impenetrable. No matter how many bishops, knights, and rooks are trying to attack me with, my pawn structure must be solid. Please understand. Best move on the board is how you should approach your life. Next time you're in a situation, you should sit and say, okay, this is a bad situation. What's the best move I could possibly make? What's the outcome I'd like? What's the most likely move to give me that particular outcome? And you'll be surprised what some of them are. I had a guy email me the other day saying he lost his job because he was the worst salesman. I said, well, then you deserve to lose your job. That's how sales works. It's fearsome. He goes, well, I don't know. What should I do? I said, what's the best move on the board? He goes, well, I really want the sales job. I think I can get good at it. I said, well, then work for free. So do you have another job yet? He said, no. Okay, while you're applying for other jobs, instead of sitting around on your ass at home, keep working for free for the company for 2 or 3 weeks and see if you can turn it around. And he tried that. And he couldn't because he's shit at sales. But the point is, if he would have sat at home doing nothing, it wouldn't have helped him. The best move on the board was to try and prove to his company that he's actually worth something. If he was worth something, in those 2 or 3 weeks, he might have turned it around and got his job back. He still got to apply for new jobs. He didn't lose anything besides what? Jerking off and sleep? Jerking off is very rarely the best move on the board. It's very rare that you look at the chessboard and go, the best thing I can do right now is jerk off. But it's all you fuckers seem to do for some reason. You wonder why you don't get anywhere. Think about it. Best move on the chessboard. That's how I want you to approach your life, ladies and gentlemen. It's the mental model in which you should apply to scenarios to deduce the best possible action. Because if you're always making the best move and very rarely making the worst move, it's pretty hard to lose. It's player versus player out here. The world is not about even fairness. The world is about winners and losers, and everyone is competing against each other. You are competing against you. You're competing against your friends. You're competing against your enemies. You want $1, so does everyone else. You want that hot girl, so does everyone else. You want that house, so does everyone else. What's amazing is the things you want, the main reason you want them is because other people want them. So you can show off that you have it and they don't. It is competition. It's kind of like the age-old adage. If a tiger is chasing 10 people, you don't have to be the fastest. You just have to be faster than the slowest guy because he's fucked. So a lot of people are calling the wrong moves. Just start to make the right moves most of the time. You'll see exactly how easy life can be.
All right, well, I prefer the Batman movies personally, but it's all good though. Different strokes for different folks. What sort of the underlying thing here is that it's important to take time to look at your options. If you do boxing or any sort of martial arts, you know that you have to be fast. You have to be quick to capitalize on opportunities. But also at the same time, seemingly paradoxical, it's not. You have more time than you think. If you find your shot, you can capitalize on that. You can look at like what the landscape is at that moment. And I think that's what he's talking about here, where just look at the board. What's my best option right now? Find your shot. And then when you find it, attack it.
The question I'm being asked is, different versions of what would you do in this scenario? The guy choking the guy on the subway. Would you have choked him? How long would you have choked him for? Or some other video of some fight on a plane. What would you have done, Andrew? What's the right thing to do? I get thousands of emails about this. About road rage fights in gas stations. Without going into specifics, it's actually quite a difficult question to answer. If I was on that and that guy was being a dickhead, I would try my very best to ignore him. I wouldn't want to All I know is Dimmock. All I know is fucking Trump. He might be done. I don't know how to throw. And the simple answer I give, because like I said, I like to be continuous. I want to give an answer in one sentence. I don't want to go through the specific scenario. Andrew, look at this road rage event. Specifically, would you have hit him? How hard would you have hit him? Would you have held the choke for this long? Blah, 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 blah. All of these situations are broken situations. So I explain to people, answers don't be poor. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Why the fuck are you on a subway? Well, do you get to work? Because you're broke. Brokies. The world has now changed. You can 1960s and lived a safe, relatively calm life. It's about the fact that I get to avoid 99.9% of dumb shit. Dumb shit in which I'm in a scenario where there's no easy answer. Both moves I make are wrong. Do I go to jail? Do I let this guy punch this woman? Do I risk getting stabbed? Do I hit him first? To avoid it. When you're rich, you send me videos of some people fighting on. You back a video of me on a private jet. You send me videos of some bullshit on a subway. I'll remind you that I haven't ridden a subway in 10 years, and I'm never going to ride a subway ever again for the rest of my fucking life. So I don't give a shit how many psychos are on the subway, whether they're Michael Jackson impersonators or drug addicts or Looney Tunes. I'm sure it's full of them. I will never encounter these people. I will never be in these scenarios. Ever. Ever. Someone comes to me and goes, what do I do on the subway? Don't ride the subway. Get rich. Oh yeah, but. The world has changed to the point where being rich is no longer just about material possessions. It is the necessity, it is vital for survival. It is literally vital for you to live a calm and balanced, nice, peaceful life, for you to be a person who has a lot of money. Because the world's fucked. And as it continues to get more and more fucked, as people become more and more broke, and more emotional, and more upset, and more divided, it's just going to get worse. Do you think the subway in 10 years from now is going to be a better place? Do you think there's going to be less psychos on the New York subway in 10 years from now, or more? Think about that question, and think about what's your plan to make sure you never have to ride the fucking subway again. You're showing me Delta Airlines and all these people fucking fighting like savages. It's $50 a ticket. What the fuck do you expect? Of course. Of course. I have none of them problems in my private jet. None of them problems in the private jet terminal. I don't go to the Brokey airport. I'm not with you guys in the lines. No, I go to a door around the side. Mr. Tate, more. I avoid all this shit. All this dumb so easily avoid. I will never enter a scenario with random violence ever again, probably for the rest of my life, unless I decide to be a degenerate and go get drunk with my old friends at a stupid place. Unless I do some dumb shit. If I actually live my life how I live it, I will never encounter random violence, drug addicts, mental illness, none of it, ever again. I can walk with my 3-year-old girl, daughters, or all my children, and absolutely, what about gas stations? Yeah. When my fucking entourage rolls up at the gas station with my private security teams with blacked out Escalades, I don't have to worry about some dickhead. It's not a problem. I don't get out the car. Do you understand? Some rookies may have been at a gas station. I may have been there. Imagine that. Your dream came true. I was at the same gas station as Tate. You didn't see me. I didn't get the car. I don't fill up my own car with gas. I don't do that shit. Not my job. And you know what's funny? Cigar break. I'm monumentally more physically capable than every single one of you watching this. I am monumentally more physically capable than every single version of man watching this. And I still don't want to be in these scenarios. I still don't like the idea of having to use my insane force
and monumental prowess to destroy the jaw of some random psychopath on a fucking subway. I don't like the idea of those scenarios with my capability. You dorks with no capability are having to deal with those scenarios. You are monumentally less equipped for the scenario than I am. You're not prepared to deal with it like I am, and you're the ones having to deal with it. I could actually handle 99% of this shit. I could have fucking hit that dude in the sternum, dropped him, probably wouldn't have died. He would have rolled around on the floor like a bitch, and everyone would have been okay. I'm more equipped for this crap than you are, and I'm not doing it. And I never will for the rest of my life. So when you come to me and say, Andrew, there was this road rage fight, what would you have done? Andrew, there was this fight on the airplane, what would you have done? Andrew, there was this fight on the subway, what would you have done? Andrew, look at this guy got shot in downtown, what would you have done? I would have got rich. That's what I would have done. I would have got rich because I understood the world is fucked. I'd understood it's on a downward trajectory. I understood the chance of any of this shit getting better is zero. I'd understand there's no right move to make in these scenarios. And what I would have done is dedicate myself to get rich so I never have to deal with any of this shit ever. That's my answer. And let me promise you something. It's worked.
If you want to get away from dumb shit, it's probably best to get away from brokies. I had a friend, and he regularly said, well, no, I'm too pretty for this. Whenever someone came up with a retarded idea, he would just say, no, I'm too pretty for this. It's the same thing. You need to get away from that. And if you can't, because your financial situation doesn't allow you yet, you're supposed to use it as fuel to get rich and work harder and then get away. Well, it makes no sense to be surrounded by fools and brokies and people with nothing to lose, because it only ends up bad every time. So don't do that.
One of my pet peeves is people who think it makes them somehow hard or tough or cool to be low on gas. In fact, it's basically just irresponsible. In the event of an emergency, let's say you have to quickly get to a hospital, or there's a fucking roadblock, or there's a flood or whatever, and you have 10 minutes running gas in your car because you think you're tough as... The number of times I'm in the car, someone like, bro, you need gas. Nah, bro, I don't need gas, bro. Bro, what? You're gonna run out of gas, G. You're not tough. You're not stronger than gas. How does it even make sense that you're such a tough guy, you don't put gas in your own fucking car? It's just gonna keep going because it's scared to stop? Don't want to piss that dude off. I better just defy the laws of physics and just keep on going. When your gas runs out, your car stops. And if you're driving with the gas meter down this low, that means that in the event of an emergency, which you don't obviously anticipate because you're a fucking dummy, you can't go anywhere or do anything. I refuse to drive with less than half a tank of gas in my car. I'm not going to be the jackass who's out of gas. My car is going to be idly running, and I'm going to be warm, or I'm going to be able to run as long as I can possibly run. I'm not going to be that fucking guy, could have saved my life, but shit, no gas. I'm flabbergasted. Sorry, I'm just thinking of all the people I know who literally do this and think it makes them tough. You know the worst thing about it? The people who do this is the worst thing about it. The people who do this eventually need gas. So I'll be driving with a guy, I had a friend, I was in a Lambo, he was in the Rari. We're driving, there was a gas station. I stopped at the gas station, I put gas in. I was like, bro, do you need gas? Nah, man. Yeah, but we're at the gas station. I got loads of gas. We're already at the gas station. Cool, so putting gas in. Go in, go piss. Get back on the road, we're driving. An hour later, he pulls over at the gas station. What a waste of everyone's fucking time! I'm like, why'd you stop? Oh, you got gas. Why didn't you? You were too strong for gas at the last gas station. You were a tough guy. What happened now? You got your ass whooped? Someone beat you up in the car? You're a pussy now? Why didn't you just put gas in when the gas was like, it fucking blows my mind. It's this pathetic attempt at fucking being tough, I guess. Every guy I know who does it, they talk like they're fucking UFC world champ. Listen to these people. Nah, bro, my God. Bro, you would have put gas in the empty car, bro. Pussy. What? If you watch Take Off Eventually, me and Tristan have this thing, we say, fuck gas.
Fuck gas! Fuck gas! Fuck gas!
Fuck gas. Fuck gas. And we say fuck gas as in gas isn't real. And this is based on a completely true story. We were driving on a supercar rally. Everyone was driving on a supercar rally. We got to the gas station. There was a long line of supercars. So getting gas was taking a long time. I got gas. Tristan got gas. One of our friends had to wait another 20 minutes before he could get gas. And we're like, bro, you need gas. He's like, nah, I don't need gas. It's like, bro, you literally have a quarter of a tank. This is a long mountain pass. There may not be another gas station for a long time. You need gas. He goes, quarter of a tank's loads. Fuck gas. Cool. Fuck gas. You're right. Gas ain't real. So we got in the cars, and half past, guess what happened? I'll give you $1,000 if you can guess what happened. He ran out of gas. It's like, well, fucking duh. And then ever since then, now every time me and Tristan are driving, we're like, I need gas. We say, fuck gas. As in, gas isn't real. But it is real. Next time I see somebody doing this, I'm going to remind them that they're a dumb cunt. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word. Oh, I'm on Rumble. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. You're dumb as fuck. You do not defy the laws of physics. Having no gas in your car is irresponsible. It does not make you look tough or strong or cool. In fact, I would actually argue the opposite. I've had many times beautiful women get in my car, and I've literally had, even though females lack basic perspicacity, have noticed and paid attention to the fact that my phone on the dash is fully charged and my car is full. My battery's full, my car is full. Combat ready! Why the fuck would I not have a full battery and a full fucking tank of gas? That gives me the best possible chances in all the scenarios of the multiverse. Who knows what's gonna happen? This gives me the best possible chances. Also goes with phone battery. I see those people. And they're like, they put their phone on charge. They're like, oh, that's enough. And they unplug it. I'm like, how much you got? Like 7%, that's fine. 7%? That's not fine. Maybe if you're a dumbass and you don't use your phone very much, I know I have a phone addiction, but I have a lot of important things to do. Or maybe if you run out of battery, nobody gives a shit. If I ran out of battery within an hour and people couldn't get hold of me, there'd be search teams on the street. Armed. Like, it'd be a big deal. I can't just run out of battery. I can't just go, oh, 6%, that'll do. It's just a level of disorganization that gives me anxiety when I see these people functioning with their 6% battery, quarter of a tank of gas, just so unorganized, going through life wondering why they're fucking broke. Charge your fucking phone, put gas in your fucking car. Of all the difficult things there is to do in your life to make sure that you can basically live functioning and prepare yourself for all contingencies, charging your phone and putting gas in your car got to be two of the fucking easiest. If you're walking the planet and can't manage to do those two things, I don't want you anywhere near me. New rule! Because being rich, one of the best things about it is being ridiculously principled over things people don't understand. If I start hanging out with somebody or I get in somebody's car and their phone is not charged, I'm going to remember it. If they have no gas in their car, I'm going to remember it. 3 strikes, you're out. Next time I see this fucker, they better have a full tank of gas and a full fucking phone battery. People who have no phone battery and no fucking gas in their cars give me anxiety. I don't like it. It's too unorganized. They're too calm in the sense, they're too calm in a space of disorganization. It means their lives are probably a mess. Their fucking apartment's probably fucking covered in cockroaches.
It's funny because this is the other side of a coin that I've seen many times where people complain about gas prices. It's one of the quickest ways to piss me off when people start complaining about how expensive it is and it used to be less expensive and they're making so much money. And this is the same thing, but just the other side of the coin. Like, yeah, look at me. Put less gas in my car without gas. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you actually accomplishing here? Don't be a fool. Be ready at all times. Charge your phone. Charge your car if you have an electric car. But yeah, fuel up your car probably for the best.
So people come to me and say, how do you think AI is going to change and shape the modern world? Well, I'll tell you what it's going to do. It's going to fuck all of the brokies. The brokies are in real big trouble, and I'm going to explain to you why. AI in its current form is pretty basic. It can't replace people like me. Do you understand? When I see people on Twitter, there's some dork, and he's sitting there, and his profile picture, he has glasses on purpose, to look smart, I guess. 7-figure business agency owner. I'll teach you how to monetize your Twitter. I use ChatGPT to write the last 4 tweets. I can't do that because there's no fucking robot. There's no computer on the planet which can be me. Do you understand? A computer with all of its fucking infant fucking decimal computing power can't possibly come up with the brilliance that I come up with. We all know it's true. That's why I'm the top G. I say things that computers can't say. That's why I'm irreplaceable. Whereas that nerd, he could probably get ChatGPT to talk to his wife, and she wouldn't notice. He'd probably more likely to get a blowjob if he got ChatGPT to text his wife than if he did it his fucking self. Because he's a nerd. I'm not a nerd. I'm the top G. So when you're a basic loser, you have to be afraid of AI because it can replace you. I'm irreplaceable. AI is not going to fly on the jets. AI is not going to drive the Ferraris. AI is not going to buy the yachts. I have to do these things. That's my job on the planet. I have stuff to do. AI is not going to have 20 children. I have to do these things. But if you're a dork, AI can do what you do. And what's going to happen is, over time, as it gets more and more advanced, AI is going to be slowly attacking and creeping up and replacing all of the lower tier males. Those dudes down there at the bottom. Especially the ones who think they're smart. If you're a manual laborer, right? Good. You work hard. I have respect for you. You're out there doing real work that needs doing. You're not going to be replaced by AI. It's those mid-tier office dorks. With their glasses. I'm expediting in my 7-figure agency. All right, bro. They're going to get wrecked. And they're going to get wrecked because they're arrogant, they're lazy, they're fucking and charge too much for the bullshit they do in the first place. And because every organization on the face of the planet, and I mean every single speak in black and white, because that's how I operate in reality. You have 2 tiers of individuals. Tiers of employees. Extremely insightful and extremely intelligent and forward-thinking and extremely hardworking and irreplaceable. And then you have the mid-tier chaff. The guy who gets paid like 70 grand a year. He comes into work. He types. He does his job enough to not get fired, but he's never really pushed the company forward. If he disappeared one day in a boating accident, the company would continue to function just fine. He's just that guy. Those people are about to get wrecked. Because what happens is when you have a large organization, and I know this very well because I have a very large organization. Most people don't understand how many hundreds of people work for me. I will come up with a job, and I will say, okay, I have this role. I can either find 1 killer to do this role, or I can find 4 to 5 mid-tier, mid-wit idiots to do this role. And killers are so difficult to find that often I have to take the role and split it into 5 and find 5 jackasses to pull off what a person could do by themselves. AI is going to get rid of all that shit. Companies are going to soon be killers and AI. It's more efficient and efficiency wins. It saves money. You're never going to be able to replace the killers with artificial intelligence. Not for a long time. I would estimate Murphy's Law, at current computing power, I think it would take 100,000 years for computers to reach my level of intelligence. At least! Whereas you nerds, he's already there. ChatGPT is texting your woman, probably right now behind your back. You probably decided to use it to text her once, and it got into your phone, and I keyed you, and now it's famoosing her on the side. Before you know it, she's going to be down the alleyway somewhere with some roboticized sex toy behind your back. You didn't even know what happened. It's going to replace you completely and utterly in all realms of your life. ChatGPT is going to raise your children. That's what's going to happen to you. It can happen to me. Top G. Back on point. So AI is a genuine threat at the absolute highest echelon of competency and capability. So if you're sitting here as a man, you go, how's AI going to affect? It's going to make my business far more efficient. As AI, maybe 40% of the hundreds of people who work for me, and fire them. I can sit and go, I'm paying all your wages, and when you type something, it's not that different than when ChatGPT types something. So you're gone. Goodbye. But my killers will always remain. I will never get rid of my killers. I'll never fire them. They're always forward thinking, thinking of new ideas, thinking of new ways to do things. Those people are going to be monumentally rewarded inside of my organization. Inside of all organizations on the planet, you're going to have killers and AI. All the midwits are going to vanish. Time ago on one of my podcasts, I said, it's about to be have-nots. And that's true across all. You can no longer just be a mid-tier dickhead. You can't be that person anymore. Being the average person, the world is no longer designed to accommodate you. You have to live in an area of crime. It means you have to operate within a realm where the government can destroy you. It means your job can be replaced by a fucking computer. It means your wife's going to cheat on you with a robot sex toy in an alleyway. Being a normal dude sucks. You have to be the best of the best. You have to be a feared opponent in all realms of human endeavor. People come to me and ask me a bunch of questions. They ask me about AI and a bunch of other shit. And my answer is always the same. That shit matters to you because you're far too close to the mean, far too close to the average. If AI is being trained by all the conversations on the internet, AI is going to end up as what? Average. The averages. So if you're average, guess what? You're fucked. So how do you become genuinely competent across all realms in a way that AI cannot replace you? Obviously, none of you could ever be me. Of course not. Let's not be unrealistic here. But I think a varied skill set is the answer. I actually genuinely do. Because I think in my experience of life, when you have a very varied skill set, you allow yourself to learn lessons in certain realms, which translate so perfectly to others. I would argue a man who boxes professionally is going to be a better salesman than a man who doesn't. Because some of the lessons he'll learn from boxing in regards to hard work, indefatigability, the ability to get up and try again when he fails, all these lessons he will learn will translate into his sales work. Do you understand? You have to do things completely unrelated so the lessons cross-pollinate. So you become such a unique, irreplaceable individual that when a computer analyzes you from head to toe and scans your biomechanics, it concludes that you are a killer. And killers will never be replaced. Mid-tier chaff.
If there's one thing that stays consistent across history is that all new tech fucks people that are useless. So, I'm not saying useless in the sense that they're not valuable people for the community or in the sight of God or all that sort of stuff, but I mean useless in terms of a market sense. Like you don't have any marketable skills. You're just basically cannon fodder. Right? All new tech fucks over people that are useless. Like the automatic cash register, the things you now have at McDonald's where you can put in your order yourself. Well, usually fucks over the people that have lowest possible. So AI does the same thing. And you don't use AI to replace you at the things that you're good at. The problem is if you're a nerd or if you're someone that doesn't have any skills, you're not good at anything. So you're replaceable. Don't be replaceable. Build up your skills. Double down on what you're good at, what you're attracted to. And from there on out, you can have all the tools help you out, obviously. But first step is to not be replaceable. Be skilled.
No, I'm living in Seattle.
Yeah, Starbucks.
Utah.
That's what comes to mind. People say Seattle, it's just Starbucks. Instantly comes to my head. I don't know why. Fuck, it pisses me off that their marketing is so effective.
Yeah. So you guys think of Starbucks before you think of Amazon or Microsoft?
Absolutely. Starbucks are the biggest motherfuckers on the world, man. They're everywhere. I've been to 72 countries, and all I see is fucking Starbucks. In Romania, there's Starbucks. In Iraq, I saw fucking Starbucks. How? It's crazy. And what pisses me off about Starbucks is they're making shitloads of money because it's so efficient, their system. You pay $5 for a coffee. How much can coffee cost Starbucks? It's water, beans, and cardboard cup. Like 5 cents, maybe. 10 cents max.
You've also got to pay the useless baristas that just kind of like glare at you as they're making your coffee.
Well, that's exactly it. So they don't pay any tax. So they charge you $5. It costs them 10 cents, at least $4.90, which is an hour's wage for the dickhead who makes it. And that's one coffee. And then the other 59 minutes, he's fucking around for free. These bastards make too much money, man. It's pissing me off. I thought I was rich. I didn't run Starbucks.
The rent is pretty fucking expensive, though. Like, the places they rent for the local, that probably costs, like, well, it depends on where, but, like, a couple...
But what they probably do is they probably just buy it. Because they have so much money, they just buy it, and they end up just being premium real estate holders.
You
They
think
can't
so?
lose anything.
I feel like they rent most of the places. The rent's pretty high.
Maybe. Still, fuck Starbucks. They're liberal cucks. I hate that shit. Fuck them.
And the coffee is shit. I mean, I think like more than 50% of their cost is like sugar costs.
Probably. Right.
Well, first thing that I think about when Seattle comes up is not Starbucks. It's actually the homeless people. The 10 cities. It's completely nuts. Well, but to be on topic, notice how you mentioned Starbucks and then immediately shifts into how profitable it is and the economics of it. This is how you see the world. This is how you should view the world. Just upgrade the way you see things and make sure this is the first shift you make whenever you do something. Okay, how does this work out? How does this compute? How profitable is this? What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? That makes life interesting and it makes you have like a business mindset. View the world through a money lens. Works out.
Exactly. That's the fundamental split of the modern world, isn't it? You have people who want to do shit for themselves and people who want someone else to do it for them. That's the only socialism versus capitalism argument. That's all it is. People who want to do it themselves and people who want someone else to do it for them. That's the reality. Look, man, none of us here, probably, maybe you with your impressions, maybe you become super famous. None of us are going to be fucking multimillionaire Justin Biebers, probably, for the rest of our lives. So there's a whole life that we're not going to experience where we get to be super mega stars, whatever. But it could be a shitload worse. It could be fucking herding goats in Yemen. So you just have to accept where you are, kind of, and just make the best of it. And maybe want all your dreams. I mean, it could be worse. Just fucking something baby, fucking bitch. Mm-hmm. Everyone's a bitch, especially on Twitter. Twitter's just full of fucking crybabies. All day long complaining. It's like, I'd love to know how many calories are wasted typing, complaining.
And those are the only calories they burn in the day.
Yeah, dude.
People don't take responsibility. That's and they start complaining, and it echoes into their online digital lives. Responsibility is something I believe should be taught from like a younger age.
Somewhere
You're fucked up.
It's all
I like
on you.
that. Yeah, and that's how life should be. Yeah, you're gonna have some bad luck. Look, man, I guarantee I've had more bad luck than most people. I've had fucking shitloads of bad luck. I just don't cry about it. I can tell you stories of my bad luck and fucking £250,000 Bitcoin hacks and money I've lost and fucking ended up in debt to mafia guys. I've gone through loads of shit. I never sat there for a second and thought, oh, I need a fucking socialist president to save me. Fucking do yourself.
So like people don't actually realize how easy it is to be exceptional in this modern day. Like if you have any sort of mental toughness, like people just like see you in a completely different way. So like last night it was snowing outside and I decided to just like go out for a shirtless run. And like everyone at the park, like these girls walking with their boyfriends, they're just completely ignoring their boyfriends. They're coming up to me and taking selfies with me and saying like, oh, you look awesome and shit. It's like, as long as you get to do one thing that other people don't dare to do, or you can do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone, especially everyone out here is money all the time. And I know I'm the worst for it because all I talk about. But the human condition isn't about being rich. It's about being happy. That's the genuine view to it. And I think you can make yourself happy with a few very basic things. If you set yourself a task and you achieve it, you'll feel happy. I say this to people all the time. Decide you're going to do 300 push-ups. That day and actually do them. Mm-hmm. And you'll go to sleep feeling happy.
So bad luck is going to hit all of us. It's a fact of life. And getting to peace with that and realizing that really there is no one to save you. It's going to be you. It's going to be you. I think that is why politics are so attractive to people, even though there's nothing you can do. You can sort of talk yourself into, but if I cast my vote, maybe this person will come along and he at least, well, he won't save me necessarily, but at least he'll make the playing field more even. You know, at least he'll give me a shot. Fuck no. Not. You know what he will do? He will do the same thing that every single politician will do and has done for eternity, forever. Because it's going to be that way 1,000 years from now, and it was this way 1,000 years ago. He's going to look out for his own interests, and he's going to say whatever he needs to say to get voted in. To get into his position. And you know what then? What he's going to do then? Then he's going to do the same thing that will get him voted again into that position. People don't give a fuck about you, bro. It's all you. It's all you. You have to do it. Great thing, because no one, but for your interest as well, you do.
I was an exceptionally good fighter, exceptionally good. I was always dedicated. The problem with me is, unlike most fighters, I'm actually smart. Most fighters are stupid. And the problem is when you're smart, it's difficult to be completely entrenched in one thing that conquers your entire life. Like I loved fighting and I was dedicated and I was fucking good. But now I'm thinking, I love fighting, but I also love supercars. And I also love traveling. And I also love And I also love cigars. There's a whole bunch of other shit I want to do. So for 12 years, I gave up everything else I wanted to do for one thing. After a while, you just wake up and go, you know what? The fuck do I need to go and do 1,000 push-ups today? Or can I just bang this chick and go back to sleep? And you get to that point.
But then you become mentally weak if you always do that. You gotta at least challenge yourself once in a while.
Oh, absolutely. I still train every day, but I don't. Training every day for fun and training every day to fight are different things.
Yeah.
When you're training to fight, your whole mind by the fight. You're nervous all the time. You're anxious all the time. You got this big fight coming up. You got to eat properly. You got to sleep properly. You can't stay up late. You can't do anything. Your whole life is over for fucking 3 months until the fight. So if you just train for fun, you stay up late, you wake up late, or you train later. Who gives a fuck? So it's different. It's a different, it's a different world. So yeah, I might fight. I've been offered this fight March 11th, and I've trained 0%. But part of me just feels like just getting in there, and even if I lose, just to see how good I am when I don't train. Part of me is kind of like curious. I'm gonna take an ass kicking and see how good I can do. So I might be back. We'll see what happens, maybe.
If you do that, I'm just curious. Like, obviously, there's a bit of like, pride involved in the situation, but it doesn't take that many kicks to the head, especially as you get older, to fuck things up. Like, what's the cost versus benefit analysis on that for you?
Fighting as a whole has no cost versus benefit analysis. Fighting as a whole is a stupid idea. Like less than 1% of fighters ever make any money from it. And I've seen 5 people die. Like it's a stupid idea to begin with. The idea of fighting is dumb. The idea of making a career out of fighting is dumb. The life you live is hard. There's a whole bunch of luck involved. You can win and then get unlucky one fight and lose, and you lose the wrong fight. Your big chance. And never. Like it's a stupid idea in the first place. Full decision. Nobody decides to fight with a logical mind. It's something you either do or don't do. It's not a logical thing to do. Because even though I preach, and even though I love the idea of walking through the world as a kickboxing world champion, even the idea of self-defense is effectively. And I've been in situations, me and my brother, we could fight, it saved us. But in general, the idea of I know how to fight so I can protect myself is bullshit. 99% situations, if your ego, and the ones you can't walk away from, you're fighting. If some dude's out to shoot you, and he wants to kill you particularly for whatever reason, and you pull up to your driveway in your car, and he's standing across the road with a fucking Uzi, what are you gonna do?
That's right.
In reality, if a guy and 4 of his friends all have knives and they decided to stab you, and you're walking out of a restaurant with your girlfriend, and 4 dudes rush you with machetes, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna die. So it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
like the whole idea of it. It's good. It's good to possess it. I'm not saying that I'm not happy I have it. I'm not saying it doesn't give me confidence. But in general, I'm also acutely aware that I could just as easily get sucker punched as easily as any of you.
Mm-hmm.
Some dude could come up from behind, fucking smash them on the top of my head, and then so it's life.
I had a conversation with Jose Rosado, and he DM'd me after he saw me in a flame war with somebody on Twitter. He's like, dude, why do you do that? And I was just like, look, man, I'm a warrior. I was born that way. Like somebody put some bullshit in my face, I'm going to attack it. It's just my makeup. Like I see bullshit, I have to fight it. It's not about whether it makes sense. It's not about whether it's logical. It's not about whether I'm going to get benefit out of it. I just hate it. I'm going to do what I can to stomp it. It's just how I am. I don't, I don't cotton to bullshit.
Yeah. So I would actually argue fighting is logical. So you know what Plato said? He actually said that before you study any philosophy at all, you need to be a pretty good wrestler, because that's basically your fundamental base. So like if you look at the first order effects of fighting, yeah, it's not very good now, especially now there's guns. But if you look at like the higher order effects, like second order and above, you see like all these like just people going around, they're just like soy boys and pussies. They just don't know like how to deal with the world at all. So that kind of really, any type of fighting experience builds up like your mental foundation, so you know how to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it teaches you a fucking shitload about yourself. It teaches you a bunch about yourself. And teaches you a bunch about other people. It teaches you a bunch about the realities of the world. My whole worldview is shaped by the fact that I was a high-level fighter. If I wasn't a fighter, I wouldn't even think the same on any level. You know? So it's absolutely important, and my son certainly fight. But it's not the idea of walking through life. It's the idea of understanding cause and effect and dedication and hard work and pain tolerance and all this other shit that just goes into it. Yeah, and the thing is with fighting is it teaches you that. I mean, I have this thing against excuses. I don't believe in excuses for anything, because fighting's the perfect example. Like if I'm training for a fight and my ankle hurts and I can't run properly, and then I run out of steam and I lose the fight because I get tired, do I get to say, oh, well, but my ankle hurt in training, so it doesn't matter? No one gives a fuck. You lost, mate. Who cares? So it teaches you a lot about the realities of the world, and like all these fat people, I can't lose weight. You can lose weight. You don't want to lose weight. Or you think you want to lose weight. But if you really want to lose weight, you wouldn't be struggling. It's all down to desire, like anything else. You know, if you really want something, you'll get it. And the people who ain't got it usually don't want it enough. That's my view of it. And it's the same with nearly anything. Like, everyone wants things that was easy. Who here wouldn't want to be the best skater in the world? You could click fingers and be like, it'd be so easy. You just be like, yeah, fuck it, okay, bang, how can I skate? But if I say to you, you have to go start training 12 hours a day, you're like, oh, fuck that. That ain't worth it. So it's all down to how much value you put on stuff. And if it's valuable enough, you're going to do it. And if it's not, you're not. That's the reality of life for anything. Simple as that.
Well, lots of athletes are not, let's say, above average in intelligence. Probably because of the main focus on one thing. Also, it attracts a certain person that can be obsessively focused on one thing. And I think that's a good thing. Like Tate says, well, eventually, if you have multiple interests, it's hard to sort of go so deep into one thing that you don't get distracted by things. Obviously, you can get to world-class level. That's great. If you look at Andre Agassi, he hated tennis. I think he was the #1 tennis player in the world for a bit. Hated tennis. Didn't like the game at all. Still made it work. So you can hate things and still be the best at them. It's possible. Also, fun fact, the one dude in the top right called himself a warrior because he got into a Twitter battle. That's I don't know who he is. Maybe he is a warrior. I don't know. But yeah, that was a special moment for me. Anyway, do the thing you hate. Be good at it. And then you'll be able to move on and get all the fruits from your labor anyway.
Let's go back to the martial arts. How do you avoid getting concussion? Or have you had many concussions?
If you're gonna fight, you're gonna get hit, bro.
That's right.
Go roll with it. There's no way to avoid it. You're gonna fight, you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta obviously train, you gotta look after yourself. But I'm not punchy at all. I don't feel any. Although sometimes after some hard sparring sessions or some hard fights, I'd feel a bit slow. I'd have brain fog for a few days. I know I'm still sharp. I'm not stupid, so I'm all right. But if you're shit and you get punched in the head all day, you're gonna fucking suffer. You just don't be shit. That's the only advice. There's no magic. There's no magic cure to it. Don't be shit. Don't get hit. That's all I can say.
It's
the reality of the game.
When you say that, I feel that you have been limited in your capacity by the damage you suffered from fighting in any way?
Probably. If I would have never fought in my life and dedicated myself to fucking some academic endeavor, would I be smarter? Probably. Would my life be better? I doubt it. I like the fact that I like being well-rounded. I also like having an opinion with a physical presence behind it. Even on the internet, I like that.
Yeah.
It's just my worldview is based on I would never say anything to anyone online I wouldn't say to their face.
Word up.
And when I say that, people go, "Oh yeah," no, but I mean that. Everyone else is sitting there talking shit. If I at someone and say something, I guarantee you, if I meet that person, I'm gonna say the same shit right in the fucking face. I like living. Would I live that way if I didn't know how to fight? Probably not, because I just wouldn't be that person. I'd be a completely different person. It shaped my entire world. I've been doing it for fucking 20 years. So it's just, you know, could I have done something else? Or would my brain be sharper if I focused purely on mental exercises? Perhaps, but I'm very glad I didn't. I think I've used my youth, my biological youth, effectively. I enjoyed being an athlete. I still miss it now. I'm tempted to fucking go back. So, you know, it's cool. It's an amazing feeling to feel like a predator. And even though I was just talking about how it's bullshit self-defense, and it is, it's an amazing feeling that, and I didn't feel it till when I first won my first world championship. When you realize you're world level at combat, it is an amazing feeling. You do start to feel a bit like a lion, you know, and it's addictive. Even now, I'm retired and I can't get out of my head. Sometimes I can't sleep at night. Thinking, Tate, what the fuck are you doing? You need to get back in the ring. It's an addictive feeling, you know. This is why gang members walk around with fucking machine guns. They like feeling like I'm the fucking man. This is something that's addictive about it.
So this question comes up a lot where people are afraid of brain damage. Two things. One, brain damage happens over enormous amounts of time and endless sessions of sparring. You don't get brain damage after a sparring session. You might get concussed, and even that is quite rare. So keep in mind, this is not you know, I get punched in the face and then all of a sudden I'm a vegetable. That doesn't really happen. And two, make sure if you spar, if you train, have a good trainer on hand and spar with people on your level and be controlled about it. And when someone is overpowering you or someone can control his power or something, say something about it. And if necessary, just walk out. Say, hey, no, I'm good. No, I'm not doing this. That's okay. There's no shame in that. If someone can control himself, you can definitely tell him, hey, let's go light. If he doesn't, just walk out. It's okay. It's not worth it. It needs to be fun. It needs to be playful. It needs to be lighthearted. It needs to be competitive. I was sparring in Marbella, and after the guy thanked me and he said, I really like it when it's competitive. That's what sparring is supposed to be.
Me and I have been throwing, we're supposed to have an exhibition match in Bucharest. On top of that, I've been offered a fight contract for March 11th in Romania, which I might take. I mean, I've been out of the ring for a while now, but I might take it and come back, step in the ring a couple more times. I don't need it anymore like I used to, but it's good just to prove to yourself you can still do it, you know? Like, when you spend 10 or 11 years honing a craft, the last thing you want to do is feel like it slipped away from you. You want to feel like you can still do it, you know? So I might be in there on March 11th whooping some ass, but it ain't easy now, because when I was broke and I had nothing, there was nothing else to do but train. But now I've got businesses in different countries. I need to be all over the world. I got shit going on. I got fucking women. Fuck me, Tate. Fuck me. Fuck me. Like, I'm busy. So it ain't easy, you know? I got stuff to do. I got to push my Lambo around the streets for the haters. I got stuff to do. So it's hard just to stay as motivated as I used to be. But we'll see. We'll see.
I have noticed that with high-level chaps. For example, I'm from Dublin, and that is Conor McGregor's hometown. And he, of course, when he had the hunger, he was a monster. He was killing them all. Yeah. But I noticed recently when he stepped in that cage with Khabib, he was selling a lot of that fucking. He seemed a little bit like he underestimated the man across from him, who literally had nothing, only God, to carry him forward. So
I mean, we're all human, and
of course,
and you're a very rare individual if money doesn't change you. Or here's my particular case. In my case, the problem is this. It's not that money's changed me. It's that I don't make my money with fighting. If you give me $1 million to fight, I'll be motivated. But in kickboxing, I won't get that much. For my comeback fight, I'll get maybe 30 grand, which is good money, but I make that every 2 weeks doing other shit. So it's like money isn't motivating me. So I'm actually taking my eye off of the money to go back to fight. So then you need to keep your eye on both, because you can't just forget about the money side of things.
Do you know what I'm saying? So for me, it's like
100%.
I make more money if I don't fight. So that's the thing for me. So it's just like a passion of love, you know, just because I miss it, whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's he's selling whiskey, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's running all over doing coke, acting crazy, and then he's trying to fight a guy who's a strict bitches. He ain't doing cocaine, he ain't selling whiskey. He's doing nothing but hit the gym. I mean, I knew he was going to take a whooping. Surprise! I was like, this guy's going to do it, and I think deep down Conor knew it.
I suffer from that thing where just Conor talks and I'm just like, he's telling the truth, he's gonna win. So he's what's right?
He's done really well. He's smashed the game, and he overpaid. I mean, he isn't getting paid what he's getting paid. How good a fighter he is. He's getting paid because he has a big mouth, and this is the nature of this. But you can translate this into the world. I say this to people all the time. You know, don't be walking around through life being humble. Where is that going anyone? You need to rock up in the place like I'm the baddest motherfucker. You just walk up, I'm number one. Tell them. The girl you want someone to fuck, my dick is huge. Let her find out the hard way. At least you get what you want. She can be like afterwards, well, that wasn't that big. You're like, well, who cares? Still bag you.
I've noticed with Conor, I believe the reason why people admire him so much is he does display something that will deviate us quite nicely into our first topic, which is the idea of fear. I've noticed that Conor seems to have an amazing mindset of making you either feel that he feels no fear, or in essence, he has really good management of fear. And that is something that I learned from when I started learning fighting as well. Like those first couple of spars, you'd be vibrating in fear, just going up to them. And it's like the idea of having 400, like get choked. It's the ability to and then channel it into a performance, I think, is such a high level skill that people try their best to cultivate, but often do not achieve. And that would be something I'd love to ask you about. Like, what do you do with dealing with fear when it comes to fighting, especially when you're younger and coming up?
Well, this is the thing. No, people aren't very often afraid of fighting. They're afraid of losing. So if you train to fight, it's not the art of fighting or the act of fighting that scares you. It's the thought of losing. I think a lot of it, for especially the high-level guys, the skill is to teach yourself to not think about losing. If you think about losing, no matter who you are, you're gonna start to feel nervous because you think about, I'm gonna look like a dickhead. This guy's gonna make fun of me. Everyone's gonna see me get knocked out. Everything I said in the press conferences, they're gonna make memes at me and make fun of me. I'm never gonna get it. Everyone's gonna laugh at me. My girl ain't gonna look at me the same when she sees me asleep. If you start thinking about it, it goes through your head. So you have to master the art of just forgetting the fact that there's a negative possibility. And that's what Conor does. When he's talking the fight up, he's talking himself up. When he's saying, there's no one can beat me. Well, he's really doing is convincing himself that you can't consider the fault of a loss. Because if you consider it, then it starts to enter your psyche, and then it affects your performance. And I could see in his uprun with Khabib, maybe it's just because I'm a fighter, but I could analyze that what he was doing with Khabib was what he was trying to do the same thing he did with Aldo. But when he did it with Aldo, he meant it. And when he did it with Khabib, he hadn't quite convinced himself. Even when he got into the octagon, I could see it from a mile off. He had this fake bravado, but still he had not quite convinced himself he was invincible. And then you start slipping, and you get caught with the right hand, and it all just starts going downhill from there. So, yeah, and a lot of the times you have to, especially in dangerous situations, the easiest way to manage fear is just to not think about the negative outcome. If you have to run into a building if you have to run into a burning building to save a child, if you're going to sit there and think, what if I get trapped? What if I get set on fire? What if I die? You ain't got time for that. You just got to go. So a lot of fear management is willful ignorance. In my experience, it's just pretending there's no other option.
I'm going to win. I'm going to be the best. Everyone's going to love me. I'm going to be rich. There's no chance I'm going to lose, so it ain't even a risk. That's much easier than sitting there and actually thinking, okay, this can fire back in my face big time. That's what I think it is.
It happens in a lot of areas where you hold yourself back because you're mainly focused on failure. There's car crashes in the desert. You have these like electricity poles or phone poles or cable poles, like once every 500 meters or once every kilometer or something. And then when there's a car crash, for whatever reason, people tend to drive into those. And you'd be like, how can you drive into those? There's like enormous amounts of space and still you drive. It's because as you lose control of the wheel, your eye is being pulled towards the most dangerous object, and unwittingly your hands with it and you hit it. It's the same with failure. If you think about it too much, you're going to be attracted to it. You think that's how you'll fail, how you'll get knocked out, etc. It's the last thing you want to think about. Brainwash yourself into thinking about the positive results.
Singing and rapping and whatnot, to be a musician. Going up onto stage, I would notice then I get into the place where I'd be playing, and if I'm not just, I have more time to let it cook in my head about I'll be going up there, and that's when the fear starts to incubate, and then it becomes more powerful the more time you have to contemplate it. So you do need to distract yourself.
Bro, I used to say this all the time on some of my, because I was world champion, I was always the last person fighting.
No.
When I got to China, I said I wanted to fight first on my contract, and they said yes. It is so much better to walk into the arena, get changed, warm up, and fight than walk into the arena and sit there for 4 or 5 hours, listening to other people get knocked out, seeing people come back stage, waiting for your turn, finally you got your spawn, you're sitting there, it's a fight before your fight, you're sitting there just waiting for the other fight to finish or to go to the distance or knockout, whatever. Someone comes in and goes, "Are you ready?" You're like, "Yeah." It's the whole build up.
Yes.
It's a fucker, but we'll see, man. We'll see if I return to the ring. I mean, I don't know. I'm conflicted about it. I kind of feel like I need to prove something to myself, but I don't know. We'll see. I've got other stuff going on. I mean, I don't need to fight anymore for any kind of finance or anything. So we'll see how it goes.
I guess like the only dangerous situation there is you come up against a man who has nothing to lose, and then it becomes quite interesting because it is a battle of wills in there, I imagine. But
absolutely.
So that's always an interesting.
That's the problem. I was that guy. I fear. I've grown. A lot of people, the more experience you have, less afraid you'll be. With me, it's the opposite. I was fearless when I was new. I don't give a fuck. I'll fight anyone. I don't care. On a day's notice, I had nothing to lose. Now I'm a bit older. I'm sitting there thinking, do I need the licks? Do I need damage? I got stuff to lose now. You know what I mean? Like one of my friends just got knocked out. He has brain damage now. It's like, am I risking brain damage for 25, 30 grand? Like it's not worth it to me anymore. When I was young, I had nothing to lose. So yeah, I kind of feel like because I'm fighting, that's why I need to do it. I kind of feel like I need to prove to myself that I'm not out. So
you want to stamp out the fear, yeah.
Fear needs. In my mind, if I'm afraid of something, you should let it exist in the background. You know. So if I'm a little bit nervous about a fight, I should engage it directly, and we'll see. I've got an offer for March 11th, so we'll see.
Very interesting. I would categorize fear that way as I've noticed. There's a way to reason it out of your head to some extent. Is that oftentimes you're worried about danger. Oftentimes you're worried about, and I think that's even the most powerful one, is the idea of humiliation. And in many senses, if you can teach yourself somehow, even through failure to some extent, that getting embarrassed to it all, you'll be all right. You're able to really reduce the amount of fear you have. But danger is one that you need to almost have a life and death sense, because when you're going into a spar, and I've never done a professional or an amateur fight properly, but I imagine it's the same thing. It's like, I don't need to take damage in order to move forward in life. I could move forward in other ways. You'd start to have a genuine worry about that. So that might eat away at your soul somewhat.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Like when I was younger, I couldn't see any other way out of my dire situation but fighting.
Yeah.
Broke, and I couldn't see any other way out. Now I've already, well, one, I'm already out, and two, I see lots of other ways out. So it's just like, what am I fighting for? But, it's good. It's character building. Nothing wrong punching some dudes in the face, so we'll do it.
First thing I noticed, like the man that is interviewing Andrew, man looks like he's in a fog, in some marsh, So it looks like he's interviewing him from the depths of Mordor. This is what camera is regarding the waiting time. Last time I fought, I don't know, either 11 or 12, like in the morning or in the afternoon, right? And I think I fought at like 9, so I had to wait for 9 hours. No, everything went long, and then there was a break. And then the fight ended in less than a minute. Knocked the guy out. It was fun. But it's still something I feel every man should do at least once in his life. It's good for you. Deal with the stress and the crushing pressure. It's a good thing.
It's interesting. So you were broke and you were just saying, fuck, what am I going to do? How the fuck am I going to get the fuck out of this situation? And you're like, I will use my fists. I will use violence to get out. Because what was your kind of thought process there?
Okay, so I fought because I was pissed off. I was pissed off being broke. Like, I had this, because my dad's a chess master, people have this idea that I come from money, which is completely not true. My dad made some money with chess, but my dad was a straight G. All went straight away on booze and gambling. So it was. We were broke. We grew up in America broke. We were on welfare. England council house. My mom and dad split up. My mom came here. We're in a council house. She's on the dole. Crap school. But I was just smart enough. I think a lot of people don't realize how good life can be. I mean, I don't want to shit on everyone's parade and ruin everyone's mind, but you talk to people and they're content. They're like, oh, I'm happy with what I've got. I'm like, why? Because there's people who have a whole bunch more than you. And I was never content having a normal life. I wanted an exceptional life. A normal house, a normal girlfriend. I didn't want none of that. I was like, no. There's dudes out here that have the best. Why do they deserve the best? And I don't deserve the best. I really believe that. And this is something I've always had inside me. I just didn't understand why I couldn't have the best stuff. Even now, I don't have the best stuff. I ain't got a yacht or anything, I've got a bit of money. But the point is, especially me, I saw the kind of girl girls that the big G's were getting. I was like, I don't want her. I want fucking her. I want the Instagram model with 5 million followers. What the fuck? So I was annoyed. I was just angry. So for me, fighting was just an outlet, because if I didn't put it into fighting, I would end up in jail, probably. So for me, that's kind of what it was. And then I kind of started to make some money with it.
So being content is really a kill shot for ambitions. If you think about, let's say, a tree, right? A tree grows and he doesn't just stop. It's like, yeah, I'm big enough now. This is nice. Let me just stop growing. No. The tree keeps growing, clawing for the sun, always trying to blot out everyone else. So basically, look at me. I'm growing bigger and bigger. That's what you want to be. You don't want to just stop growing. Be content with what you have. Let me be small now. Because the next guy is going to fly right on by you. Don't be like that. Keep growing. Don't be content. Always strive for the next big thing, life starts ending when you're like, yeah, I'm at the peak now. I'm done. No, we're not done. We keep striving and growing and moving and being more and more and more. That's what want to do.
Yeah, firstly, I'm anti-jiu-jitsu. Sport fighting, which is fine. The cage, and it's useful in the cage. So when I say this, someone, he won the first UFC. Yeah, it's because it's a fair fight. That's fine. I have never seen a fair fight on the street. Ever. And another rule of the street for me personally is never go to the ground. If you're on the ground, you can't see. You can get head stomped, you can get jumped on, his friends can attack you. The guy, you could be wrestling around the dude, he pulls a knife, the police could roll up. Who knows what's gonna happen? The last thing you want to be doing in a street fight is fucking around the ground trying to put some dude in a Kimura. It's bullshit. You need to stay standing. So this is why I always recommend striking for street fights. I mean, I've been in a few street fights. Like everyone else, I try and I've dealt with a few idiots, especially if you have a lot of chicks. You a few times it's like me and like 5 chicks, and it's just because if it's me on my own, dude. Start to think, well, he can't be banging them all, so I'm going to kind of encroach on his hose. And they're obviously mistaken because I am banging them. And then because there's him with 4 of his boys, he thinks he can get fresh, and then it goes down, you know. So it's happened a few times, but there's some basic rules to it. Like, obviously, you want to try and avoid violence, but the reality is, man, everyone's heard it. It ain't fair out there. There's no such thing as a fair fight. Everyone's out to hurt you. My number one rule, really, with street fights is I don't let anyone get in my face ever, because you can't see when they're that close, and you can't see their friends, and you can't see what they have. So I say to people, stay away from me. Stay away from me. If they come up trying to get in my face to carry on talking shit, I'll just hit them. That's my only basic rule. I'm just like, all right, stay away, stay. They start coming going, yo, bro, I'll just start smashing people in the mouth, because I'm not having some dude in my face, screaming in my face, waiting for the fight to start. No, if you're going to get in my face, it's on. That's my very big.
Definitely. You want to keep your space, because like even that's where you get sucker punched when they're close and you don't see arm swinging and stuff. It's horrible. Yeah.
Their friend comes from behind and sucker punches you, like, fuck that shit. It doesn't matter how tough you are, you just sucker punch and go.
Have you had any situations where you have been sucker punched, you have been boxed into a corner where you've had to use your fist, anything extreme?
I've been jumped, but I was never sucker punched because I saw it coming. But yeah. I was jumped recently in Moldova about 2 months ago. I was in Moldova. I was walking. Moldova's a crazy place, bro. Like, I live in Romania, so yes. Romania is crazy, but it's kind of organized in its own way because the mafia have a place on lock. So, like, statistically, it's much safer than the West. Like, there's very little street crime because people are afraid to commit random street crime because they don't know who they're fucking with. And if they're a cousin of a mafia member, so they're going to end up dead, and the police ain't going to help them. So it's really like the mafia are in charge of everything, but they're after the big boy gains. They're doing like political corruption and stuff. They're not taking no one's wallet. They got better shit to do. So low-level crime is actually non-existent. It's just high-level stuff like political bribery and corruption stuff. That doesn't affect.
Yeah.
So Romania is safe, but Moldova next door is still wild, wild west. Moldova is not in the EU. Romania cleaned up to get in the EU. So to get into the European Union, the EU said, look, you need to reduce your crime by like 92%. So it was really bad. And they said, okay. And they arrested 3 mafia families over by 96%. And then like, like, they knew who they were. They just didn't have.
Was that street crime, or would that been the high level stuff? Like the EU were like,
it was all kinds of stuff. These were like human traffickers, like trafficking the girls.
Okay, yeah.
So everyone knew who they were, but they were so powerful, no one wanted to arrest them. But when the European Union money came along, you know, you're going to get those grants for billions of dollars from the EU if you're Eastern European countries. They're like, okay, we're going to take a few bill. Sorry, dude, you're going
jail. In fact, I know some of them guys are in jail now, and it's kind of like the Pablo Escobar story, because they put them in jail for 20 years, but they're living with like 8 girls, and they've got their own super oversized cell. It's like they're living the life of kings still. They're on Instagram. They got their phones. They're still banging. So it's all corrupt still in the ground. But anyway, Moldova next door is still wild, wild west. And no one goes to Moldova. Nobody goes. Who's been to Moldova? Nobody. And on top of that, Moldova was in the USSR. Romania never was. So Moldova has that Russia hangover that Romania doesn't. Romania was never in the USSR, even though it was communist. So when I was in Moldova, they're like, and me and Tristan were walking along the street with these 3 hoes, and we were talking shit, blah, blah, blah. And this one guy starts speaking in Russian to the girls, saying, "Why are you with American men? You're a stupid bitch. Why are you being slut for America?" Started saying something back to him, because it was only him on his own. They started getting fresh to him. Like, fuck you, they're richer than you, or whatever they fucking said, pissed him off. He came over to my brother. My brother was like, "Look, leave it. Tried to push my brother. My brother pushed him. By the time that happened, this dude and like 25 friends had left the bar and seen his boy get pushed. So the 25 dudes football team.
That go down. It's just like just as Tristan pushes him. You're like 20.
And they're Russian dudes. They're big. Like, I'm 6'3", but they're all like my size.
Yeah,
yeah. Us. I was like, whoa, trying to calm them down. They weren't having none of that. One of them runs up. He did hit Tristan, punches Tristan in the face. Tristan took it. Guy had hold of my jacket. And before I went to hit him, there was 2 random security guys, like from random of the complex, who kind of got involved and were kind of trying to slow it down a little bit. So trying to kind of slow it down a little bit. Then another one came around, tried to swing and hit me. I moved and he missed. I kind of threw a jab, but he moved out the way as well. And by this time, me and Tristan were backing up, and we had them all facing one way. We were backing up. We're like, "Look, fucking, we'll go. And they're like, "Get the fuck out of Moldova. Leave Moldova. We kill you. We're like, "Okay, we're gonna leave." And we just backed up and we got a taxi. What's funny is the girls are broken down crying. They're screaming because they're like, they've seen all the violence, whatever. And we went over to the taxi. We opened the door, and just before we get in, I said, "I ain't leaving without the girls." And just because they fucking jumped us, I still want the pussy. We found those girls fair and square. So we're waiting by the taxi saying, "Girls, come here." And these 3 crying girls went and got in the car and came back to our hotel. So we still had a party.
So my basic take on street fights: if you get into a street fight, you're a moron. Don't get into street fights. Once you get into one, you made like 412 mistakes beforehand. Should never have been there. Should have had situational awareness. Shouldn't have brought a female that started mouthing off to other dudes. Should not have been there. You shouldn't have been there. All sorts of stuff was leading up to this, and you screwed yourself over, which is dumb. Don't get into street fights. It is stupid. It's counterproductive. Really hard to make money if you have a fucked up brain, or if you're in jail because you accidentally killed someone. Don't get in.
First things first is that if anything's truly evil, the only people who are going to stop it are masculine men. Like, tell me a truly evil force that's ever been stopped by a shrieking feminist. Ever. So this is stupid. Trying to decipher and destroy masculinity leaves you without a warrior class. And without a warrior class, you don't have the ability to fight. And without, as a society, if you can't fight and protect yourself, you'll be annihilated. So regardless of whatever the evil force is, you're going to need a big, strong man at some point anyway. The point is this: women and feminists and this whole anti-men movement has this idea that men restricting their emotions is what causes them to build up and do crazy things and bad things. Whereas I completely disagree. I think the hallmark of being a man is the ability to restrict your emotions. Because if you're a firefighter and the building's on fire, like we spoke about earlier about fear, you're scared, but you do it anyway. If someone breaks into your house and you have to go protect your wife while she's in bed, you're afraid, but you do it anyway. The difference between a man and a woman is that you suppress your emotions. That when bad things happen, you suppress them. And let's say a man and a wife lose their kid. The man has the woman, the man can't start breaking down, the chick does. Then the whole relationship, then they'll lose each other. You have to be solid as a man, and you have to restrict your emotion and do the right thing regardless of emotion. So what they're trying to teach us is that no, we should give in and cry when we feel like crying. We should just be emotional beings like females. Well, there's a problem with this, and the problem with this is two things. What they've confused about toxic masculinity is this. Men do have an innate instinct for violence, but that isn't based on us suppressing our emotions. That's an evolution we've developed because men had to fight. This is why we have it, because without the ability to fight, men wouldn't exist. Look at the Romans. They didn't have Google Maps. They didn't know where they were going. They just melted some rocks, made some swords, and said, let's just walk in this direction till we get to the channel. Let's build some boats. Let's cross that. Oh, what's this place called England? Let's kill everyone on our way. This is an innate human instinct because it allowed us to survive, because fighting is a reality of the real world. We live in a society now where we pretend fighting is not a reality. Fighting is a reality. Violence is real. In many parts of the world today, violence is absolutely a real part of everyday life. So men are born with an innate tendency to violence. This is not toxically masculine. This is not toxic masculinity. What's toxically masculine is not being able to control it. So when I feel like punching someone in the face, I don't do it because I can control myself, because I've learned to control my emotions. What they're trying to teach people to do, especially men, is to be more feminine and not control our emotions, because they think that's going to leave us crying all the time and doing all the positive things, like, I don't know, crying our eyes out at a movie. They think that's what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen when you tell men not to control themselves? They're going to pick up a knife and stab some random dude. The people who do this crazy stuff, the people who shoot up schools, the people who do all these random acts of violence are guys who couldn't control their own emotions. They're pretending the only emotion that's going to flood out when they remove men's ability to control themselves is going to be all this gushy sadness. What's going to fly out of people when they don't control themselves is violence. Absolutely, it's going to be violence. And this is what's so crazy about their idea of toxic masculinity is so innate. It doesn't make any sense.
Whenever you find yourself in a state of being out of control, in a state of your emotions taking control of you, that's when you know you screwed up. You completely messed up everything beforehand. And then we need to go back to where we were before, and you need to realize, oh wait, I messed up. I let my emotions take control of me. That's not the way. We, as men, we are in control of our emotions. Your emotions never control you. And as soon as they do, you know, time to reset, go back to the drawing board, figure out how we're never going to let this happen again. We don't go out of control. It's unbecoming.
And the problem is that all these media platforms, all this social media, all this stuff, it's run by a bunch of leftist losers. I mean, who's to invent this crap? I mean, they're not going to be alphas, are they? It's the reality. They just spiral down the San Francisco crap. They end up hiring more liberals and everything just goes down the pan. And the truth is this. As a conservative, I'm prepared to listen to anyone's opinion, and I don't believe in censoring anybody because I'm not fearful of ideas. The problem is with liberals is that they're fearful people. And they're fearful because they're instinctively fearful because they know they're instinctively beta. You have to understand that for a long period of human history, a beta male viewed an alpha male as a predator because he was a predator and he could destroy you. So this is why they have such intrinsic, deep-seated hate for alphas. Why do they hate Trump so fervently? Why can they hate him so much? Even he does a great job. It's because something inside of them is telling them that this man is dangerous and evil. Even if they can't got proof, even if they can't put their finger on it, they just can't.
It's an instinct. It's an instinct, yeah.
For the same reason that a rabbit knows to run when it sees a fox. It just knows that can beat me. So when a beta sees an alpha, they're intimidated. So they're intimidated. And now we live in a society where for the first time in human history, these betas can fight back. They never had a chance to fight back, ever. No one gave a shit what they thought. And now they're in charge of everyone's voices. So now they're sitting there going, because they're instinctually thinking this person's evil because they're a beta male, and they can't understand that alpha male qualities are not instinctively evil. They're actually the only thing that built the Western world.
Yep, that's true.
But they think they're secretly evil, and they have the chance to do something. Feel this strong sense of duty. We have to prevent this from spreading. Trump is spreading, and they just start a little panic attack in their little tiny brain, and they result in censorship because it's what they can do. Whereas me, at the top of the tree, I don't need to censor those below me. They can have their stupid ideas. Even censoring anyone. If you want to come at me with some liberal garbage, you want to argue about communism, let's do it. I'm not afraid of you because I'm in a higher tier in the food chain. But these are just low-level players. It's like giving a rabbit a button to kill all the foxes. I mean, how many times do they press that button?
So something I want to give you, physiognomy, you should look up the word. It's real. Like you can actually tell. I know it's weird, it's sort of a pseudoscience. But to an extent, it's real. If someone looks like a malnourished goblin, like they look absolutely miserable and they're tiny and small, I don't genuinely trust these people. I try to stay away from them. I try not to do business with them. If I do business with them, I keep a very close eye on them. And I would urge you to do the exact same thing.
May I ask Cobra, how does he deal with threats?
Well, it depends, man. I get threatened a lot. In general, I think most people only threaten you for attention. Because in my life, I've had 2 people try and stab me. And one of them was random, and one of them was an attack. And what was actually taught me a lot is the guy who attacked me and tried to kill me, he never threatened me. Everyone who threatened me never did anything. Now, doesn't that teach you a lot about intention? Mm-hmm. I thought I want this guy dead. He stopped replying to my messages and then tried to kill me at random.
Wow, that's fucking...
Yeah, that's what's scary. Was if a guy saying, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. Well, if he was going to get you, why just go do it? He'd do it. What's he sitting there threatening? Why is he warning you?
Yeah, why would he warn you? Because that'll make it harder.
Exactly. So, like, if you're involved in some high-level mafia shit and you owe some money or you owe some drugs or something, then you might get a warning because they want to get paid. But in general, if you're not involved in that kind of stuff, if someone's like, I'm going to get you, a lot of that is just fucking bravado. And there's the only sensible reply is to ignore it completely because all they want is your attention. Just ignore it, completely ignore it. It doesn't exist. But I'm scared of the people who don't threaten me. Like if I wrong someone, which I don't do anyway because I'm an honorable guy, but if I wrong someone and they didn't threaten me, I'd be far more nervous if they started telling me they're going to. You're on.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Experience. And if I ever wanted to hurt anyone, the last thing I'd do is threaten. That's the truth. If I ever wanted to hurt anyone, they wouldn't see it coming. They would never see it coming. Ever.
Yeah. If your intention is not to have a fair fight, your intention is to get a result, which is someone's death, I'd imagine you don't make a big show about it. You will go straight in for the jugular, as they say. So.
Yeah, if you're serious about it, the last thing you're gonna do is stuff like, I'm gonna get you at this time, this day, when you go here. Nah, yeah, like you might give like a small. You might say, look, you got to pay me back by this day. You know who I am. I ain't playing games. You might give them a chance. If they don't do it, then there's nothing much more to say after that. You know, because the problem with threats is this: most people who threat, I'd say 99.9% of threats are never followed through. So threatening people is dangerous territory because the reason I don't threaten people is because I would never say anything I don't mean. If I say to you, you better pay me or I'm going to fuck you up, and you don't pay me, now I've got to fuck you up because otherwise you look like a dickhead. You know what I mean? So the last thing I want to be either is a guy who talks shit. So I don't really give threats anyway because sometimes you might reevaluate a situation. Sometimes you might change your mind. Sometimes whatever. But once you've given a threat and put an ultimatum on it, and you have 2 choices: either fulfill the ultimatum or you lose, or the person loses respect for you. It's like a chick does. I do this to chicks all the time. If I say, shut up or you're getting out, and she carries on talking and you carry on arguing, then she loses respect for you. If I say shut up or kicking you out and she doesn't shut up, I've got to kick her out because I said it.
That's very interesting because like I even suffer from this when I was growing up, is that I treat words very cheaply. I think I could just say stuff, and it's because they're words. They don't really matter. They don't exist. But there is a deep connection between your words and your actual soul, like something about what you are. That if you betray them, you're betraying yourself in a way that we would slowly erode ourselves, and then find ourselves many years later saying a load of stuff that doesn't have any gravitas to it, have any force. And oftentimes I've found people who talk very, like you, for example, you talk very down to earth, but your words carry weight, whereas heady and talking a lot of intellectual stuff, and your words are less gravitated because there's almost like you don't mean them in the same way. It's a very interesting thing.
Absolutely, it's very easy for me to look through a dictionary and get a thesaurus and start using big words, but I'm very particular with my language because for a long period of my life, at least for the last 7 or 8 years, I've made a super conscious effort to A, not lie, and B, never say anything I don't do. If I say to you right now, I'm going to do 5 push-ups, I'm going to do them because I can't go to sleep knowing I'm a liar. I finish because I said I would. My word is my bond to myself. And this allowed me to motivate myself to no end when I was training. If I said to my brother, I'm running a marathon today, and he'd say, well, you said it now, so you have to do it. Unless, you're a pussy. It's like, exactly. That's why I didn't want to do it. But now I've said it. Because I don't want to be a pussy. I'm not a coward. So for a long time, I've only things that I mean. So I'm very, very careful with my language. And that's one of the reasons I don't really give threats. Because, a couple times I've given a threat and I followed through on it. And I've fought back thinking I could have been more calm or I could have done that differently. But if I say, shut the fuck up or else, I got to follow through on my or else. That's who I am as a person. But that's also why my girls respect me. Like my girlfriend, I've been with her 6 years. I've kicked her ass out 3 times. If I say, shut the fuck up, your stuff's going outside, she'll shut up because she knows I'll do it. She's like, he's done it before. That guy's crazy. I follow through every time. So, other people who know you well, they start to learn from you. And also, man, you get a reputation amongst your people. Like, I've got to a point, there's people I can go up to and say, look, I need $100,000. I can't tell you why, you'll have it tomorrow. They're like, yeah, no problem. Not because it's not much money to them. It's because they know who I am.
Wow, that's fucking incredible.
If I say you'll have it tomorrow, they know if I have to rob a bank to get it, I'll get it. That's who I am as a man. So, it's a whole thing.
Well, threats are mostly gay, mostly harmless. In Dutch, we say, barking dog doesn't bite. So that's something good to remember. And something else is interesting. Your words only have power if they're backed by action. So if they don't, people quickly find out. When you raise children, you figure this out really quickly. They test you to see, like, is this actually going to happen? And people are amazed when you actually follow up on what you say. So be the one that follows up on what he says, and your words will have power.
There is an energy of a lot of men nowadays that are trying their best to redeem themselves from the pressure of turning them into like just disastrous betas, and they want to climb out of that, and they want to find all the strategies and the tactics and the knowledge. But there's something very profound about that idea of, okay, all you got to do is just never betray your word. Like, if you could do that seriously, and maybe not else, just take that thing particularly seriously and always live through your words properly, I'd say you would, like, it'd be unbelievable the progress you could make. There's something incredible about that concept that is so hard to get your head around. It's also a reason why I think Jordan Peterson really popped for people, is that he was coming out and he was like, it's not obvious, you can just lie, man. Like just don't lie. And then people were like, what? You can tell the truth and you don't have to lie. Fuck. So there's something about that. The words are sacred.
Absolutely. And for me, it gave me the power of unlimited motivation.
Wow. Wow, shit! Like there you go. Like, what? Fuck, I gotta get on this more seriously now, man. Oh, shit.
Because all you have to do is say something, and you can always find the energy to say something. But if you really believe your words and you refuse to give in on them, then you're going to follow it through. So if you say to yourself, you know what? All this shit on Twitter about drop shipping. Will it make money? Will it not? You know what? This weekend, I'm going to start a drop shipping company. If you actually say it, and then you're like, okay, well, I've said it now, so I have to do it. And Saturday comes around. Even if you don't want to do it, even if you're not in the mood, whatever. But because you found the motivation to previously say it, and you're not the kind of guy who lies to himself, you're not a coward. Like,
yeah.
I'm not full of shit. I mean what I say. By the end of play Saturday, you might have a drop shipping company, or you'll at least know more, or you'll at least look into it. You might be making $100 a day. Who knows? It might change your life. So all you have to do is find the motivation to say things. I say to Tristan, yeah, I'm going to go on that train. I'm going to train 5 hours today. If I said it, that was it. I had to do it because I couldn't live with myself knowing I was one of them bullshitters. Someone, even if I don't betray myself, and that allows you to start thinking a lot more carefully. You say,
yes,
carefully about what you say, you get a lot more direction and clarification on which direction your life is going, and it's just fulfilling your own word, man. I said I was going to be world champion over and over and over again. I was nervous to lose, not because I was nervous to opt out. I was nervous I was looking like a liar. I told everyone I was going to win.
Oh shit, yeah.
That's how I was. I was like, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to have this. When I picked up my Lambo, the best feeling about picking it up is that I told everyone for years, Lambo's my car. I'm going to push a Lambo. When? I guarantee you I'm going to find a way to push a Lambo. I don't lie.
That's amazing, because that's almost like making your words seem like magic. It's like you're after saying, it's like, look, I said this and it came true. Like I literally have magic power that comes out my fucking face. And people are like, holy shit. Like to bring full circle. What we were talking about earlier about the decline of the West, that it does seem quite spiritual in its nature. There does seem to be a very subtle but pragmatic solution there, is that if you could get a large enough demographic of men in our states to turn around and say, I will not fuck with my words anymore and treat them as sacred, I wonder what would happen in 10 years. Like that's a really interesting idea. Something that
this is the thing. Is this is not a new idea?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I used to say, my word is my bond. Well, what's a man without his word? This is all old ideas that have just been completely forgotten. People used to just completely do things. I do business with people still today on my word.
Yeah, mind your word. Yeah.
I have guys who say, look, I want to invest 50 grand in Romania property, whatever. I said, okay, send it to me, I'll sort it out. Well, do we not get a contract? I said, look, I've told you it's fine. That's it, done. You trust me or you don't. And I have people who are trusting me and they're getting all their returns and their stuff. I'm like, fucking you. I've never seen anyone does business like you. It's like, fuck, we don't need courts and laws and signs. We need someone who knows and means what they say. Everyone I do business with is the same way. That's how we are as people. And it's so rare to find, but you're right. If everyone, think how much bullshit it would save even in general. And this translates to everything. It translates to business. It translates to everything. But it's especially true with relationships. I say, like, if I get a new girlfriend, or whatever, I say, look, you can't disrespect me. I'm telling you now, I do not take disrespect. I don't give a shit how much disrespect. So if she disrespects me after that, I have two choices. She's gone, or I look like a. I'm not going to live in that position of a bitch. I don't give a shit who you are or how beautiful you are. You're out the fucking door. And you're right. It powers because I disrespect, and now I'm not disrespect. I said it, and it's become true. And her ass is waiting at the bus stop, sitting there thinking, you know what? This Tate guy, I really talk to him that way. I'll talk to him nice. I finally forgive her ass. She fucking learns. It's the way it be, you know. Like, and this can help. I had a guy messaging me on Twitter the other day saying he was struggling with his girlfriend, broke up with his girlfriend. I said, yeah, we've all been there, bro. But you don't care about her anymore. Say I don't care. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, say it. I don't care about her anymore. I was like, all right. Are you a liar? Are you a bitch or what? Well, no. All right then. So what's the problem? Go get something else. Done. It does give you words magic powers because you break them. So when I don't get sad, that's what I say all the time. I don't get sad. Because I've had bad shit happen to me. My dad's died. I've had Bitcoin wallets hacked and lost £250,000. I've had shit go down, bro. But I never, instead of sitting there getting sad, I thought, you know what, Tate, you don't get sad. So you're right. I don't get sad. That's just how I am. My brain's wired to my words. So whatever comes out has to happen. And it's like I can control my mind in real time. I can literally sit there and think myself out of a sad period in a matter of seconds. By just saying the right words. Nah, Tate, if shit gets hard, you work harder. I'll say it, and that's it. Bam, more work.
So what you say is a deal with yourself, a deal you willingly go into, and then it depends on the power of your word if you're actually going to follow up, or if you're going to betray yourself, which is the weirdest possible thing. You should be on your side. Like if someone else betrays you, all right, should have seen it coming. Should have been more vigilant. But if you, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Like you're supposed to be on your side. And a very important part of this video is when he says, I couldn't live with myself if. I would like you to ingrain that into yourself. Can't live with myself saying something and then not doing it. Not doing anything about it. Can't live with myself. It's a integrity thing. So be the guy that can't live with himself, and your words will have more power.
Dad used to always say there's no such thing as the word can't. And I was like, that's not logical. Like there is, but it's more like that word can. That word can is hope. And most people, when they get stuck in sadness and depression, it's hope. It's like there is no hope. There's nothing I can do. There's lack of power. But that is a failure of your own. I can't do anything. I am not nothing. But you're saying, like, if you treat your words serious, you can at least conquer your words. You might even only be able to say, I will get up out of bed and I will do something. But at least if you do that, you're proving that there's something you can do with your words to bring your spirit back to life. And how far could you take that? You could dig that over 10 years. You could do incredible things with that.
Exactly right. You don't have to say anything completely absurd. You can just say basic stuff, you know? Because you learn to respect your word, and you learn to say things you know within the realms of possibility. But you're right. I'm going to wake up at 7 a.m. every day this week. I'm going to wake up at 7 a.m. every day this week. When that alarm goes off, I don't think about pressing snooze. I said I was going to do it. I'm just going to fucking do it. That's how it is, and it translates to everything. I say this, man. The thing I say that triggers everyone the most is I say depression isn't real.
Yeah.
But this all translates to that. My point is, feeling depressed is real. Everyone can feel depressed. But depression as some disease you catch from the sky that cripples you and you can't do anything about is not real. You have depressing situations that make you feel depressed. The only thing you can do is change that situation to make yourself happy. There's no other way out. If you're fat and lonely and broke and depressed, you need to stop being fat, stop being lonely, stop being broke, and you might feel better. So if you can respect your own word, I'm depressed, whatever. I'm going to the gym every day. I'm losing 20 pounds. That's what I'm going to do. And you stick to it, you'll be surprised how much better you feel. You'll be surprised how quickly you start to think, you know, I can do this. I can do that. I can do this.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So,
and it's that massive problem with things like depression and the dark side and getting dragged down to sadness and all that. First of all, people don't value those things. They don't think that when you get into a depressive state, there's not something that you could be learning. such as, or maybe I need a new perspective. Maybe there's something I'm doing wrong in my life and all that. Instead, they can categorize it as something wrong with them. And it's like oftentimes you're depressed because you've been fucked up and it's a time for change and all that shit. And yeah, like it's really about that idea of like you can dig yourself out of that stuff, but you've just got to have that little bit of hope at the start of it. And that's a belief thing.
Well, depression is a fucking, I'm going to say something that's going to really trigger people. Depression is a blessing. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because there's no light without dark.
Yeah.
There's no joy without pain. There is, you have to have both. It's the oldest human philosophy, yin and yang. The only reason I'm so happy with my life now is because I was once broke. This is why money is fun. I've had one and now I have the other. So if you're depressed, you just sit there and go, okay, my life now is shit and I'm depressed. It's going to be fucking amazing when I get my shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, that's a blessing. You've been given a baseline to compare it to. And you're going to be thankful as fuck you were once depressed when you're right back at the top. Imagine me and Tyson Fury now. He was depressed and now he fucking just fought that fight and got paid millions and millions of pounds and everyone was loving him again. The differences in his mind experience of life is you look at life and you enjoy it based purely on the differences. Humans, if you're born rich and you stay rich your whole life, you don't fucking appreciate it. It doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.